we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. They'll take for their disease. Rage is like a weed, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip gods into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics. I'm your host, Jennifer Jennings. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, joining this live with me and Lady Freedom. We are, what I'm going to do with this live is I'm going to go over some of the things that I want to discuss with you guys, because as a forensic astrologer, as an astrologer that maps the missing, I want to explain very quickly that we are revisiting the past. And when I say that we are revisiting the past, that's exactly what I mean. Everything that is Scorpio energy, what is that? It's about death, rebirth, regeneration, things that are hidden, hidden sex, other people's money. We have to go beneath the surface to find what is hidden. It could be about trash. It could be about landfill. It could be about ponds. And aren't we hearing all of that right now? That's what the chatter is right now. And that's what the chatter is going to remain. And let me tell you, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers rises in Scorpio. That means that his ascendant, where he rises, his person, his body, his life path, Mercury is coming over. Vulcan is going to come over. Mars is going to come over. The dark moon is going to come over. And we haven't even gotten there yet. We haven't even gotten there yet. I'm going to share my screen because I want to show you when the landfill was searched and where we are today. Okay. And then I'm going to bring Lady Freedom on the stage and we're going to chat. But first, of course, I have to get this astrology out of the way because, I live and breathe and think, and that's what I do. So when I do share my screen, I'm going to show you when the landfill was searched and today's, like right now, the transits, I'm getting that together right now, calculating that clock right there, and then I'm going to show you. And I mean, this is what I do. This is what I teach on this channel, and I want you to understand why I say to mark things on your calendar because there's a day that we're all going to the end of November, okay? The end of November between the 17th of November, write it on your calendar, to the 22nd. These are going to be days that are very significant. And I want to, I'm not going to get into, let's see, let me just share my screen. Let me share my screen, just get this going here. I'm going to share my whole screen. And thank you guys so much for joining in. Appreciate you. Share screen. Okay. Now, we're going to go to the last image. Okay, so here's the trash search on the left. Let me just take me off there. There's no reason for me to even be there. Okay. So the trash, March 7th, 2024. I've got a 10 a.m. in White Plains, Kentucky. And I want you to see something. Let me go ahead and get my pen on here. Hold on. So I can, do my little drawings here. And what I want to show you guys, we're going to play the numbers game for a second. Okay. Going to play the numbers game. See if I can do it. Okay. All right. So get that aside. The main thing that I want to show you right now, is that Pluto is at a 123. Pluto during the trash search is at a 123 in Aquarius. And that is the same exact degree that the state of Tennessee has in their chart. In the 12th house, it's where all their problems are. In Sag, all their problems with the courts, with the DA, possibly the river, long travel, things that we learn. Okay. Today, all day, Pluto, look at that. Pluto is also at a 123. It's not in retrograde. We're moving forward. There are things that are moving forward. Transformation, y'all. What's Pluto? Pluto rules this 8th house. During the search, this 946 you see right here with Ceres, it was opposing Faith. She has a 946 in her chart, but it's in Cancer. But guess who else has this 946? Katie Proudfoot. Katie has that in her chart as well. It is a 946 in Capricorn, but it's her Neptune. It's things that we're trying to dissolve. Look, when they went to the landfill, They didn't have hazmat suits on. What were they looking for? I can tell you that in this chart right here with the trash at that landfill, the state of Tennessee is showing up with groups, major transformation. There is a lot of communications here with Mercury at a 2509, and that's the state of Tennessee as well. That 2509 connects to the US Marshals. It's the state of Tennessee's Mars in Cancer in the 8th house, and it's about things that are hidden at home. Things that are hidden at home. This right here, no matter what time Chris Proudfoot is born, Uranus is shaking him up. With his sister, things that she is learning. The family is hanging out and showing up. So is Miss Cassie Proudfoot. If she could join us, that would be great, and we could find out why it is that she is also showing up. What did it have to do with? What does the landfill search have to do with, really? You know, what does it really have to do with? So we're revisiting the past, guys. We're revisiting the past. And let me just show you something. The transits right now, when I said that, so let me just pull up Sebastian. Let me show you what I'm talking about because we are revisiting the past and it's going to get very intense. Actually, I have the 20th, the 16th or the 20th. That's when it's going to be really serious stuff. Mark it on your calendars. So we're going to do Sebastian and the transits right now. Sebastian is on the left, right here, and the transits right now is on the right. What are the transits? It's the clock right now. I mean, we have a clock in our house, right? You got a clock on your phone. Well, this is actually the universal clock. This is the clock, y'all. And it just ticks, ticks, ticks. And every time it transits over Sebastian, anytime it transits over you, there is things going on with you. It just is. I'm not making it up. Test me. Try me. So Jupiter here at a 2437. Well, Jupiter is here in the 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration, other people's money, things that are hidden. Good. This is the Pluto house, and this is about trash. It's about the landfill. It's about hidden sex, the hidden SO that took place with him in California. They were going to be sending him to a place, right? Weren't they going to be sending him somewhere? Yeah, they were. We have a weight, y'all. We have a weight right now. This 1542 not only goes to the state of Virginia, but it's also his sun degree. So anytime Hades, all this weight, all these problems that he was having at home with his mother, with her emotions, all of that, it's not just, it's a weight on his son and how he shines. There is a weight on him with how he shines. Okay, so all of this, Mars right here is a 2218 in Scorpio. The dark moon is a 2336. Mercury is at a 2443. Well, that's Virginia. Virginia showing up right now. We're talking about Virginia as something. I guess we are, aren't we? All of this, Mars and Mercury and the dark moon is going to come here. So the intensity hasn't even gotten here yet. It has not even gotten here yet, guys. The intensity about things of the past with things that are hidden with this investigation. What did they buy? Their little weekend of fun. What did they buy? Where did they go? What's going on? Is Sebastian really going to run out the door? He's got his glasses. He's got his little handy dandy flashlight that may or may not have worked, but he doesn't have shoes on. That's the kicker, right? That's the kicker. So let me show you the 20th. Let me show you the 20th. This is a big day. This is a big day. We're going to wake up on the 20th. We're going to wake up on November 20th. The 19th, the 20th are big days for Sebastian's case. Don't know why. But I do see that the revisitation of the past, why he left, what they were searching for, it's almost like it's all coming to a head. Sebastian's going to his midheaven is going to be a 450. His midheaven is a 456 in Virgo. This is a 456 in Virgo. Well, there's a major transformation with this public image. Lots of things are going to come out. We can see that Mercury has already moved past his ascendant degree. Dark moon is coming to his ascendant at a 2656. The sun has already come over his ascendant. The moon will have already come over his ascendant. You get where I'm saying? Like there's a lot that's taking place. The 19th and the 20th are big days. So mark it on your calendar. We'll revisit this in my other lives. We'll be talking about this more. But this 1531, Sebastian's chart at that 1531, that's where all the weight of Hades is going to be. That 1531 for Sebastian is found in his chart right here with his Cupid. That Cupid's 1531. Big stuff, guys. Big stuff. And this 2704 goes to faith. It goes to the United States at a federal level. And so this is today. Like this is right now. There's things going on with the United States and the FBI. There's all kinds of shit going down in Mississippi with other countries as well. There's all kinds of stuff going on in the world. But at the same time, and with Virginia, but at the same time, that 1542 that has a huge weight on it, well, that's where the lunar nodes of fate are going. The fate is coming on that weight with Sebastian of things of the past, with the trash, with the pond. And I don't know that they were really looking for Sebastian. I think they were looking for something else in that landfill that had to do with their little weekend getaway, shopping and going here and going there and just, either something from Katie's work, something that they bought, something of a receipt. I don't know. But I do know that those devices that were taken a year after Sebastian went missing and the Ring cameras, that's going to come. I mean, not the Ring cameras, but the cameras that they had in that house. It's coming back into play. And even though there's a lot of chatter, I've been saying it all along. I don't think that this case is irrelevant to Sumner County, the TBI, or the FBI. I think that they want to find Sebastian. They have one chance to get it right. They have one chance with the DA, and that's it. Get it right. And can they tell us the things that are going on in the investigation? I mean, come on, y'all. No, of course they can't. Well, they're just so silent. They're just this and they're just that. Well, it is what it is. They can't tell us everything that they're doing. That would jeopardize the investigation. Oh, hey, Lady Free.
Hey, Jen. Good to see you. Y'all,
Y'all welcome
welcome to
Lady
Freedom
Freedom
and
and
Peace.
Peace.
And
And
please
please
let
let
me
me
know
know
if
if
you
you
guys
guys
hear
hear
a
a
echo.
echo. Are y'all hearing an echo now? Because I just stopped sharing my full screen. So let me know if y'all are hearing an echo now. Yeah, bad echo. It was a bad echo, but now I'm not hearing it anymore. Okay, so
I'll have to mute one here.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So, okay, cool. Now it's good. All right. So it's because I was sharing my whole screen and it does give me a little warning when I'm sharing my full screen, but I'm not sharing my full screen anymore. So we're good now. All right. Welcome, Lady Freedom. Hey, babe.
Hey, Jen. Sorry, I was typing.
Oh shit.
No, that's really bad.
That's definitely an echo.
Yeah. All right. Do you guys hear it echo now? Yeah, that is.
Okay, we're trying to figure this out. I think she's yeah, we're about to figure it out without the echo. Everybody's like bad echo.
Go ahead and talk, Jen. You keep talking.
Well, y'all can you hear Lady Freedom when she's talking right now? Say hey, Jen.
Hey, Jen.
Can y'all hear her say hey, Jen?
It's the mic.
It is the mic. Yeah.
Great. So if I just talk and you talk, and I'll just mute mine. I think that'll take the.
Okay, yeah, she can hear you. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
I'll just see if I
Okay,
can
yeah,
do
they
it.
can hear you.
Good.
Okay,
Sorry, guys.
cool.
Wow, this.
Okay, now we got this going on, y'all. Even though it looks like let me see if I can add pick from studio, edit name and headline. I don't know why I can't get you on the screen with me. Here we go. Hold on. Maybe
Can you
this.
sound chat? No, yeah, I bet you. Oh, there we go.
Well, hell yeah. Here we go. We're in like Flynn, y'all. We figured this out. Okay. All right. Welcome, Lady Freedom.
Thank you for having me, Jen. Hey, Yogi. It's good to see everybody today. I hope you guys are all having a great Friday. We are, and I understand too. I saw Mama Bear's comment, so I'm still learning everything that Jen is doing. But what she does is she uses her astrology charts to find the missing. So everybody has something to bring into this, right? I mean, whether it's a personal experience, whether it's just the care and compassion for the missing kids like Sebastian, right? I mean, there's just so much love for Sebastian, and anybody that's thinking through his case and theorizing, it's so very valuable. And so that's why I'm really loving having this opportunity with Jen, because we're sitting down. You know how I work is just getting a pad of paper out, and even though I have a whole computer, I still write stuff down. And so that's what we were doing last night, even, and kind of coming to these conclusions. And we also watched Don B, which I wanted to shout out to Don B because that was great, and we were getting a good laugh, and he was wonderful. What he was saying, is so important. K9 Jules just said no shortage of support.
Right.
And how did you feel yesterday? I felt great being there just with the community. Everybody was kind and nice.
It was great. So the Pig Fest, we did go to the dinner. We went to the dinner and we enjoyed ourselves. I mean, it was great. We were able to get steak and salad, and I was very surprised because there was a lot of people that were just like dressed up, honey. Like,
Cute boots everywhere.
I mean, they were just everybody was dressed up. It was great. It's not a place. This was not a place where you go and I once you're there, there is not it's really not a place where you want to go and hand out missing kids flyers because it's we got kids there, we got um alcohol vendors, it's more of a family fun type of place. It's not where you want to hand out flyers and then be on the ground, be in the trash. And it's it was definitely great because we were wearing our shirts, when we were getting our food, the little girls there. Oh, I went to school with Sebastian. Oh, I wish we could find Sebastian. We went and we did what we set out to do. Okay. We did know that if we wanted to, we could set up a booth right outside the gates. We could set up a booth. We were told we could set up a booth. And so all that other chatter that you have heard is simply not true. It just wasn't true. And we have to be accountable for these channels that we're listening to and take everything with a grain of salt. They got everybody in an uproar. Everybody was in an uproar thinking that we couldn't go, that this was happening, that that was going to happen, right? Lady Freedom, I mean, it was not the case. I mean, we could have done that, but we chose not to do that because it's not the place.
And Mr. Gilly was so gracious. Like that's the one thing that I learned. It was like he really he cares too, and they care about kids. The charities that we went over to like a while back, um, all
Yeah.
good charities, right? Grace's Place is my favorite. You guys know that because of, the domestic violence, the advocacy for women and children, that's important to me. That, I'm going to get behind that no matter what. But, to be honest, the way that Mr. Gilly was portrayed, even to me, was not correct. And I think the emotions are just so high that we do get clouded.
We do. We do. The emotions get clouded and we are taking people's word for things. And sometimes I think we need to step back and think about, is that true? Is that true? Because it was not. Seth talked to the man that was Mr. Gilly. He assured Seth that, even though he had received a lot of hate emails, he was receiving a lot of backlash. He is not family with them. He is not this, he is not that, and he was more than welcome, if he wanted to set up a booth right outside the gates and hand out flyers. So, y'all,
And don't believe Clue when she says that nobody cares about Sebastian. They don't want him at the pig fest. That's not true. That is the farthest thing from the truth. And, yes, people were, having a couple drinks and stuff, but they were also there doing a silent auction. It's about charity and it's about having fun. And Jen and I probably know a lot about that just being in real estate ourselves. We go to those things. Those are events because you want to be a part of the community. You want people to feel um you know involved, included, and just everybody have a good time for a good cause.
so Yogi, it's not a place, the Pig Fest isn't a place where things are going to go down. There's a lot of Hendersonville PD. There is a lot of kids. This isn't a place where you would need to be careful. It's just not. We're not. That was what we did. We went Thursday night for the dinner. Now, if we chose to go another day, like say Saturday when it's a free for all and you can go and you can hang out or whatever, I mean, we may stop by there again, but there are other productive things that I think that I would like, since Lady Freedom is here, I would like to show her, like the neighborhood, the new construction that's not a new construction anymore, but at least allow her to see and video these places. Because when you're here versus when you're looking at it on a map, it's so different. It's so different. And we have to keep in mind that there was big manholes that were open and they were just, what does Jeff call them? Culvers at the time. They were just big old open holes. I mean, a bunch of us could fit in there. Like we could hang out in there. A bunch of us could have gotten in there, but I keep going back to the same thing. Why would he have left without shoes? If he accidentally went in there, why was he running around in the middle of the night without shoes? That is not Sebastian, period. That's not what he's going to do. He's not going to run around without any shoes. But then we hear, excuse me, we hear Craddock say, well, we don't know that he didn't have shoes.
I'm not gonna
So
say
did
he
some,
was
I'm not
barefoot.
going to say he was barefoot. So did somebody buy him some shoes?
Or did he hide a pair of shoes? Did he take Chris's shoes? Because I don't think Chris is a 14. I think he's probably closer to a 10 or 11 with his height,
Yeah.
even though I'm 5'6" and I wear a size 10.
We just don't know. We don't know. And like Craddock said, we don't know what we don't know.
And we're
And
not measuring the feet's feet.
yeah, we're not, so There's a reason why they went to the landfill. There's a reason why that there is a sealed warrant with probable cause to take 3 cameras that were added after Sebastian went missing and any devices. And that is if we believe what Nerdy Addict and Chris spoke about. But it is there in the trash chart where Chris is being shaken up with things of the past, and it has to do with money. Has to do with money and things that he owns, things that they possess. There is something that they are working on behind the scenes, and we have no idea what it's about. But this day, today, yesterday, tomorrow, Pluto is at that 123 degree. Same energy, guys. And we aren't even there yet. We aren't even there with all the disordered aggression that is going to be coming over the ascendant of Sebastian. I mean, this is going to get even more intense. And we just have to really be mindful of all the things that we are believing. All the things that we are believing. We have to take what we know for sure. We know for sure that they searched a landfill. It didn't appear that they were looking for a body. They didn't have masks on. They didn't have hazmat suits on. If you're looking for a decomposed body and all of that, then the gases and I don't know. It struck me as odd that they didn't have all of that. They did have a tarp. They did have things that they were collecting that they were putting under the tarp, but I think that it's because they don't want anybody to know what they're doing. You don't want the left hand to know what the right hand's doing. And that's what I think that that's why the tarp was there. It was a main concern, obviously, the manholes being open, but the thing that gets me is the no shoes. It's just there's and the other thing that gets me is the non-emotion from Katie. She's the last one to be with her son, the last person to see her son. He's 15. If she was gonna take him out, why not do it before? He was 15. There's things going on with the courts, right? There's things going on with the courts with Chris and Nina, Faith. There's things going on with the courts. They're trying to send him away. They're trying to find schools. All of that is fact. All of that is fact. So we take the facts and we maintain what the facts are. And then everything else, all the other chatter, whether it's, Sebastian's army, this channel, that channel, look, you become a hate channel when you give out misinformation and when you talk all kinds of mad crap about another channel or someone else. I mean, you become them. You become that. Don't you agree?
I agree. I agree 100%. And even when D Green just said, look, I had more emotion when my cat was missing or my dog, had passed her. When you love someone or something, animals, in my opinion, are a lot of us, look at them as family members, as friends, comfort. Um, I agree there, and I think Susan Constantine really hit the nail on the head when she mentioned that Katie didn't have any frown lines or, her forehead wasn't wrinkled in with her eyebrows and then her bottom, she wasn't frowning. Those are all connected within your facial muscles and things like that. So it's important to recognize those things. And then also, when we look at Seth, we see those. We see the wrinkle in his forehead. Not everybody's going to have the same type. Like mine just go horizontal on my forehead, but my eyebrows are very expressive, and so are my mouth muscles. They're connected, so they're going to work in conjunction. We don't see that with Katie, and so I think that's a huge clue that we can look at as non-professionals, and it's a very important clue.
Yeah. And of course, mapping Sebastian, I have the handlers. So the handler of Rex, the handler of Max, I have those handlers on the map. and they tell a story. And I'm not going to show it to you guys today. I'm going to wait. And when we really get deep into the transits, and it's just nothing but astrology, when I do my next live without Lady Freedom, I want to just show you guys the map one more time with those handlers, not showing their addresses or anything, not going to dox them. It'll be way above their the road that they're living on or whatever, but the map is telling the story. And there are challenges, major challenges, because look, this isn't my first rodeo. I've mapped a bunch of people. I've seen a lot of things, and I've seen like where a dog will hit on the pond. They'll drain the pond, don't find that person there. Next thing you know, that person is a little bit, oh shoot, hold on. My daughter's calling here. Take over, lady.
Okay, not a problem. And yes, Lori, I did meet Seth yesterday. We all had a meal together. It was very nice, guys. Like the way the pig fest was, we got in through the parking. We got there. We thought we were running a little bit late, but luckily, with it being a Thursday, people were kind of coming in, as they were getting off of work and things like that. So it was where when we got there, there was quite a few people there, but not overly crowded. But as the night was going on, they were having a wrestling event later on, and things of that nature. So it was really nice, and they had music and stuff going, so it was loud. Like if we would have went live, it just would have been drowned out by a lot of the music and things like that. And then also, like I said, we went there for the dinner part of it, and it was in a big tent, and I did get some footage. I'm so bad about being in the moment. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. It's kind of both, but for purposes of showing you guys, because I did get a little bit of what Andy was saying when he did a speech, recognizing the charities and things like that. But it was really nice, actually. And Nanny, good to see you, Nano. I didn't see anybody from either side, really. Mostly it was, people from the community, right? And a lot of ladies that were wearing, like I said, I love shoes and boots and different things like that. And so I was definitely looking, and people really looked nice. It was wonderful to see Sebastian's classmates there as well. And that was another thing that I was thinking about. I just didn't think people would want to be on camera while they're eating, and that sort of thing. So I just kind of, when I got there, felt like the vibe of everything. You know what I mean? And that was something that, you know, I'm glad that I have a little like that. I'm an empath, and I can kind of like feel out the environment. Where because I know it would have been fun to do that too, but I have video of, everything. And I posted the big toilet that was in there. That was really funny. We were kind of giggling about that, and everybody, right when you walked in. Um, but it was a good experience. And also I didn't want to get any of the littles on camera either, because they were running around everywhere, like
Yeah.
there was a lot of littles around. They were cute, and I'm like, they probably didn't want, cameras or people live streaming. So we didn't, but they absolutely didn't mind if we would pass out flyers or anything like that. It was a very, like, friendly, family friendly, but just, everybody having a good time, everybody being courteous of each other. So it was wonderful. Miss Holly says she's a vibe checker.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, me too, because you want to read the room, right? You don't want to be like the one that's, standing out, and people are like, what is this person doing? And why are you filming us? I'd be thinking that if I'm eating my steak, I'm like, and things like that. So, but it was Lori. It was great. It was just like a hometown event, like any other place, and especially in the fall, like it was beautiful. Tennessee is beautiful, guys. I mean, I need to be better about filming on the way. When we're going places and stuff like that, because the leaves changing colors, and but I mean, the police presence was heavy, and nobody was acting up, at all. There was no drama, which I love it, because if I get that bad vibe, I'm like, uh-oh, here we go. Here's the spidey senses going, but not at all. And I didn't even look at the silent auction, Jen. Did they have some good stuff over
I didn't either.
did you look? I was gonna say I didn't even look.
I didn't either. Tennessee is gorgeous. The hills of Tennessee are beautiful, and I've just dropped a link if anybody wanted to jump on and join us, for a few minutes. Feel free to. There's a link in the chat. If anybody wants to join us, feel free. Feel free. Y'all don't forget to hit the like button. And if you're not subscribed to Lady Freedom, please do so. She has she has come all the way from Florida to see what's going on here in the state of Tennessee with this case and to get her y'all, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's good to see you, Junie. Glad you're with us this morning, babe. Junie is also an astrologer. She also maps. Look at that. Hey, Smiley. Hey, honey. You don't see the link? Oh, you know what? You may not see the link if you're in Lady Freedom's chat. That could be why.
Oh yeah, hop over. I posted your link in the chat
Oh.
page.
Oh, you did? Okay. Okay, Lady Freedom put it in her chat too. Let's see. Here we go.
Because yeah, if you put the link, then
Here we go. There's that. Yeah.
come on up, Miss.
No problems. Good morning, y'all. Good afternoon, wherever you're at. But yeah, we wanted to let everybody know that we're good. Everything's great. We're not. Yeah, we're great. Nobody is. We're not. We did not go to dinner for anything other than to wear our shirts and to show that Sebastian Rogers is still missing. That's why we went. We didn't want to go and cause problems. We're not like that. We're classy women. There's not anything that we would want to do. You was just alerted that we're on. Well, glad that you joined. Feel free to join us, Smiley, if you want to. Anyone that wants to wear it's an open panel. I just want I want to, just keep everybody. I want to remind people that, we just have to take everything with a grain of salt. Unless you called Mr. Gilly yourself and you talked to him, you didn't know. You have no idea if what was going on, you know?
Well, and I do want to say too one thing because people were asking about Seth and stuff, and I said he's more of a side hugger. So I did give him a side hug.
Yeah.
That's right. But also one thing that really stuck with me, and even I got emotional, Jen, on the way home. But I said, Seth just wants Sebastian to be found, and he said that Sebastian would have really liked that event. And that's one thing that Seth said to me at dinner. And he said, Sebastian would have liked this because it's not, overcrowded. It's a manageable amount of people, and it just really hit me, like I would have loved to have had Sebastian sitting there and just meeting up with Jen just because we knew each other from missing kids cases and not Sebastian being missing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
because I mean, and and again, it kind of makes me emotional too, and I could feel like a lot of love and care from everybody for Seth. So I just don't want you guys to think that that's not the case, because it's really not, because we hear a lot of crap. I think Jules is here though.
Yes. Yeah, Jules. Hey, Jules. Welcome to the panel. And I agree, Mama Bear. I agree. Welcome, Jules. Hey, babe. Are you there? You got to unmute yourself. Oh, she is unmuted. I've added you to the stage, Jules, if you're here.
Those dogs are so pretty.
Yeah. Jules, we can't hear you, babe. Oh, she said 1 second. Okay,
Well,
that's cool.
Holly says I usually have a pretty good discernment on fake news, but I guess I don't. And I think it's the emotional aspect of it too. And I think that there was maybe a misunderstanding that it's like, typically we don't, and Andy was being true when he said typically we don't allow for like people to just pass out random flyers because of the sponsorships and because people do give money, but what it really comes down to as well is that, you know, he wasn't saying it specifically about Sebastian, and I think that's where people got very emotional and was like, "Wait a minute, but he's a part of the community," and, I even had my own rant about it as well. I know I hug everyone smiley. I hugged our new friend, our other friend that was there yesterday, and
Yeah.
yeah, I just give her a big old hug. She doesn't know. Right when I saw Jen, I gave her a big hug.
Yeah. Well, the sweet lady that sang at the vigil at the church for Sebastian, she was there. And, it was great to see her again. It was wonderful. So Jules said, I think I fixed it. Hey, Jules, let's see if we can hear you now, honey. Let's see if we can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, because her mic's not muted. I could see it's not muted.
Your mic's not muted, Jules. I don't know what's going on, babe. Yeah, it is weird. I don't know why. We can't hear you.
You're welcome, Angel of Light. You know what? My mod manager there, Jude. She's like the mod fairy sometimes. She makes good choices. You guys are all of you guys are great mods. Um, yeah, and just for the channel in general, this is something I told Jen I've always wanted to do this is just sit down with another creator or sit down with several people that have been working this case from the beginning and let's all put our heads together. And I think that's the most valuable thing that we can do here. Awareness, we'll wear our Sebastian t-shirts when we go out, that's the biggest thing too.
Yeah.
But on top of that, looking at some of these areas, I'm more interested in that than crashing events or,
Right.
being at an event where, quite frankly, I think a lot of people know and they know who Seth is and they respect him. And
Right. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. It's a lot. There's so much I think that people we're on the channels, we're on the tube, right? Everybody is, taking all of this stuff in as fact, and we just gotta maintain the facts because I think, my opinion, they want to find Sebastian. They want to find Sebastian. When I say they, I'm talking about the agencies. They want to find him. But there is a lot. This case is very conspiracy. There is a lot of things that are hidden. And we've got a mother, a bio mom, a stepdad, and they are very well equipped with technical, that's what they did. They're tech people. Melissa's husband, he's a tech person. We got a lot of tech here. So anyway, so that is what we wanted to come on this morning. I wanted to make sure that you guys are aware that we're good. The Pig Fest is not what it was made out to be. And we are so glad that we went. We had fun. I mean, I wouldn't say we had fun. Seth has a missing kid.
right.
At the end of the day, he can't have fun. And it took him a minute after he got there to even smile.
100%.
100, right?
Yeah, that's why I didn't go up and just give him a big hug because I am like that. I'm very bubbly and hey and everything. But you do have to remember that's a great point.
Yeah. Seth isn't going to feel good about anybody, anything, any agents until Sebastian's found. Until Sebastian is found. There are a lot of things that took place in the beginning that I feel like now I'm speaking for Seth, okay? So he's not here to tell us. He's not here to tell you. I'm speaking for him and I'm thinking that there were things that took place in the beginning of the investigation that were not done that should have been done and it's common sense that you would shut down the new construction, common sense that you wouldn't have people coming in and out of the house. There's just a lot of common sense that just didn't take place for whatever reason. And that is, I think, was where he has a problem. All of the things that did not get done.
Well, and I think pressure is a good thing, right? That's how we get a diamond. We get, just pressure is a good thing, but we have to be kind to each other and also, like be passionate, make a good point and make, and think it through. And even chat GPT is a good way to do that. Like if you have all the emotion and you want to put that in there, but you don't know how to express it, they can really give you a good way to do that in order to get to these politicians, to get to these just all of it, but we have to be kind about it. Like if you call Andy Gilly, don't get in his face. You know what I mean? About it, be nice and say, this is why it's important to me. Give some supporting details. And believe me, that people hear more than we think they do. And sometimes they don't show it, but they might think about it later at night when they're washing their hair. Okay, wow, that person really got to me. Or that letter that I read earlier was very well written. And you know what? I feel that way too. And it does, we can inspire each other. That works better than saying, well, you better let us do this. Because that was never even an issue. In my opinion, I think it was misconstrued. And then I think that people were going and buying up the sponsorships just to kind of stir the pot, rock the boat, and to make it more than it was, right? Because and you catch more flies with honey than vinegar,
That's what you,
right?
yes, yeah.
So, I mean, and I have to remember that too, guys, because I get passionate. You guys know me. Sometimes I'll be like totally, even keeled, but then sometimes get to swearing and dropping an F bomb and that's okay because that just shows that we care, right? But we have to kind of reel it back and say, and not everybody's against each other, not like it is on the internet.
So Jules, you still can't, is your mic set
Let
up?
me text.
That is so weird. She's saying that it works backstage, but when she comes on stage, it stops working. Her mic stops working. So that's really weird. Yeah, I don't understand that. Weird.
I know, yeah, because usually you can see if somebody's muted.
Can somebody else try to use this link to come up and see if it's her or us?
That's right, Debbie. We are human. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know what's. Oh, there I am. Now I'm talking. Yay!
Yeah.
Oh my
Hey, Jill.
god. I was like, is it because I'm on night shifts of like this week and I'm just like messed up during the day? I don't know, but finally I got it to work. Thank God. Sorry about that.
That's okay. How's it going? How's it going?
Oh, it's going good. I just came on and I texted you and lady to say that for people in the chat who are saying stuff like everything Jennifer's saying is like completely spot on with what I said like 5 months ago about the landfill searches, and you were talking about what they're looking for and whatnot, and you mentioned cameras. Remember Chris Proudfoot told me they were upgrading their security system, but he's told people in the past they didn't have a security system, they didn't have cameras. It's always been a red flag to me. And I confirmed because I found the 2 KSP handlers and other people, please don't just randomly reach out to these people because they're professionals, but there were electronic canines that day at the landfill search. It's standard procedure now that if they're deployed as a team to go out there, they take those canines with them. So just some food for thought for everybody.
Thank you, Jules.
Yeah, I appreciate you confirming that because it is, there's a shakeup. There was a shakeup with Chris, and it was about things of ownership. And that is, I can't,
Smiley's right, yeah.
Yeah,
Smiley said, how do you upgrade what you don't have? Exactly.
Yeah, we can't assume that they're looking for Sebastian. They're not looking for Sebastian. They're looking for evidence. They're looking for evidence that they are trying to cover up Sebastian's disappearance. And believe me, you can take a scent and you can put it in the pond, or you can put it you can do all kinds of things to get, the country is ran by distraction. As long as you distract, you're not going to see what I'm doing over here. And there's a lot of distraction in this case, isn't there?
Oh yeah, 100%. And a lot of people automatically assume when there's a dog search in a landfill, it's automatically for a cadaver, for a body. And while that's true a lot of the time, there's other stuff canines can search for in landfills. I mean, they look for discarded narcotics evidence. That's how they take down these big drug organizations, drug organizations. I have to be careful what I say on YouTube. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that they can look for. And I've always suspected, when Nina said about, don't you have cameras? I've always suspected something like that was missing. So it's just my opinion.
And even watching when your dogs will go out and look for, certain specific scents, right? Because that's what they're trained to do. That is so interesting. And I think these key clues, like even to Smiley's point, we need to put all of the, look back at all of these really important details and, put them together and see if they fit. That's one thing that we can do just as the public, because you're going to remember something that I won't, or Jen will be like, that's why I got my notebook out. I'm like, oh yeah. And then you were like, hey, the upgrades. And I'm like, oh, that's spot on. Right. And the time frame of these events, because things were happening at certain times. And that's what Jen's really good at, is like getting those time periods together.
Yeah, if there's a time stamp, I've got it. If you have, public records, guys, public records has your address, it has your birthday, and for an astrologer, I mean, I thrive with public records. I don't have to pay for public records to get that information. So if you don't want your address on public records, if you don't want your birthday, if you want to remain private, then you have to go to those search engines and you have to decline. You have to send them, tell them that you want off of that. But most people don't. And even, I get surprised even by detectives. I'm surprised that they have not done their due diligence and have their private information removed from public records. But Cassie, Melissa, Katie, all of them have a birthday, and I can see it. I don't have to know your birth time. And that's a way that I investigate. It's innovative, it's different. But, people make fun of my lines, but you know what? It's going to tell the story. It's going to tell the story. It does every time. And I'm not doing it for the health.
Every line has a
Yeah.
note for you
It
too,
does.
Jen. That's what's really cool about looking at the map like that one. Okay, this is the note behind of what's going on here and how it matches up.
Yeah, it's
That's
just
important.
a behavior. It's just a behavior and how it's expressing itself. So the landfill search, yes, it didn't take that long. It didn't take that long. And usually, if you're looking for a body, like let's just say Quentin Simon, you're looking for a body, it's going to take a while. They weren't looking for a body, in my opinion.
No, and Liberty's right. Rex is tracking ground disturbance. That's correct. Rex and Max are both tracking and narcotics dual purpose canines. Those aren't cadaver dogs. Somebody was going around saying they were cadaver dogs. Rex and Max are not cadaver dogs. They're tracking and narcotics specifically. It's called a dual purpose canine. That's what we use in the field. But yeah, there's just a lot of, that's the one part of this case I still actively talk about, is because I can talk about it because I met the handlers. I talked to both the agencies about them. And also I've been working with working dogs since I was 17 years old. And Jen's been right about, a certain person was going around saying Max went in someone's backyard. No, he didn't. There's 2 German Shepherds in this case, and Max was not the one that went through there. I can speak that 100%. So there's that. But yeah, in my opinion, in my opinion, you don't bring electronic canines to a landfill unless you're looking for something specific, because KSP has 2. There's really not a whole lot of electronic canine teams out there right now because it's newer, but they did have Labradors. They're both Labradors, if I remember correctly. At least the one is for sure. So they were out there looking for that. And lithium-ion batteries, I mean, you draw to that kind of like a narcotics canine goes to a narcotics. Gator can find narcotics almost right away because it's so potent to him, as opposed to tracking a scent, which is constantly moving, of like someone who's running away. It's like, that's a constantly moving scent. That's why that scene should have been shut down immediately. Max should have gone right. Max started at the doorstep. I'm telling you this. Max did not start at the pond. He started at the house, because you have to go to the last known point where the dog was. So you all know who's the one that's saying that, oh, he was dropped off at the pond in a car. No, he wasn't. He started at the last known point, but people were all running around that front step and whatnot. So Max was just like, it took him a bit to pick up the track, and he went the direction he did. So I don't really know why people are just like weird about that. It's pretty straightforward with how those dogs work. Jen and Lady are the only 2, aside from a couple, like I know Josh and Smiley have been behind that too. So I appreciate you guys being honest about it.
Well, and Jeff made a good point too. Now, if Sebastian had left barefoot, he would have left back a better print, a better scent signature than say, someone in shoes. But then also that made me think about like that he would leave a footprint rather than a boot or shoe print.
Yeah. And this one is for you, Jules. What do you think about the dogs tracking and trailing all the way to the dam? What are your thoughts on that one?
I just, that's quite a distance for a dog to track. What is like isn't that like 7 miles away from the house or something like that?
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Unless like somebody gave I don't see them going from the house to there. I could have seen someone saying like, "Hey, you guys should take the dogs and check out this spot," and maybe the handlers took the dogs there to search that spot, like a cadaver dog or something. But I don't see them tracking for 7 miles. That's a long way for a dog to track a single scent. I only see that being as if someone were to drive the dogs to the spot and be like, "Hey, let's get out and search this area for like a grid search." I could see it going that way. But if Chris is saying they track from the house to the dam, he never told me that before, and I can't remember a handler telling me that either. So that's kind of weird if that's what he said.
Yeah. And Rosebud is asking Jules, why do you think they didn't lock down that house and make it like a crime scene or at least a place to start the search? You don't want anybody walking in on everything. And I think that was one of the things that bothered Seth is there's so many people,
Mm-hmm.
walking around and there's, it's just, it was not, I guess, even then, Seth is very intuitive. So he gets the heebie-jeebies and he doesn't feel right and he
Mm-hmm.
feels off, then he is not, he wasn't about the scene when he walked in. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I know he wasn't because people were giving him a hard time. They're like, "Oh, he said he was sitting in his truck assessing the scene." I'm like, first of all, he works in law enforcement. I don't care if he's a corrections officer or if he's like a sheriff or I don't care if he works for the Secret Service. He's doing what he's supposed to do. He's seeing what's going on. He needs to think about how am I going to approach the scene. Seth was thinking from a law enforcement perspective. These people that are saying there's something weird about it, there's not. I would do the same thing when I roll up on a live call. I'm going to take a second. I'm going to look around. I'm going to see what's going on. And then I'm going to get out of my car. Now, if it's an emergency situation, like a domestic where someone's actively, then that's a bit different. I have to do what I have to do to get to where I need to get to. But if it's a scene where people are running around, everyone who's saying it's weird that he sat in his car, it's not. He was assessing the scene. He was doing his job. He knows the importance of, keeping evidence secured and safe. So, to Seth's credit, I think that's great that he had the self-control to do that, to sit and watch the scene, So I hope that makes sense. But yeah, he had to assess the scene first. He was doing his job, in my opinion.
Exactly. And there is a lot of things that he noticed right off the bat. He was feeling uncomfortable with the conversations that was going on. I mean, he just said this himself. So I'm not, Seth isn't here to say, I hate to put words in his mouth, but at the same time, he's already said it.
Mm-hmm.
And he is, he was definitely weirded out about everything that was going on. The fact that there were all kinds of people walking around. We've got Lori there. We've got Mama Bower Socks. She was there.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Chris and Katie. Chris ended up coming home. So we've got all these people that are in the house. And we're the new construction that's still going on. I mean, they didn't stop that. It was just very odd that he would walk in and see Sebastian's shoes there. Like,
yeah.
You mean to tell me that my son that can't stand to go outside barefooted is going to go outside in the middle of the night barefooted? Are you serious? None of it was making sense to him. Like I said, he's getting the heebie-jeebies. Like, what is going on here? Am I in the Twilight Zone? This is weird. Something's not right here,
And that's why Craddock said in his that clip that I have, and I know that it's been disappearing. Craddock says, "I can confirm that the mother said all the shoes were accounted for, but he said he can't do it himself." And people seem to just like forget about that. But that's why I was like, "Is there another pair of shoes that was bought, or like what's the deal?" Like that's why I don't know. It just seemed odd the focus on the shoes from the get go. I'm like, why are you putting so much emphasis on one thing that no he had to lift barefoot because like it just. Before Seth recognized all the shoes being there, when Chris and Katie were saying, "Oh, he must live barefoot," like, that just weirded me out. It's like, why so much emphasis on that? To me, that's weird. I don't know. A father knows his son. Seth knows Sebastian, so with the fire ant story and whatnot. But to answer that one question, I don't know why they didn't lock down the house. They should have from the get-go. If I would have immediately, as dispatch, told like just wait outside for the officers, don't go in the house, don't do this, don't do that. We're sending a canine out there. The canine's going to do its job. So it should have been locked down. That was a failure from the start, I must say.
100%. Yeah. And we've talked about that too, how it was contaminated just with everybody being there. And it does remind me of the Jean-Benet Ramsey case, where it was just like, because you don't think of it, particularly at first, maybe that it's a missing child. There is a set of unconscious bias, especially when, or excuse me, like an abduction or something nefarious on the parents' part, especially when you go in the house and everything looks in pretty good shape, right? And a lot of times the police officers do go into areas where it's like, they don't even want to probably be in the home, because they're afraid they're gonna, catch something, a bug or, whatever it is. Or there's no food, there's no water, there's no, the conditions are so severe, but you don't see that in a nice neighborhood where Sebastian's from. And this area it's just such a nice area. Just all around everywhere that I've been has been, just little areas that are, little brick homes, and you just don't think about that, especially the level of abuse that we've uncovered.
Right.
Yeah. I agree, and maybe Jen feels this too. I watched Katie's first two interviews where she was actually like sobbing and crying, and then you see the one with, I guess, the Olivia girl, where her demeanor's totally different. Like she was sobbing and crying the first, and then all of a sudden it's just like, did she step into a new dimension? Like what the heck happened? Like why is, like, I don't know. To me, her demeanor just totally changed in that interview from the first two, and that's always. And I said this to Lady Freedom. Deception detectives pointed out she uses words like buried or bulldoze him with hugs, and I've always wondered, I'm like, is she subtly like trying to like say something, or is something kind of getting out with like the construction? And I don't know, there's a lot of things you could go down with that, but this is why I mostly stick to the dog stuff, because I just like, I think too much. But I just wanted to thank you for letting me come up. I just wanted to clarify that the canines, I don't know what this nerdy addict person's doing, but I posted the audio of exactly what Chris Proudfoot told me, and TBI backed that up. Sumner County backed it up. The handlers and the former sheriff, may he rest in peace, he confirmed that with me too. So I don't see multiple law enforcement agencies and the handlers lying to me. I think Chris was honest with me when he told me that they left the house and went the way that they did, but I don't know why it went to like 5 different versions with different people. To me, that's just weird. Maybe he knew, I don't know. I know he lied to narc divers and he told a couple other people different stories, but maybe that was the part of his integrity that was coming out from a former military thing. He was being honest with me, but who knows at this point. I just know what the handlers told me, and it matches up with what he said too. So if that makes sense.
Yeah, he's never mentioned that before. Jen, have you ever heard like the nerdy addict was saying what Chris told him, but he's never mentioned that ever. And that's why I was wondering. I mean, initially, like you said, Jules, I always was under the impression that, the dogs started at the house, and that would be the best place to start, right? Because
They have to. Last known sighting, last known point of sighting. That's where the dog goes. Because I guarantee you, the handler said, "Where was he last seen? He was last seen in this house last night." Okay, I'm going to track from this location. That's how that'd be weird. Why would a certain person who's talking about this whole like Max started at the lake, like, or pond? Sebastian didn't portal to that area or whatnot and then go from there. He left the house allegedly. So last known sighting was the house. That's why Max went to the house to start. Now, if Max tracked away from the house and then Rex picked up like from where Max jumped in the pond or did something else, maybe they do that. But to me, that's still weird. Rex should have started at the house too. So, I mean, all I know is Max started at that house. He didn't start in a random location. He didn't go to a dam. He went to that retention pond and jumped in, because I truly believe Sebastian got into a car or something. And that would make sense as to why. And Jen made a good point. If like he was wearing something else and was thrown in the pond and then collected, the odor's dispersing. And so it's just, canines can smell 2 to 3 million times, no, 20 to 30 million times better than we can, or something like ridiculous like that. So imagine when you smell something horrible. Imagine how it smells to a dog. So it's just like, oh my God, poor puppies, but good puppies.
Absolutely. And mods, please let everybody talk. If they're not being derogatory, please let them talk, because the more people that are in here and talking, the better.
Yeah, I agree.
So go ahead and let them talk, but don't be derogatory and don't be disrespectful, because I did see you. None of your business 11 says it's odd, very odd that non-credible people are speaking. And I can understand that you may find us to be non-credible, but I'm going to say that there are 3 people up here collaborating and talking about ideas. We have a chat full of people in mine and Jen's chats talking about Sebastian and talking about where he could be. That's way more productive than talking about a local event where families and friends gather together and starting, excuse me, but shit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that person's talking about me, and I really don't care. They can say what they want. I know my credibility. I know my dogs. TBI knows them. Sumner County knows them. I don't care what people randomly think about me and my credibility. I know what I worked for. So they're allowed to have their opinions, and that's totally fine. But I wish you nothing but the best with your day, person in chat, and I'll pray for you. And that's all I'm going to say about that. That's just the energy I have nowadays. I just stopped caring what people think, So, but I appreciate you, Lady and Jen, backing me up and whatnot. So, but I
Oh my
don't
gosh,
know.
Jules, thank you for being here, because we don't have the expertise that you have. I don't have the expertise Jen has. You know, I'm pretty much the novice one up here that just enjoys the true crime and figuring these things out, but even more so invested, because I do care so much about Sebastian. We have to find him. That's the bottom line. It doesn't help to go back and forth with who knows what, the best, because guess what? I could bring, somebody in here that has no idea about this case, and they may be able to solve it better than me. So,
So,
Mhm.
Jules, if I'm not even gonna respond to anything other than what my goal is here is
Mhm.
to, keep Sebastian's name out there and talk about what we know, what we don't know, and all the other is just a bunch of BS. People, whether you're on Sebastian's dad or his mom, whatever. I mean, there are creators out there that are just not giving out correct information, regardless of what side or whatever that they're on. But Jules, so if Sebastian took the trash out,
Mhm.
why wouldn't, if he took the trash out, why wouldn't the dog go to, why wouldn't they just go there to the
I
to
mean,
the
they would
driveway?
have. They would have personally, because when you're thinking, if you're thinking about scent specific dogs are typically air scenting. So if you give them an article, like if I were to, like Sebastian's shoe insole, for example, is the one that I would do. You give them the shoe insole, the dog starts tracking. Those specific scent particles to that person are going to be on things they touch. That's like when a kid runs away in the woods and whatnot. If they're like in this for scent specific, if they're touching a tree or like touching a bush or whatnot, their particles, their specific sweat, their specific, scent particles are touching those things. So to me, that's always been weird. It's like if they gave, I don't know what article Katie gave the initial scent specific dog, the search and rescue bloodhound that came in. I don't know what that dog had, but I would have thought that dog would have gone to the trash can and given some kind of an indication. Like most dogs won't sit for a residual, but they'll at least do a change of behavior. Ara, for example, when she's a change of behavior, her ears go forward. She starts like, chattering her lips. She starts like drooling a bit, and she'll start like pacing. Her tail will go between her legs. There's all kinds of indications. It's all on how well you know your dog. But to answer in short, yeah, there should have been something. A couple days, that's really not that far for a well-trained scent specific person, a dog. I mean, sorry, the person's not sniffing. That'd be kind of weird. But for a well-trained scent specific dog, there should have been something on there for only a couple days. The longest scent specific trail I know of, from point A to point B, was like 13 days old, and it was a bloodhound that tracked that out in California. And that was a scent specific. So it should have been there after a couple of days for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would think so as well. It just that didn't make any sense to me when they said that they did not, and this was what Ken said. I mean, and if I'm wrong, y'all tell me that I'm wrong. But from what I can remember, Ken Widener said that they found a scent away from the home, and
Yeah.
Craddock even said, "We have no proof that Sebastian left the home."
Hmm. Yeah, because they didn't find him. I mean, Ken Weiner's the one that said nothing led to Sebastian. It's because Sebastian wasn't sitting at the end of the trail. Because people were like, well, they said there's nothing at all. And I'm like, he didn't say that. If you listen to what he said specifically, he said nothing led to Sebastian because obviously they didn't find him, but there's odors everywhere. So was there a scent of Sebastian? I'm sure there was somewhere in something. It didn't lead to us finding him. It's an open-ended track, open-ended scent, or the trail went cold. So there's all kinds of questions, but my questions are all from day one. Like, what did you do on day one? Did you lock down the scene? What dogs came in? Who went in and out of the house? Like, why were so many? It's weird that so many family members were inside that house that first night. That should have been an evidence team going in there and collecting stuff, not having people in there talking about, rings and jewelry and whatnot. You don't do that. So that's also probably why Brenda mentioned in chat, like about law enforcement and corrections officers knowing scene preservation. Absolutely. Seth probably I'm sure he got there. He was panicking. He's like, I want to find my son. I want to hug him, but I know I have to also be responsible in law enforcement. I can't just go running into the house when there's people walking around. So, yeah.
Yeah, me and you asked, Jules, can you speak on what would disturb a scent?
You mean like full of dog? I'm guessing is what that person meant. So it really depends. So for Gator, for example, when I got him and I was putting him on FENTY, that rug, I don't want to say it on here, but for example, a brand new dog who's never detected that before, you put the dog on the specific odor. So I trained him on that specific rug, and then I threw in distractor odors. Like I would put because for training we have the pills and whatnot, I put them inside like a sandwich to see if he could still detect it through the sandwich and not be distracted by the food. So what could disturb a scent? If a dog's not trained to be put off an odor, then that could distract a dog. Like people talk about bleach, washing clothes and whatnot. If a canine's not trained to detect without the presentation of a distractor odor like bleach, they might get fooled or they might lose their track. That's why with my dogs, I introduce a brand new odor first and then I throw in distractors because I want the dog to know what the odor is before they get distracted. That's why with Ara for cadaver work, when she goes for a certification, they distract her with like pig bones is one of the certification things they put out there in addition to the cadaver, because they want to see if she's going to get fooled by the pig bones and not see the human bones. You know what I mean? So distractors and untrained dogs are what could be disrupted. They fooled this on Mythbusters. They tried to trick a bloodhound into not tracking a person, and the bloodhound kind of ran the course like it was a joke. It was just like, are you guys serious? I'm just like, yeah, that's how dogs are. So I hope that answers it.
To the best of my knowledge, Katie told Nancy Grace that they gave Sebastian's clothes that he wore the night before. So that would have been his jeans and the Grogu t-shirt, which is also Baby Yoda. And she had said that to Smiley as well, that's what he was wearing. And that's why, when I looked at the TBI photo, I was like, that's not the same outfit, because I had to look up Grogu. I know him as Baby Yoda. And so that's why I always specify that because of, my own experience. But, that's the best of my knowledge. So what do you think about that, Jules? Like, in terms of, because he would have worn that the night before. So that'd be a very fresh scent.
Yeah, Liberty or Elisa, it's everyone's usernames for me on here, so it's hard to know who's who, but I recognize her photo. So you're right, they were ground disturbance, narcotics, dual purpose canines. But I'm talking about, they were asking about Sebastian's scent, and a scent dog did come in the next day and do the whole trash can thing. So I'm talking about both. So if I'm confusing somebody, I apologize. But yeah, the scent dogs came in. No, the bloodhound came in that same day. The bloodhound came in a couple hours after Max and Rex had already left. So there was a scent specific dog that day. But you were talking about the shirt. So here's my problem with a shirt or like pants. Multiple people are going to be touching that. So that's why I use an insole from a shoe, because how often are you going to take your insoles out from your shoe to wash them and whatnot or touch them? That's specific to that person. So like, let's say Lady Freedom, if like one of your children were missing and you had a shirt and you gave it to me, so your child wore that, then you touched it, now I have it. Or let's say like your child was at school the day before and they wore it to school, and let's say all their buddies give them hugs and whatnot. There's so many scents that are on that shirt. That's why I like a shoe insole, because it's very, very, what are the chances someone else is going to touch that, But I think TBI told me initially it was, a shirt, pants. They told me a pillowcase was given. and they did talk about the carpet fibers from the room, but I remember they did mention specifically a pillowcase. I remember Agent Simmons did tell me that. So that was a good idea.
So they did pull carpet fibers.
Yes, that's what Agent Simmons
I'm
told
taking
me.
notes. So
Yeah, we're taking
yeah,
notes.
we're so thank you. So they pulled the carpet fibers because that was a big one
Mhm.
that Nancy Grace had asked about, and that was very important in my opinion, you know, especially with her being a prosecutor, her history, but I mean, for her to key in on that. And then also if you watch crime shows, you understand that, you know, the carpet pulls in a lot of things, just as you were describing with the shirt. Everything's pulling in from scents and, you know, grabbing, you know, a hair that falls out of our head or, you know, whatever it is. So carpet fibers, thank you for clarifying that.
That's possible. That's probably why she actually asked that question about the carpet fibers. I forgot she asked that, but that's probably exactly why she asked that, was because she wanted to know. 'Cause, I mean, I don't know how many people are barefoot in their bedrooms and whatnot, but most people are, unless you wear like nighty socks or slippers or whatnot. At some point in time, your bare feet are probably going to touch the carpet in your room. So, I mean, that's another direct contact for the scent specific canines. So that's probably why she asked that question, is because, you know, if anywhere in the house it's going to have him most present in a carpet. It's probably going to be his bedroom because, you know, Chris, Katie, guests, everyone else is going to be walking in the living room, Sebastian's bedroom. The chances of strangers being in his bedroom is going to be less likely. So,
What about
Right.
what if so Kathy is asking how would the scent work on a new pair of shoes he barely wore? So if he were in new pairs of shoes, you know,
right. Well,
would
again, if you're talking about brand new shoes, Max wasn't a scent specific dog. Max was just tracking the ground disturbance and like the scent of a human in general walking away from the house. For a scent specific dog, you could put your, like, cadaver dogs can detect death within minutes of it happening. For a dog that's doing scent specific work, it doesn't matter. You put those shoes on for like 5-10 minutes, your scent's in there to a dog. It doesn't matter. Now that dog, I wouldn't say a puppy who just brand newly certified would be able to, you know, work it that way. But if I were to take Gator, who's now 10 years old and has been doing this for a while, he's going to know what to look for because he can know to isolate those odors. You know, it's called a scent cone in the canine world. So he's going to know what he's doing, if that makes sense. But again, this was a dog that was ground disturbance. Max wasn't scent specific. Max was just tracking that moving away from the house. So I know it's very confusing. I'm gonna have to do like a post-it write-up of like the difference between the two of them because it gets confusing. But all I can say is that Max led away from that house, and I trust dogs over people. I really do. I mean, you can't buy a dog. You know, you can't be like, hey, if you intentionally do this, it's not like that Blake Shelton song Old Red, where like the dog purposely leads the cops away from the running away criminal to go be with his girlfriend. It doesn't work like that in real life. It's a song. But yeah.
so on the way home, Holly is asking, on the way home, I thought I remember Seth saying something about it took her a week to produce that video. Very troubling and suspicious if true. Hmm. What video? I wonder, are you talking, Holly? Are you talking about the
Lights
can
video?
where they're going home? I don't know. I don't know if that's the one that you're talking about. What video?
I was confused
Yeah,
with that too.
and also going back to the scent, you know, your feet are going to be the stinkiest, you know, things too, right?
Mhm.
That gather your scent that you wear day after day. So I that's so valuable to know too, Jules, that would be a, you know, an avenue to go down if you were trying to in fact find someone's scent, because it's less disturbed by other people. You're because like you said, nobody's really going to pick up your shoes and put their hands in your shoes, right? Or
Mhm.
you know, maybe people might wear your shoes.
Yeah, Neuro, as far as I know, it was just audio. It wasn't like a video, it was just audio. And so, one of the things that I've thought about is, okay, so we've got Sebastian and his mom talking on the way home. And it's about 7 miles, 6 miles from the Texas Roadhouse to their home. Okay, if they're just talking, and she is a tech girl, all of them are tech. Is there a way to manipulate that? I don't know. I would think not, but I don't know. I don't know. Because if they have them talking, are they talking the whole way home? Are you hearing the garage door? Are you hearing Sebastian get out? I'm going to go do this. And I mean, how do we know for sure? And if, it's just the things that, of course, we're not going to know because they have to keep everything to their vest. It's a active investigation. They can't tell us things like that. But there is definitely a reason why they went to the landfill. There's definitely a reason why they came back a year later to retrieve devices and cameras. We just don't know why. We can speculate, and that's what we're doing. We're speculating why.
So we have to speculate and put our brains together. Like, this is very productive in terms of putting everybody together. Especially all of you guys in chat have really great comments. KC Blues even says, personally, I don't think he was I think he was handed off on the way back from the Texas Roadhouse. And we haven't ruled that out, right? I mean, Jules, I haven't.
No, yeah,
have.
I don't, that I haven't really, I'm not ruling anything out, but Diamonds for DC, I don't know what people's names are. They're huge names for me with the stupid YouTube chat thing. Said
They do that. I know.
If a neighbor would have been at Sebastian, thank you. So I don't have to read it out loud. So the ground disturbance canines tracking the most freshest and cleanest scent away from the house, but Max didn't go to a neighbor's house. Max went to the retention pond. So the freshest, cleanest scent, because allegedly wasn't this neighbor thing, didn't that happen before the lights or whatever happened, if I'm thinking correctly? I'm trying to remember the timeline, but Max went to the pond, so the freshest, most cleanest scent he picked up on is what he followed. But I've always believed somebody led Sebastian away from the house and he got in a car and someone walked back the exact same path, thinking and knowing a dog's going to come out here. Let me walk back the same way and not do like a circle around. You just kind of made it worse because you walked over the same path twice. It's like when you're walking through snow and you walk back and forth, your trail is deeper, the scent is stronger for the dog. So that's not very smart when people do stuff like that. They don't think about that though. So
I don't know. It says I do. Nero was asking. I do wonder if Nina complained about the camera being in the daughter's bedroom as a cause for a re-warrant. I don't think so. It's my personal opinion. I do not think so. I don't think so. I don't. In my personal opinion, I don't think that Nina requested, or I'm sure that she definitely wonders now. Now that they have been, if that's true, if Chris is being honest and Nerdy is just, if all of that is true, then I don't think that Nina knew that they were putting the camera up. And if she did, I'm sure that she is wondering now that they have confiscated it, what is on it? What kind of evidence? Because, her and Chris were going through court stuff. They had a court date after Sebastian went missing. Of course, that court date didn't happen, but they did have a court date. There were things going on with all of that. There was so much going on in the household with Sebastian, bless his heart. There was just, you got two kids that are caught in the middle of whatever that's going on. And I don't think that Nina would have requested it, nor do I think, in my opinion, that she would.
Yeah.
She would have known about it, especially after, her daughter comes back and says, hey, there's a camera in my room. Of course, we all have FaceTime. What if they were on FaceTime together? Nina could have seen that, so I don't, that's my personal opinion. Why would they have put cameras up after Sebastian went missing? Was he afraid of Katie doing something? Were they afraid that somebody was going to come and take? I don't know. I have no, I wish that I knew. Oh, why that, and why they even went back to get that stuff. But I can look in the charts. I can look at the charts of February 2025, and I can see that there are things that are going on. And I'm sure I talked about it back then.
Yep. Heather mentioned it too. Yeah, Heather mentioned it too. Heather talked about this a lot too. And someone said, what if Chris doesn't really have anything to do with it? He's just helping KP. I mean, that's a possibility. All I can speak on is what he told me. He told me he was at work, but I mean, that's what he told me. And I'm just going to I mean, there's too many questions. I think everybody has something that's going on with this that's just weird. There's nothing normal about this case at all by any means. Otherwise, it would have been solved already. I mean, I don't know. Just because he doesn't have something physical to do with anything doesn't mean there wasn't behind the scenes work happening. Now, I'm not saying 100% he did. I'm just saying there's that possibility to consider. If somebody isn't physically there, could they still play a part in doing something? Absolutely, 100%. But that doesn't mean the three of us are saying that. We're just talking about theories and ideas. We're trying to brainstorm things here. So that's, yeah. And somebody said that's under the law, it's accessory. Yeah, that's very true too. So, I mean, we're just speculating ideas. We don't know what we don't know. Not to quote Craddock, but I didn't mean to do that, but that's what he said. So
No, I mean, I do quote him because I think it's important. Eric Craddock has a lot of education and background, and I will say that, um, we can't discount that part, and then also he has been on Sebastian's case since day one.
Well,
yeah.
well, he wasn't really on the case since day one, but
Well, the
Yes,
spokesperson.
He was present. He was there in the press conferences, looking like all like, I don't know. To me, he always looked like he just looks like he's like not like scared, like sad. He just has this look about him. I can't place it. I don't know. He looks like it's like what are those little cartoon characters? Oh my god, what was that cartoon we had, like one of the Recess characters where he just looks like he's always inquisitive about everything or something. I'm just like, he just looks inquisitive all the time. Maybe that's just his natural face. I don't know, but I mean, he's been in the vicinity since day one. I'll say that. So, yeah. And Brenda Susan, in my opinion, when they put the pictures in the flyers when he was younger,
yeah, he's expressive, that's for sure. In his face. I think that there's a
squirrel in the
There's
headlights.
there's
Sorry,
a
you
lot that we can take from the very beginning, and we know that, there was a lot of people around the house, inside, outside the house. There's a lot of things that I think that they should have done differently. The problem with Tennessee that I have found is a repetitive problem, is they always think, especially if a kid is over, a certain age, they think that that kid ran away and they treat it as a runaway instead of a crime scene. And that's where I think that they failed. And that is the reason why I feel like, in my opinion, that Seth gets upset, is because when you fail Sebastian, you're failing him in the sense of you treated this as a runaway. You didn't treat this as a possible runaway, a possible crime scene, and cover your tracks in all areas of, investigation. And the things that they didn't do, the things that they did not do is how he feels like that they have failed his son. And that's why his son has not been found. And that is a problem. That's a pattern with the state of Tennessee. And then, of course, Nerdy says, well, Chris says that
Mhm.
that the TBI and Sumner County aren't on the same page. That's another thing that I've heard quite a bit from investigators and detectives here in the state of Tennessee that I talked to, not on Sebastian's case, but on other cases, that the jurisdictions sharing information is just not there. And that's a big problem. They don't share information. They, if maybe it's true, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Maybe the TBI thinks that he didn't make it home. Maybe Sumner County thinks that he made it home. Maybe there's just things that we just won't know until there is an arrest made, period.
Yeah. And somebody couponing us in the chat about sweating through your feet. Actually, the area where you sweat through the most naturally is your forehead. You sweat through your forehead more so than your feet. But your feet have like a higher level of sweat glands per square inch. But you actually sweat through your forehead a lot more than your feet, believe it or not. But because there's so many concentrated glands on your feet, especially those soles for the shoes, that's a target for sweating. We call emotional or exertive sweating. But overall sweat rate, your forehead actually produces the most sweat. I don't know if anybody knew that, but that's what we learned in class. But and sorry, Jen, and then somebody asked about Chris. Someone said about me not being let back in the house. He didn't let me in the house to start with. I called him. I spoke with him. And I have the audio of him saying the TBI agent said my credentials were legit, which is why I don't know why people are like, oh, not credible people. Chris Proudfoot said TBI in Sumner County said I was legit. He did that, and then he sent an email to Seth saying his house nor family members' houses could be searched. And he said and he told me, and I have this in our second call that I have, he said that the reason being is because so many dogs went in there. What's one more dog going to make a difference? It wasn't because I was weird or I was going to go in medicine cabinets or whatnot. That's not what that was about. And the only reason the medicine cabinets thing came into play is because of Sebastian's medication. And Seth can vouch for this, I told both Seth and Chris, I said, just so you know, if either one of you is hiding Sebastian somewhere or you're hiding his medication from my canine, he's going to find it. I'm just telling you right now. And then Chris said to me, well, how could he tell the difference between a Tylenol and Sebastian's medication? I explained the differences. And my Tylenol doesn't have the chemical breakdown that a narcotics dog's looking for. So that's how that medicine cabinet theory turned into that. I don't know how that happened, but apparently just that's what that was. But I told Seth can vouch for this. I straight up told him, I'm like, if you're hiding him or hiding his medication, my dog's going to find it. And Seth automatically was like, you can search anything of mine, my house, my car, my workplace. You can search anywhere. He's like, I just want my son. I don't care where you search. I have nothing to hide. So, I don't know. To me, that just, and when Chris said too many dogs have been in his house, that's what his reasoning was overall for that, not because of anything else. So, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. That's all I can say about that.
So let me ask you this, Jules. With that being said, because I have wondered about medication, I have wondered about that. So can you go into more detail, if you don't mind, about the vibe that you got, what you were? I want to hear more about the medications and the narcotics, like you were talking about with your or
Mhm.
with any type of narcotics dog. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah.
And at the
So
beginning, what you're talking about, because I don't know that I'm familiar with that.
sure. So I'm talking about the medication that Sebastian may or may not have allegedly been on at the time he went missing. In addition to, some people have speculated one of the two parents in that house being on something to control their emotions. I don't know how true that is, but all narcotics canines are trained on the big five. Well, now it's kind of the four because MJ, I'll just use the abbreviations, is you can look these up for the full name. I don't want to say that. I don't want to get her demonetized, but MJ, which is one that's kind of phasing out of narcotics dogs. But there's the big four. There's or I'll just say roke, heroin, methamphetamine, and oh my god, MDMA is the other one. So I don't want to say the full names on here because I don't want to get you in trouble because I don't know who YouTube is, but those are the big four outside of the MJ. Now, all narcotics dogs have to certify on those when they're passing. However, once you do that, you can go into the pharmaceuticals and stuff. For example, like Addy, for example, for people with ADHD, because it's technically a ramphetamine salt. There's chemical compounds in the original Big Four that are present in that one also. It's a controlled substance. So that way, once your dog knows those big ones, they can go to the smaller ones. I hope that makes sense. I'm trying to speak in code because, again, I don't want to get anybody in trouble on YouTube, but I hope that makes sense. So if you're on ADHD or Xanax is a big one that canines are being trained to find right now because people, abuse that. Once your dog's on those big four, there's a lot of chemical breakdowns in these pharmaceuticals that a dog can pick up on. And it can be liquid form, powdered form, pill form, whatever. People will do stuff like hide their research rehab sometimes because people sneak stuff in. Gator's found stuff in shampoo bottles. He's found stuff somebody tried hiding Xanax behind a light switch plate before. And again, you got to remember, Gator's a bit different. He's 10 years old. He can find stuff better than a 4-year-old dog would do just because he's been doing this for so long. But yeah, I hope that makes sense or answers what you're asking. But again, I don't want to say the names of the medications that Sebastian was allegedly on because I don't want to for private, but I know Seth and Chris have both told me, but I can talk to you guys about that offline because I'm sure they've mentioned it to you, Jen. I don't want to say it publicly, but one of those medications he was allegedly on, Gator would have picked up on because of the chemical breakdown if it was hidden in the house somewhere.
Right. Oh yeah, you did.
I was going to say, yeah, no, Jules, and I think that's invaluable information. I mean, all of the information on the dogs was pretty muddled, especially with, so many canines being brought in. Also, even looking at Devlin's SAR map, in another case,
Mhm.
Devlin kids missing from Odessa, Lake Odessa, excuse me, Michigan. And when you look at that, you see, for instance, Canine Quinn was there, and you see what, how they were tracking, and everything. And it's just really important to put it in perspective that, I don't, in my opinion, I didn't think that Sebastian's scent would just be found randomly at the dam. So I'm so glad that you mentioned that. And, and thank you all for your questions in the chat. We're going to try to get as many as we can answered. So, and thank you, Jules, for being here. I mean, because this is very important for us to, understand.
Yeah, I agree. And it's like, oh, so what do you think when you were telling Chris that? What was your impression about how he answered the questions about when you said if there's any medications, the dog's going to find it? What was your impression? I mean, I just want to, get your.
He did a kind of nervous laugh when I said that, and that's when he brought up the difference between the Tylenol and like a pharmaceutical medication. And that's when I said the chemical breakdown's totally different between a controlled substance and like Tylenol. Now, there's some studies that have proven Tylenol 3 could set off a canine, but I mean, that's very, very rare. Just because Tylenol 3's got a bit more of a different, what is it? Not aspartame. It's got a bit different of the chemical compound than like regular Tylenol or Advil. But he kind of like laughed nervously when I mentioned the hiding medication thing. And that's when he brought it to me. That was just like, I don't know. At first, when I heard it, I wasn't really paying attention so much because I was just like, okay, he's just being, whatever. But going back and listening to the audio, it was definitely more of a nervous laugh. And I was just like, all right. And then he switched to the differences. I don't know. I'm not used to people laughing even nervously on certain things like that. Seth immediately was like, I don't care. You can search wherever. I don't know. I wasn't sure if that was his personality to always be joking about stuff and laughing. I really wasn't sure at the time, but it's just like, I'm just not used to people laughing even nervously or jokingly when I say stuff like that. So.
Indicator.
Yeah, it's a key indicator, I think. Yeah, I wanted to get your opinion on that. And Brenda Sue says it's like the neighbor said at the vigil. It's bad. It's really bad. Tells me a lot, in my opinion. So, you know, the neighbor that we are under the impression, of course, it's a rumor that the neighbor in back, Mr. Carr, who used to be or was or is a reserve police officer, he had made the comment, someone said at the vigil, that he was very upset and said that it was really bad. It was really bad. And I'm just, we all get stuck on that. And it is a rumor. We don't know if that's true or not. But what do you think about that, Jules?
I honest to God didn't hear about that part of it, but this neighbor saying it's bad, it's really bad. I honest to God didn't hear about that. So that's kind of, not kind of, that is concerning if a neighbor's just like that at a vigil. Like why would you bring that up there of all places? Because everyone's in their emotions. Maybe that person was feeling emotional and they said something they weren't supposed to. I don't know, but that's really, I don't know. I'd side eye that. So I apologize. I see what Tranquility's comment. Okay. That part I did hear about. I thought maybe you were talking about him and knowing someone Sebastian, but that part I only heard a little bit about with the relationship thing. Again, people are weird. That's all I can really say about that. Yeah.
Well, and he could have just been saying it's so bad because they haven't found Sebastian yet, too. So that's one
Yep.
avenue to look at, like knowing, because I think he was said to have been at the command center. So maybe there was some things that were, talked about, and it is emotional. I almost got emotional yesterday when Seth said that at the Pig Fest. I mean, and that wasn't even an emotional time. It was just something that, triggered a response or emotion in myself. So it could have just been, it's bad, it's really bad for that reason, or it could have been something different, but it is concerning. I agree, Jules. It's concerning.
Who heard
there
him
could
say
have been
that by chance? Sorry,
No, it's okay. I did hear the rumor that there was a relationship, but that's a rumor. I heard that, he was riding along in the car and they were talking about the case. That's a rumor. We don't know for sure. We really don't know for sure unless we're talking to the guy and he told us, yeah, I had a relationship with her, or hey, yeah, I was riding around in the cop car and this is what I was told. That, unless he tells us that, it's a rumor. we're just talking about if that were true, then what could he have caught on camera that the DA has
Mhm.
that we have no idea about? You know,
Yeah.
if that were true, then that is, that is what I would think, that there is something that he would have, because he had the camera, the car residence has the camera that goes to the backyard. So if he heard something, if he saw something, that camera could have caught something that
Mhm.
we don't know anything about. But there's been no arrest made.
Yeah.
So they're working the investigation. And I do think that they're working it. I think that they want to find Sebastian. I just think that they
Yeah.
missed him at the very beginning, and they should have treated it not just as a runaway. They should have, you know, shut
Yeah, I
the
do too.
shut
Mhm.
the shut the they should have shut everything down and asked everybody to leave the house.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I
I
agree.
mean, that's
And
my
that's the one thing I will say about Agent Simmons from TBI when I was on the phone with him talking about this. Because when I was out there I asked him, I'm like, if my cadaver dog and I find something in the woods, who do I call? And he said, you call me. Because he said he wants to bring Sebastian home. He's like, I want to find this kid. And I can tell Agent Simmons, I don't see him as being a liar. I don't see him as being like conniving. I think he's very honest and straightforward. I don't think he's ever handled a case that took to social media like this one did. So I think he's just really like, he's dealing with a lot. So yeah, it's hard for him, especially because he's got people coming from all angles. So when he told me, he's just like, you call me, and because he's like, I'll take care of talking to the parents in Sumner County, but he's like, I want to bring Sebastian home. And I agree. At first I was frustrated with law enforcement too, but then I stepped back from all the drama and all the everything, and I was looking at it from like a perspective of, if this were my investigation, what would I do? And I get it, and it is frustrating. And especially with so many people on social media talking about stuff, you have to be careful. So I get it, but I also understand the other side where it's like, just there has to be something. But again, cases build up over time. Cherry Mahan right now missing in Pennsylvania. I was out there with another cadaver handler and Pennsylvania State Police, and we think we may allegedly know where her remains are. It's been 40 years for that mother to have answers, and I met the mother, and that was really emotional the other day out there. So things take time. I mean, but again, 40 years ago, we didn't have technology like we do now. So it's a bit different. But I mean, I don't know. I think we're coming close. I really do. It's just something in my gut, something is making me feel like it's only a matter of time before
We
something
were
comes up.
saying that too last night. We were just like, something is, I mean, it's just, there's something about everything, especially things that are kind of coming out. One thing that I kind of took away from what Chris had told Nerdy, well, there was several things, but one major thing is that Chris is trying to paint a different narrative now all of a sudden, which is, it's curious to me. I haven't exactly put my finger on what's going on with that, but
Hmm.
just with major pieces like with the dogs, him telling him something completely different at this point, and then also telling some truths like, oh yeah, actually that warrant was, because whenever that came out, he was saying that that was not a criminal warrant. It had to do with other litigation that was ongoing at that point. And so, I just kind of chalked it up to, oh, or it could have been a mistake over you know, the PA system or whatever, the scanner. I don't think so. But
Yeah.
you consider everything. But I do think it's curious that Chris is telling Nerdy, another creator, information that he's also trying to control, because that was one of the three things he asked him not to talk about, but then Nerdy decided to. And now that could all
Hmm.
be a scripted situation as well.
I don't even know who Nerdy Addict really is. I just saw like something in my feed about something. I'm just, War Eagle posted it, and I was just like, who the heck is this person? Like, I honestly, I don't know who that person is. But when I saw something different with the dogs, I'm like, okay, no, we're not doing this. So I honestly got have no idea who that person is. I think he's on X or something. But I was like, who's this new character unlocked type of deal? So I I don't know. And how did Sebastian get 10 miles away? Well, that kind of goes against what Steve Fisher was saying. Didn't Steve Fisher say he thinks Sebastian's within 5 miles of his house if he's found? So that 10 miles thing is outside of Steve's radius. So, I mean, if that's what is being pushed, so that means Chris is going against what his PI is putting out there. So there's also that now. So
Absolutely. Well, and then just, I mean, on top of that, I think a lot of it has to do with you know, what he wants to kind of push out now might be completely different. I just feel like their stories from the beginning were scripted, and I don't know who Nerdy Addict is, but I do think that his show the next night that he put on with Susan Constantine was a very accurate representation of kind of what we can look for in terms of what they have stated before and then now what they're stating presently. I think those things are important to examine.
yeah,
I want to say, so even though we hear that the U.S. Marshals are not on the case, um, let me just say that when someone goes missing, the work that I do, when somebody goes missing, or let's just say there are certain connections that the state of Tennessee and the U.S. Marshals have. And the U.S. Marshals do show up a lot in this case. So whether they are on the case, they're not on the case, that is, I think that they do. I think that they are utilized. I think that the U.S. Marshals have been and will continue to be utilized for their specialties, just like with the Secret Service. So I don't know that I don't know that that's accurate, Liberty, that the U.S. Marshals are not on this case. I think that there is a possibility that they have been utilized with this case. I don't know if it would be with the tech or what have you, but there is, let's say that Sebastian was talking to somebody online. That could be a reason why I do see the U.S. Marshals showing up with this case. Yeah, Seth did say that they're not. Seth did say that they're not. And I tell Seth the same thing, that they're not, but don't worry, because they could be. Maybe he's just not talking. Seth isn't going to be in the know of all the information, just like we're not going to be in the know of all the information that Seth has. Everybody has to keep certain things to their vest. We can't just tell, you can't just show your hand. If you're playing cards, you're not showing everybody your hand. You're trying to win the game. So you're not showing everybody your hand. You're trying to get to the end goal, which is to win. And their end goal with Sebastian, it should be, everybody's goal should be, that end game is to find Sebastian and understand what happened to him, where he went, and everything about his case is not going to be in the public eye. Even though Seth may not think that the U.S. Marshals are on it, we just don't know. We don't know if the Secret Service is involved because, when you have a lead that goes outside the United States, or if you have a lead that goes out of the state of Tennessee, other agencies are picking up that lead. Am I wrong?
no, you're not wrong. Because you need some other places have like Sumner County Sheriff's Office does not have GPR, ground penetrating radar, so they need to allocate outside resources to get that if they need to use it. That's just one example I can think of. But sometimes agencies don't have the funding to get other stuff that they need, so they have to count on a partnership with an agency to do that. So I mean, it's kind of how it is with that. So you're not wrong. Especially, you're right. If things do go out of the country, you do have to reach out to your embassies and to those agencies to get in touch with somebody. And sometimes they can take a while to get back. Even for me in the military, we had a soldier who was stationed in Germany that passed away. And when his remains came home, he had a car over there and some other stuff. And for me to work with the embassy over there and the casualty assistance officer over in Germany, it took a long time because I had to work with the German liaison. And it takes time to work with these places to get things. And that was the soldier we were trying to bring back home, in his belongings. So it took a long time. And meanwhile, the family is just hey, when are we going to use because car? And it's just I did my best. But again, you're right, especially right now with things in the government being upside down. It's hard to do a lot of stuff right now. So a lot of these federal agents, they still have to work because they can't not work. But you're right. You do have to rely on outside agencies to get additional help and equipment.
Well, and we also need proof of having these certain elements, being involved, because there are things that are always going to make us side eye law enforcement, or we'll say, well, law enforcement can lie to us. It's not illegal for them to, or,
Hmm.
catch them lying or something, or we think we do, or whatever it is. But I also think that it's really important to recognize, how the system works in order for us to understand it better. And then so thank you for clarifying that too, because that's a big thing, is funding, right? And just the way everything works. It's important to know that, and then that's where we can find issues or bottleneck, or something to find a solution. But I do understand people having that distrust. I do understand where, because I have it too, and I don't think I think it's a good thing not to let your guard down, but you also have to, I think there's more important things to really look at as well, like in terms of Sebastian's case specifically. I think that if we just look at these key situations or scenarios, and elements within the case, and the ones that we can prove is the biggest one to
Yeah.
me. Like, what
Hmm.
can we actually prove, right? Like, is
Exactly.
corruption involved? Perhaps, but let's examine every aspect. And I think we have, but I don't want to get stuck on one aspect or another either, because we
Hmm.
don't know, Jules. You're right.
All angles. And somebody said, why didn't Eric try to get fresh eyes on the case? So I've always thought that same thing. But a couple days ago, I was searching in Pennsylvania for this kid named Zachary Vidal who went missing. And I can tell you right now, he's missing for three years. October 22nd was his anniversary for when he went missing. And I was with the police captain yesterday searching a particular area. And that captain really wants to bring Zachary is his case. He's been on this for 3 years. And some people might say, oh, it's kind of selfish, their case, bring them home. But sometimes officers and even us in the military, if we're doing like military crimes and whatnot, we get attached to cases because we get attached, like finding answers. And I'm not afraid to ask for help when I need it. But I mean, sometimes it's hard for these officers to turn over full fledged. And I don't know what Craddock's relationship is to the case as opposed to what Sonny's was when he was a sheriff. But I mean, that I know it's not an excuse, but I think that could be part of the reason. I think Craddock just wants to bring Sebastian home. Same way Simmons wants to bring Sebastian home. Captain Welsh wants to bring Zachary home. Jesse Farber, that police captain, wants to bring Jesse home. There's just certain lead investigators who really want that case solved. And yes, they should ask for help, but I think they think if they let that case go, they're going to let somebody down, on especially the missing person. So I'm not by any means excusing him not asking for fresh eyes. I'm just trying to see from his perspective, having worked a couple of missing person cases since the Sebastian stuff's been going on, and really working closely with some officers. I can see now why they don't want to let things go. So,
Um,
oh, yeah, I see the question. So so here's where it can be kind of hard. So I know that the ground disturbance dogs, they went to the last known location. I know that there were areas cadaver dogs were taken to. There were areas of high interest where he used to frequent or visit, like a couple parks and places. Whatever that one island is out there, what's that one island, Rock Island or whatever it was, they had dogs out there. Scent specific dogs, cadaver dogs. I don't know if they went to every single place Sebastian went to, because you got to think those are high traffic areas where a bunch of people are walking through, bowling alleys, stores and whatnot. So that's where a ground disturbance canine is not going to be effective, because you're thinking of all those cross tracks going on. The dog wouldn't know what to do. A sense specific. That's why ground disturbance canines, you can't use them in the city, because think of how many people are crossing past. A scent specific dog you can take to the city because it's looking for an individual person's scent. So I can't say they went to every spot he was at, but I know that there were cadaver dogs and specific dogs taken to places that Sebastian used to frequent, or might be places of interest, if that answers that question. I just can't speak to 100% every location he was at that day.
Right. Well, and Mama Bear was saying about, everybody needs to be investigated, like in terms of family members, and and I agree with, friends, everybody. that could have been involved, because, it's my opinion that Katie couldn't have done this alone. Although she does hold the key because she was the last one with Sebastian, there had to have been other people that assisted or have guilty knowledge in that way, right? It's just kind of like natural. It's not me blaming anybody in particular because I don't know, but there had to have been help in order for everything to have transpired in the way that it has, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if they're considering this a cold case just yet. I think they're still saying it's an active investigation. I don't know what classification it takes for a case to be rendered cold. I know people are saying, oh, it's going cold, but I don't think I've ever heard. Does somebody have to declare somebody as being deceased for it to be considered a cold case? I don't know. In Pennsylvania, for example, I think up here you have to declare someone as legally being deceased for it to be a cold case, but it's still an active investigation, if that makes sense. So I don't know what Tennessee's laws are with that, but I mean, I'm sure Chris McDonough would be willing to come in if he had to with anything. So I know he's been on this. I know Peter Hyatt, may he rest in peace, was all about this too. So it's just, there's a lot of sadness around this case, a lot of hurt. But I've grown since first getting involved in this. I used to care a lot about what people think, and now it's just like, you know what? I don't care what people think about me anymore. I'm going to tell the truth. I might not give the best answers. I might not give like what people want to hear, but hence that question with the last location thing. I'm just going to tell you the truth and as I know it. So, I mean, I know people get mad when it's not what they want to hear, but I'd rather be honest and disappoint someone with honest news than try to give somebody false hope, you know?
So much appreciated too. It really is, Jules, because I mean, and that's the thing too, because we can go down rabbit holes, we can be pulled down rabbit holes, or even put ourselves in that position.
Mhm.
Um,
You've
you
grown
know,
since this case
it's
started
easy.
too. Yeah, you've grown since this case started too. Like with like things, I think, and Jen has. I think we all have. I think in the beginning there was a lot going on, and I think we've all reached the point where it's just honest. We just want on. Not that anybody was lying, but we just want honest answers. We don't want theories. We want to go backtrack through the facts, and I think we're going to find our answer if we do that. If everyone works together and stops with this whole like running internet rumors and narratives, I think we could find what we really want to look for. The divide is very weird. I said this to the police captain yesterday. I was helping. I said, I don't know what it is with the true crime community that somebody has to find a theory or something. I don't know why people get like weird about stuff. It's just like, why don't we all just, if you really want to bring somebody home, work together, put your differences aside. In Cherry's case, it's me, another handler, FBI, state police, the Butler County police. We're all working together, putting aside our differences to find Cherry and bring her home. Like, who cares about egos? Who cares about, rewards and whatnot? None of us care about that. We just want to find answers. It's been 40 years. Like, bring her home, Sebastian. It's going to be, God, it's been too long. Like, just bring him home. So you guys have all been great here. That's why I like coming here. So, yeah, the dogs searched the entire house, Terry. The dogs went to every single room, every single spot. The dogs went everywhere a dog could possibly go, and the police searched everywhere they could possibly search in that house. So that much I know for sure. But yeah, that's
Well,
weird.
that's fantastic news, Jules, because that's a big clarification for us. And then also going back to the carpet fibers, going back through, those key things that were done, the steps that were taken, those are so important. So we know that that's been done. So thank you, because I know that goes back and forth, and the internet rumors and drama is, it's a problem. It's a major problem, and we need to just, even if we don't like each other, there's still things that we can bring to the table, just when it comes to Sebastian, keep it about Sebastian. Let's figure out what could have happened. And I agree, people do get weird. If we disagree, sometimes people can't take it,
I agree.
shit, me and Jen have gone back and forth, but it's also about like knowing that we're both coming from the same spot, and maybe people don't trust each other, that they are coming from a point of truly wanting to find Sebastian, you know.
Yeah, Bo said no. So, Bo, that's the thing that I mentioned earlier. We can't confirm, and that's why Ken Weiner said none of them led to Sebastian. So, we can't confirm 100% that there wasn't a trace of Sebastian that was detected. We just know we didn't find him, if that makes sense. So, I'm sure one of those dogs 100% picked up something, but again, it just, we didn't find him at the end of whatever the canines tracked. So that's why Ken Widener said none of them led to Sebastian, because they didn't, because he wasn't sitting at the end of the track. He wasn't sitting in the woods where a dog found him. The odor just disappeared. Like, it just stopped. So to me, it's 100%. I think he got in a car, or he got in something. And then that's why a canine's track will end. Because once a person gets in a car, I mean, the track's going to stop. You can't track the car at that point, because just how dogs work. They're not Crypto the super dog. So there's that. But I mean, you're right about the tuning out the drama channels. Holly said 100%. I don't even know what's going on in that world anymore. I really stopped with that. I'm just focusing on, like, for example, somebody reached out to Cherry's Facebook page and said, report Julia for being like this, like, weird handler and stuff on the page. I know those people very well. They messaged me like, this person said for us to reach out to the search and rescue group of Pennsylvania and report you for this. I'm like, can you guys just go away? Like, I sent my search to PSP. I sent my search to the private investigator on the case. Like, go away. Like, if you care about bringing people home, like, what does it matter? I'm just really tired of people being weird, and like people investigating into like you and like Jen, like everybody, just leave them alone. Let them do their work. Jen's awesome. Jen, like, could feel I was feeling, what was a couple weeks ago, Jen, when I told you message or something, you were just like, oh yeah, I definitely felt that from you. I'm just like, how did she know that? I'm like, because we all have our strengths, in our areas. And you both have been great
what you're
friends to
doing for
me.
Sherry is awesome for her mom. Like, what you're doing is amazing, Jules. Like those are the things. I mean, that is a true cold case. How long has it been again?
40 years.
Goodness. I mean,
I
it's just
know.
like,
She was the
and
first face in the
just
milk carton kid too. Like, on the face in the milk carton, she was one of the first ones that was on the Have You Seen Me flyers that went out in Pennsylvania. That was her. So
wow. And I shared that the one night on my shows. I think I still have it loaded in. If I didn't delete it out, just because I have, just so much space in there. But I mean, just that alone, like us knowing about her, what you're doing is amazing. Cold cases are another thing that is just such a very important part of what we do, is always remembering all of the people out there. you know um
yeah,
it's
I
just very
agree.
important.
But you two have been
you
great
know and,
friends.
and and
Yeah.
what people don't know that you're doing behind the scenes is amazing. And the same goes for the advocacy that Seth does. Same thing goes for advocacy that Jen and I do. Like,
Mhm.
me working newly with people, I'm so new to it, but like even working with Devlin's mom, have had experience working with the other side of the family, so I'm kind of getting my sea legs, so to speak, but also understanding how it is to talk to these families, because they are hurting. It doesn't matter if they had something to do with it or not, they're still hurting.
Yeah.
And I even see that in Devlin's family. Not speaking specifically about Sebastian or Devlin, but in that case, yeah,
Mhm. Yeah.
Devlin's family members, even though I think maybe they have guilty knowledge, I mean, they're still hurting from whatever happened, the trauma of the situation.
Yeah, and someone said if KP was wearing Sebastian's shoes and ran to the pond and jumped in, would the dog still track there? Again, tracking the freshest, most cleanest scent. Max was tracking ground disturbance. So if no other activity happens between then and that track going out and then the morning, yeah, that's the freshest track he's going to go after, leading away from the house. So again, it's not about it being Sebastian's shoes; it's about the track leading away from the home. Now, for a scent specific dog, it's still going to be, that can be a hit or miss thing. How long was Sebastian wearing those shoes compared to Katie, whose odor is going to be strongest for a scent specific dog? The dog's going off with the strongest odor. So hopefully that makes sense. I said that a lot at
Jules,
the end. I'm like, hopefully that makes sense. Like, just
you're
because, like,
making perfect sense. What if somebody was, say, to switch shoes? I mean, this was something that's been interesting to me, and I've forgotten to ask you about it. But like, what if I was to, switch shoes with somebody? Would that affect it? Or, a brand new shoes, of course, are going to have less of a scent, but would that make a difference?
I mean, again, like I just said, if like switching, like someone asked about Katie switching shoes and whatnot, the scent specific dogs are air scenting and going off of that specific odor. Sebastian's, if you were to wear, like, let's say you and Jen switch shoes, let's say Jen had these shoes for like 6 months and she wore them, and you one day were just like, I'm going to wear these shoes or whatever. Jen's odor is going to be strongest than them because she wore them longer, even if it's for a couple more minutes longer, a couple more, however longer, her odor is going to be the strongest. But again, this is a ground disturbance dog that was tracking. So he was just tracking in general the direction of travel away from the house. So that's what that is. So it didn't, for the ground disturbance dog, it didn't matter who wore the shoes last. It was just following a track away from the house. For a scent specific dog, again, bit different. Gator, for example, he would know, like, okay, Jen wore these shoes longer, I'm tracking Jen's odor. But I refer to the Lacey Peterson case all the time, when Lacey Peterson, when Scott gave her sunglasses to the dog handler. He touched those glasses. The dog tracked to that dock, but he touched the sunglasses, and obviously she wore them. But it's like, at that point, those two odors are present. So it's just like contamination and stuff. Yeah, it can affect the dog. But again, if Jen wore the shoes for 6 months and you one day decided to put them on, Jen's odor is still going to be stronger, even if yours is the most recent. You're not wearing them as much. It's not as much wear and tear from you. So, but for Max, it didn't matter. It was ground disturbance.
Right. So they would almost have to be wearing the same shoes, right, for the same amount of time for it to be, the same amount of scent, or whoever's worn them longer. But then also going back to the ground disturbances, and then also them tracking back to the house and stuff like that. Well, if I'm understanding correctly, then the dog would have caught the odor from Sebastian taking the trash from point A to point B, or how does that work?
Well, if the ground disturbance dog's tracking Sebastian, whatever time he allegedly took the trash out, let's say it was like 10 p.m., then that track's not going to be as fresh as the 2 a.m. track leaving the house. So the sense, again, two different things, ground disturbance versus scent specific. So the ground disturbance dog is not looking for an individual person's scent. It's looking for the freshest, cleanest track of direction, which is why somebody mentioned in the chat, and that's right. The police tracking canine is not, they're just looking for whatever that freshest, cleanest track is. They're not looking for an individual person. And for me personally, they should have brought in a scent specific dog and the tracking dog at the exact same time, because one dog's looking for the individual scent, the other's tracking, the freshest, cleanest away from the place. Obviously, you spread them apart when they leave the house or when they take off, which directions they're going. But it's for an escaped convict, for example, like if I take Gator out to Berks County Correctional and an inmate escapes, it's one person, and we know for a fact that he's on the run and he's running away. So I know who I'm tracking more than likely. So it's like, Gator, do track, and he'll follow the path that person took. Whereas with a missing person, like someone in the chat said, Katie's in the house. By that time, I don't know if Chris is back, but there was a couple people, police were walking all over the place. It's just, that's why you have to shut that scene down. That's why when I heard they didn't shut the scene down at the house, it's just like, why? A canine's coming, especially for police department. Police departments know a canine's coming in, they need to track. So it's like, why would you be running all over and doing all kinds of things? Now, people have asked about Max's body cam footage. I can tell you right now, you're not going to get that, because that's going to be used in court one day, because it could be used for something. It's an active case. You're not going to get body cam footage from that day from anybody, because it's an active investigation, missing person, or kidnapping, or whatever it is. It doesn't matter. You're not. People have been trying to get. You're not going to get that body cam footage. And also, it's just like, what? Like, it's only going to confirm what the handlers told me, what TBI told me, and Sumner County told me, the exact track. It's going to prove that Max did not go through Bobby's backyard. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
Lisa.
important to remember. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, no. I got excited.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah, you should absolutely 100% wear gloves whenever you're handling articles or whatever. You 100% should be, I prefer if I'm going like kid in Bloomsburg that went missing, Aiden Ha. I went to the house, met the father, and I told him, like, where is his closet with his stuff so I can get it. So I wore gloves. I went in and I grabbed the shirt. I didn't let the father even touch it with a bag or whatever. I just wanted to have me with my gloves, grabbing a shirt and going out. We weren't the canine team that found Aiden. It was another canine team that found him. We were there that day, and that was hard because I heard on the radio, I heard them tell the police sergeant, we need to bring a dive team out here. Aiden was a nonverbal and autistic. I heard them say on the radio, we need to bring a dive team out here. I knew what that meant. So I had to walk back to the house with Aiden's clothes. Luckily, a PSP guy was with me, a Pennsylvania State Police guy was with me, because I'm like, what do I tell the father? Because I know that they may have found something, but he doesn't know that yet. And that was hard. So PSP came with me. He's like, I'll just walk back with you. And like, if he asks any questions, I'm just going to tell him we're going to have a gathering at the river if you want to come down there just to talk about a couple of things. But we don't want to have too many dogs in the area or whatever he said he was going to tell their dad. So that, thank God he was there, because I don't know what I would have said or done. Because like, what do I do? What do I tell him? So yeah, it's just, it's hard. The more cases I do, the harder it actually kind of gets, actually. But yeah, you should wear gloves when you're handling articles. You don't want to get any more cross-contamination that's already existing. That was hard that day with Aiden. That was, thank God that Pennsylvania State Police officer was with me, because I honest to God don't know what I would have said to that dad if I was by myself.
So all the people that was in the house, could that have messed up any type of evidence when they brought in dogs?
For a ground disturbance canine, yeah, if the dog was tracking around the house looking for, like, did Sebastian like walk from his bedroom to like the bathroom and climb out a window or whatnot? Yeah, everyone running around the house, because again, ground disturbance canines are only tracking, like the actual track, like footstep trackers is what they can be called, referred to as, because a ground disturbance canine's nose is always to the ground with their head down. They're always actively tracking. That's how ground disturbance canines work. So if you have all these people running around in a house, that's a lot of cross tracking. And I talked about this the other day for the Canadian certification course. That's why they intentionally have like at least 2 cross tracks, another person walking across the track to see if the dog will get distracted. In the USA, we have three cross tracks, and a right turn and a left turn, and we cross a road to do stuff. So yeah, but yeah, using shared clothes from a hamper, no, don't do that. Clothes from a shared hamper is not ideal. No, because I don't know how long you guys keep your clothes in a hamper for. I don't keep my clothes in. I wash my clothes like a freak, but that's because I have dog hair and everything. But yeah, you're gonna have cross contamination for sure there.
I would think so as well. So ground disturbance police dogs do not track human scent at all.
Well, I think she's talking about scent specific. So I mean, it's just like, you got to think like it's the falling particles of a human odor falling onto the ground and amongst the disturbed earth that the dog is looking for. That's why when a convict runs away, and I can speak to this because I just did this with Gator a couple weeks ago, 100%. Like the inmate's not going to leave behind an article of clothing for us to, because what are they going to do? Run naked in the woods? Like that's not going to happen. Oh, I mean, that again, it's Pennsylvania. I don't know. So when a canine's tracking a runaway inmate, that's what he's looking for. He sniffs, and then he just takes off. It's hard to explain to somebody how it is, but yeah. So I know it's very confusing, the sciences behind it. I should do like a poster and give it to you guys so I can like do a flow chart of like what dogs do what, if that would help, because people get very confused amongst ground disturbance, aka footstep trackers, versus scent specific. They're 2 very different kinds of dogs. One's got its nose to the ground. One is air scenting. It's very, very different depending on the dog.
Yeah, I think that would be really good, because even after all this time, we're still just like, what? Duh? What? It's like, it's hard for us to wrap our head around it. It's just like, it's hard for people that don't understand what I do. It's hard for them to wrap their head around it. Just like it's hard for us to wrap our head around what you're doing, right?
Yep, and Liberty's right. Liberty's right. Max was not given Sebastian's scent. Max was the ground disturbance dog. The first dog that was given the scent was that bloodhound that came in from a SAR group later on in the day. Because again, scent specific versus ground disturbance, very, very different training, very different odor recognition. So it's just very, very different. So yeah, that's what I said, Liberty. Last person to walk that path, the freshest, cleanest path away from exfilling from the area, as we call it in the police world, an exfil, which is an exit. So sounds like my son's report card. Yeah, I mean, sure. If I should make like a report card format thing. That'd be cool.
Jules, you are so good. Like you are so spot on, and I just love having your perspective on this.
I'm sorry I keep talking. I'm sorry I'm like rambling,
no,
but
you're
this is
great.
something.
No, please, because I think that you have a lot to bring to this conversation, especially because this conversation has been sparked up again with the dogs, and it always was a part of the conversation as it should be. And then also, I would love to get down on a flow chart. Like that is,
Mhm.
I'm down for a flow chart because the understanding of everything is very important. And a lot of people are more visual, and I definitely am a visual person, you know. So,
Yeah. Labs are used too. I've seen a lot of labs used for specific scent trailing. It's not really a breed thing, it's a genetics thing. Like, I mean, I know bloodhounds are genetically bred to have like that. I think everybody, I mean, maybe Chad can tell me, when you like think of a search and rescue dog or like a dog tracking something, I'm sure everybody in chat's gonna say bloodhound's one of the first ones they think of just because we've been programmed as humans, like that's the dog that tracks people. Because of like Walter Matthau or like whatever. I think Dog the Bounty Hunter actually had a bloodhound too. Um, so like bloodhounds are like the go-to, like if someone's missing, I always hear somebody say, "Oh, are the bloodhounds coming out?" Like right away, because as a breed, they're different versus like a Malinois or a Shepherd. While they may not be specifically Shepherds and Malinois are mostly bred for like protection work and high drive situations. A lot of like what are those little, not spaniels, whatever those dogs are, pointers are bred for like hunting, like that's what they're bred for. But again, genetically, gator, for example, might be able to detect better than a newer bloodhound who hasn't been at this that long. It just all depends on your training, your genetics, and whatnot. That's why Bellatrix, my puppy that I have here, who I'm certifying on narcotics also. She's going to take over for Gator one day. She's going to certify on narcotics this winter. Her breeding, her family tree is incredibly, like, she comes from the sport dog world, like as far as she goes, but she's small. Bellatrix is only 45 pounds. She's a tiny Malinois. Like, she's a baby. But she's so good at odor detection, and she was a $3,000 dog. And some people say, what the heck? But I mean, this is as a puppy, not as a trained dog. Brand new, we call it a green dog in the detection world. She's a green dog, not trained on anything, brand new odor. But I don't mind paying that for a high quality dog because she's going to be my partner. She's going to do like my work with me. So, and I got to imprint her myself. So I was happy for that.
Absolutely. And, Rachel says, Jules, you're excited for the holidays. You split the pie or teamwork.
Does the holidays start technically Halloween? Is that technically the start of the holidays?
I know. I don't know. They put all the Christmas stuff out, and I couldn't even find a flower pot, so I had to
What?
just put my plant in a big pumpkin. Is what I
Oh
ended
my
up doing.
God. Is Home Depot putting out Christmas stuff already? That I used to work at Home Depot in high school. That doesn't surprise me. They got like every year it's earlier and earlier. Like one of these days at 4th of July, there's gonna be Christmas stuff out there. Um, honestly, let's see. Just do you mean that say 3 hours for the dog? So again, did the person walk into the house? The dog's tracking. This is why I say that it's wrong that Max didn't start at the house. Max started on the porch step. In my audio that I have on my channel, Chris specifically states that Max started at that porch. So the handler got out, took Max up to like the porch, and they talked. And then they said, okay, Max track. And that's when Max was tracking. So even if somebody walked past the house or walked to the yard, I mean, let's say like Chris parked in the street and walked from the street to the house. Yeah, he's the freshest track, but you knew he came from the car and went to the house. They were tracking the track leading away from the house. So Max may have done what we call like a circle focus. So you take Max to the step, and if he were to go like towards a path that, let's say an officer parked and like drove their car up in the grass and parked in the yard, and an officer got out of the car and like walked towards the house and stepped up on the porch. Yeah, if this starts going that direction, the handler's gonna know, okay, no, that's this person. And then the second Max got a track that like led away from the house like that, that's how he knew what to do. So can't believe Chris. Well, Liberty, TBI, and Sumner County also both told me that Max started on the porch, and the handler. I spoke to Max's handler himself, so they all said the same thing. And I trust the three of them over Chris, but it lined. Maybe that's why Chris told me what he did, because he knew I was going to talk to Sumner County and TBI about it too. So maybe that's why. I don't know.
That answers my question. Well,
Because
that answers my question, Jules. So go ahead, though. I just wanted to say, because I was going to say, well, why do you think he's saying something different now?
because he knew that I was going to talk to TBI in Sumner County. Because actually, I talked to TBI before I talked to Chris, and Agent Simmons. I didn't tell Chris what Agent Simmons told me. I wanted to hear what Chris said, and so almost exactly the same thing. And then I told him I was going to be calling Sonny, the sheriff, after I spoke to him. I said at the start of the call, I said, yeah, I talked to Bobby. I'm going to talk to Chris. I'm going to talk to, Sumner County after this. So I think that's exactly why he told me what he did, because he knew I was going to talk to Sumner County about this. And then after on my audio call with Chris, when he told me the track, I even said, I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what TBI told me. So like, I think he knew I was going to be talking to these agencies because these people wanted my certifications. Sure, no problem. Sent them my certifications, and then they knew I was the real deal. I mean, you even hear Chris in the audio say, oh, we sent your search to Sumner County and TBI, and he said, look, her credentials are legit, but apparently, whatever. So, yeah. I don't owe random YouTubers, no offense, no, like you are different, but like I don't owe these random people on YouTube anything. I just need to give to the right agencies, and I did. So their karma will come to those who, had mean things to say.
Well, absolutely. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, it's like it's the back and forth that's not productive. And, if you want to do something really good, think of a solution, instead of back and forth or, hey, nobody cares about you. Like the bullying is out of this world. But really, it's par for the course in a case like this where there is guilty knowledge, in my opinion. Because I see it with the Tates, and I just say,
Yeah.
they're not as well off, they're not as, well connected. So of course people are going to see that, if they're examining the case, we have to look at everything. But we also too have to look back and say, okay, well, if Sebastian left the house, then there would be some sort of a sense. So I think this is so valuable,
Yeah.
to go over this.
Is it okay if I'm trying to find it? I have a video actually of Gator doing a actually track like Max would have done. Is it okay if I show that, if I can find it real fast? Let me see if I can find it. Let me
Heck
find
yeah.
it. Where are you? I have like so many videos on here. Because like the one I posted on YouTube, it's way too fast. It looks like a squirrel looking through binoculars after just drank Red Bull. So, where is it? Is this it? Let me see. Give me 1 second. See if this is the right one. Yeah. If not, I mean, I can show the one that's on my actual channel, but it's so what I did with Gator was I laid a track, is what we call it, and I walked away from the house to prove like this is how a canine would track how to do this. So just give me 1 quick second so I can pull this up.
Yeah, you're good. Take your time. I appreciate everybody joining us today. Thank you so much. We do have an open panel. Lady Freedom and I both have put the link in chat. If you're more than welcome to come out, to come up here and talk with us, ask Jules questions, ask us questions, whatever. We did go to the dinner last night at the Pig Fest. It was great. There was, it's a great vibe. It's a great family vibe there. It was nice. It was really nice. But I think that instead of going back Saturday, I mean, we may, but I don't think so. We may. We will be in Hendersonville, and we will be, I'll be definitely showing Lady Freedom around so she can see for herself, not just, from the map or from other people. She can see the area with her own eyes, see for herself that you can't just get from Ward Lane up to the new construction or to the cemetery for that matter. Just going to be showing her things. I think that it's going to be a productive time. I mean, we'll probably go live. She'll probably go live. I don't know. We're just kind of taking things one day at a time.
So when I play this, I'm going to mute the audio because I don't want you to get copyright struck. So let me just mute the audio real fast in this video because I think I have like
Okay.
smooth. I think I have like Smooth Criminal playing like on it for like the Michael Jackson song. So how do I do this? Okay, present. This is how we do it. Do.
We will
Video
be in
file.
Hendersonville. We will be in Hendersonville, and we haven't decided if we're going to go Saturday or not. We are definitely going to be in Hendersonville. We just haven't decided what we're going to do. And, if we do go there, it's a free day Saturday. We may, it just depends on what Lady Freedom wants to actually get done, what she wants to see.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah. Okay.
there's
Here we go.
a lot here for us to talk about and to be productive. But go ahead, Jules.
I think I put it in the back studio. I think you had to present it because you're the host. But yeah, it's back there. I clicked the mute button so it wouldn't play the audio, but it shows. Yeah. So this is me doing a track with Gator. So this is what a ground disturbance dog will do. So I intentionally went up a hill, and I intentionally threw treats out to the side. And keep in mind, this is after Dave I'm actually doing work, so he was tired. But I just filmed this as kind of like an example. So I walked, then I ran. So I'm running up the hill here. Make a right-hand turn here at some point. It's almost there, I promise. I think this is where I turn. And then I throw a article out here. So again, Gator's not sniffing something first. It's just like my footsteps and an item. So here he goes. So this is probably what Max did. So when Max left the house, you'll see what he's doing here. He's trying to find the direct path. So he's circling, see how his nose is on the ground because he's a ground disturbance. So, and this is what he's going to do here. He eventually picks it up and starts taking off. Here he goes. So he found it without me guiding him. I wasn't telling him what to do. He just did it. Distracted for a split second, picks it back up again. Again, I'm not telling him what to do. He's just doing this on his own. I just was walking behind him. And at one point he looks at me to make sure he's doing a good job, which is cute. But I'm just like, dude, you're fine. Just go. And you'll see he goes right to it at some point. He's like, I know it's here. Yep. There it is. That's it.
He's like, I found it. I found an outlet. What do I get? What do I get? I found it. I did it.
Story. Yep, that's
That
it.
is so cute. It's just so cute. And that I do agree with, I've heard this over and over again. A dog is only as good as its handler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a
And
good boy.
I've been around with this case. I have been, around other dogs, and it does appear that way because if you have a handler that hasn't, it's just, let me ask you this, Jules,
Mm-hmm.
as a dog handler, if I'm with you, okay, and I'm with you and we are tracking, your dog is working, is your dog going to, when it's not working, okay, is
Mm-hmm.
your dog going to run up and jump on people still? Is your dog going to be, what is Gator like when
Oh
you're,
yeah, Gator's not
when
like that at all. He's definitely not that kind of dog. Gator, he's very obedient. Ara, similar. Now, my explosives canine Marley, however, is a gigantic people-pleasing pet me thing. When she's in work mode with her goggles on and her vest on, she's one way. Marley outside of her work, but she's also 4 years old, so she's this happy, derpy. I think she's mentally a Labrador type of mentality. She won't jump on people, but she'll want to be pet by people. But it's like me with the military. I have two different hats. When I'm in my uniform, I wear one hat, and I'm a different kind of personality versus outside of that. It's just two different hats. So yeah, I don't know if you and I were working together on something, and let's say I have you with me and we're tracking somebody, I'd have you walking behind me just so Gator can be out in the front and be like, let's track. If we're just standing there talking with the plan and whatnot, he's not going to be jumping on you. He'll just be sitting there more than likely, or laying down, or having a ball in his mouth. So there's that.
okay, yeah, that was one thing that I wondered about because I've been around cadaver dogs, and when they're not working,
Mhm.
I've had some be really not aggressive or anything like that, just jumping and playing and wanting snacks and wanting,
Mhm.
not being what I would consider obedient. And I've been
Right.
around other dogs that are so obedient, even when they're not working, they're just so obedient and they just wait for their commands. So I was
Yeah.
just wondering about that.
No, it's all like some people will train odor first before they train obedience, and I don't agree with that. I'd rather because you need a dog to listen to you. Because like if I took R out into the woods to search for cadaver, and she sees like a bunny or something, and while yeah, she's looking for cadaver, but she's still a dog at the end of the day. She's still like she's still gonna once again like it's not gonna stop her primal instincts. And it's happened before, but that's why I don't take her off the leash when I'm searching with her. Like if she's on a long line, like Gator was there, and she's a bunny, she'll stop and she'll get rid and she'll stare at it. And I'm just like, no, search. And then she puts her nose back down and she starts looking like she's supposed to, but she's still like, she's not perfect. But no, I train obedience first before odor because I need a dog that's going to listen to me because what if this is where you have issues with dogs. Like, sometimes dogs will find an odor. Like if you train odor first, let's say you train odor on a dog and it's like a year and a half old and it's got no obedience. When you start to train it in obedience, you're going to start getting a lot of that like handler canine, like, what's the word, conflict going on, where it's like at this point, it's like, you let me do what I want to do for a year and a half. Why? And then people start throwing on e-collars without knowing a single thing about e-collars and just shocking their dog. And it leads to a lot of like issues. That's why I always do. I mean, I'm all for if you want to use e-collars, prong collars, harnesses, do whatever you need to do. If you know what you're doing, but like doing odor first, just to have like a dog pass a cert and then being like, oh, well, now it has to listen to me. That's where you have a lot of issues. So that's why I always do obedience first before I introduce odor. Cause it's just like, you don't want to do that. It makes for all kinds of problems.
Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. There's a website that discusses your zodiac sign and the dog that's best for you.
So
That
Virgo,
is
it's in a
funny.
bloodhound. That's
That is
funny.
funny. I mean, I wonder, is that website going to discuss your moon? Is it going to discuss your rising
I was
sign, or is it
wondering that
just your
too,
sun
like Virgo,
sign?
Virgo, Venus rising, Virgo, sun rising, like which Virgo? Because like I didn't realize that there was like, oh yeah, Virgo, but then I didn't know about the sun, moon, and rising, or Virgo and moon, or like Venus. I didn't know about all this stuff until recently, so I'm like, oh, it's kind of cool actually.
It is cool. It is cool because your rising sign is about your life path. It's your personality. It's how you show up in the world. When the doctor says, "Hey, write down this time," that's your rising time. It's what was taken, what the constellation was when you were coming into the world, what was rising over the horizon. So I think it's a lot to take in, but at the same time, it's really cool to see how, you know, zodiac signs can tell you about dogs and the dogs that you could have, that you could have, that you would connect to. That's cool.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. When you went, so remind everybody when you came onto the scene with Sebastian's case. How many weeks? What was going on when you came into the picture?
I started talking to Seth right before the Nancy Grace interview happened with Chris and Katie. That's when I started talking to Seth and the other person that was helping him out at the time. That's when I first started talking to them. Now, physically being there, I didn't come down until right after Mother's Day. Is when I actually physically, because that's as soon as I get down there with work and everything. So I didn't physically come down. I think was it May the 9th was the date. It was right after Mother's Day. It was like 2 days after Mother's Day is when I because after Mother's Day, I did my certification with Gator, his recert, because I wanted to have a brand new cert for the year. And then I left there and went right down to Tennessee. Yeah, because Gator's recert was May the 9th. So I came down right after that. No, Gator's cert was the 10th. So yeah, I came down immediately after that certification.
Okay. All right. So so May. So he went, so that was 3 months later.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And there was, yeah, I can tell you the address of my relative I was staying with, just because people online and weird. I'll send you his address too if that's going to help you with like locations of anything. So
Locations of what?
of like if you just need to like track my like anything with your astrology, if you want to like see anything, I can tell you the relative I was staying with and whatnot, and his address and where he's located with where Sebastian went missing for like mapping purposes. I don't know if it's going to help at all, but I mean just some more information in case you need it.
Yes, it would, because like I said, when I started this live, I've got Rex and Max's dog handle. I've got their handlers on the
Mhm.
map, and it tells a story. So where you're staying and your address, of course, I've got your address on the map too,
Mhm.
and your, in your state. But yeah, the address that you were staying at during the time period, because the maps that
Mhm.
I create is they're it's kind of eerie. But that it is really eerie that it'll pick up all the time, just like your chart, your birth chart, it's picking up all of time. It's picking
Mhm.
up the past, present, and the future. So is the map. It's going to pick up past, present, and future. So like when we first get started on a map, it may be, a while before we actually get to that expression of what it's really trying to convey. And it
Mhm.
can be misleading, it can be misleading because you're thinking, okay, this is the story of what is happening at this handler's house.
Yeah.
Or it's not at his house, but this is what is the expression of it. Well, we could keep on going down and there's something else there. There's something else that is going to come in time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I'm texting you my cousin's address right now so that you have it. So I'm just copying and pasting from my contacts on my phone. But yeah, this is his address where we're staying. So I'm gonna send it to you right now, real fast. There you go.
Okay,
I
good
didn't want.
deal.
Yeah, I
All right,
didn't want
yeah,
to.
I'll definitely add it once I get off the live. I'll add it and I'll text you. I'll text you what it says, what the information is conveying.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah. And someone said my pug never liked to wear a harness. Yeah, I have. You ever tried to put a harness on a Chihuahua? That's always fun too. But yeah. But yeah, thank you for having me up here. I really appreciate it. It's been nice. And again, once I saw that one post that Wario posted about the whole dog thing, I'm just like, here we go again. Like, I don't
Mm.
understand. I think people just aren't taking it seriously because it's me putting it out there because of how people feel about me, and I no longer care what people think about me. I really don't. Um, so it is what it is at this point. I know my truth. I know what the handlers told me. I know what I'm capable of. Obviously, I just proved that Gator knows what he's doing when it comes to tracking. I mean, yeah, did he circle a bit? Yeah, of course he did. But that track was only out there for 45 minutes, and then he was just like, again, he just worked all day, but he still found it. I didn't tell him what to do, so he did what he had to do to find it. So I mean, he's a good boy. He's my
Gosh,
buddy
and
for
they
sure.
just want to help. Like dogs aren't biased, Jules. That's why I love dogs because they're not like, you know what I mean? They don't have any intentions besides to find exactly what they're supposed to find and, go and do what they're supposed to do. It's amazing.
Hmm. Liberty. I was told the blue heeler was a scent specific dog. That's what I was told. But again, that I didn't ask about the blue heeler from TBI or Sumner County. Chris was the only one that told me about the blue heeler. Agent Simmons only told me about the Mals, the Shepherds, and one bloodhound. He didn't mention the blue heeler to me. So the first time I heard about the blue heeler was from Chris. So, and he said it
Yeah,
was
and
just
I
a
mean, a lot of
specific
this
dog.
information that's coming out is coming directly from Chris and not from, law enforcement or people who have the knowledge about dogs. So, I mean, not to be disrespectful, but I'm just going to say that, you know, you have the expertise, we don't, he doesn't. And so, that's why I find value in it. Because he's saying one thing, but then, we have to also consider his position in this and, why he may want to um divert attention away from one thing or another, or maybe he wants to say something. I haven't quite figured it out. But I really appreciate your expertise on this because, you were there,
Hmm.
um
Of course. And I'm going to send a picture. I'm going to share a picture on here real quick because what's his face mentioned, never heard of a blue heeler doing that. I'm going to show you a photo of my friend's dog that's doing IGP, and you would never in a million years expect a dog of this breed to be doing this sport, if that's okay. But I think it's something cool for a quick, like, pause break real fast. So you said, Liberty, you've never heard of a blue heeler doing that. Have you ever seen an American bulldog doing this? Let's see. I'm more than happy to show, like, hey, I've seen some breeds do some really interesting things. So yeah, there's that. Let me see, where is it?
Oh
Here we
my
go.
gosh, my pug used to have the best sniffer ever. Like it's funny because they say that they can't really smell that great or, it's not typically used for, certain, you know, work related things for dog breeds, but I guess, but he could find his toy like anywhere. I mean, he just loved it. Oh, look at him.
Have you ever seen an American Bulldog do that before? Because that's the first time I've seen an American Bulldog do that, do the sport work. So I've never seen an American Bulldog do protection work before. This dog, the owner's name is Jason. This dog scored high in obedience, high in tracking, and was top in protection. So he got a perfect 100 score protection. So I've never seen an American Bulldog do it before this dog. So that's why when I say you've seen blue heelers be cadaver dogs, I've seen that too. But again, it's not about the breeds, but the genetics to me. So,
Well,
yeah,
and I worked with Charlie on different, like with his toy, like that was our game that we played. I would hide it from him because he would get so obsessed with it. And then I would start hiding it and then he would start sniffing it out, Jules, from when he was little. It was really funny. Just how he and then, Nate has a beagle and he was bred for hunting, of course. And like, it's like he didn't have that angst with the toy that the pug did. So it was like he wanted to find it. You know what I mean? Like it was just
it was a
it's
drive
amazing.
thing.
They're amazing creatures, dogs.
Yeah, oh yeah, they've got drive. Any breed of dog between to be a cadaver or a search dog or a cadaver dog. Again, I mean, just like this, think of it this way: any dog is capable of biting. Any dog is capable of using its nose. It's all about genetics, obedience, attention, stamina. So I mean, there's videos online of this little dachshund, little hot dog animals doing protection training. Now, while you're not going to see that on a Schutzhund course because it'd be a little ridiculous, I've seen them doing sleeve work. You can Google this if you don't believe me. Google like dachshund doing Schutzhund work. Someone in the chat said they have the Schnauzer. I've seen giant Schnauzers out on the Schutzhund field, and those dogs are scary. Like those dogs are like intimidating on that course. So yeah, it's all in the genetics and all in the everything. So, yeah, if that answers that question at all.
So the terrier breeds seem to be like, more to like, because they're kind of bred to be like a little bit more feisty or something. I don't know, but yeah, that's Lori's dog. Yeah.
I love giant Schnauzers are cool.
Some are like smaller. Yeah, I noticed that like some of them are bigger and then some of them are smaller too. So Wild Wolf said she's had a few or she's seen a few too.
Seen a few. I missed the chat. She's seen a few. Oh, probably the American Bulldogs, or is she talking about like little dogs doing stuff?
I think probably the little dogs because now we're, because yeah, but I mean, I think that's amazing that this handler can, train his dog like this, and a lot of it has to do with the trainer, right? I mean, just the passion that you have, I see for training the dogs is a big factor in all of it, and knowing your dog and knowing what kinds of like when you were talking about earlier, like their behavior changes, knowing what to look for, they're communicating with us. We really need to be in tune with what they're saying to us and stuff, you guys being trained in that is just amazing,
Yeah. 100%. And other animals crossing the tracks mess up the scent. Yeah, if the dog's not trained for it, because that's once you get into the higher levels of like tracking certifications with your dogs, they add more factors. Like Canada has like a level 1, 2, 3 tier. For us in the United States, it's similar. But if you go to the American Man Trailing Working Dogs Association, I believe that's what it's called, they do classes on this. And I took Gator to one of those courses. And Mike Lilly, another good trainer, he talked about that. He had another dog intentionally walk over a track for certification. And again, it's just if your dog's, that's a cross track. So if your dog's already on a track and all of a sudden like a track runs across there is like, a plus sign. Yeah, your dog might for a second be like, hold on, something went this way. Oh, wait, nope, that's not my track. And then they should do a head turn back to the original track and keep going. So it all really depends on the dog. Everything boils down to the dog's training, which is why with Gator, the one day he kept hitting on a peanut butter sandwich at a rehab center. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? And then I told the orderly, I'm like, he's telling me something. And then it turns out this person was hiding, pills inside their, I think it was oxycodone things inside their sandwich because, they were trying to hide it from the dog coming in. They thought, oh, if I hide this in peanut butter, the dog, well, Gator's been trained to not care about that stuff. but a brand new puppy probably would have been like, ooh, so.
That is so cool. Like, I think that is so awesome, Jules, that like when you talk about the difference, like the distractor sense versus the scent that they're actually looking for, because yeah, you guys always have to be on top of your game for somebody who's going to be trying to just, uh, hide something, right? And so, you know, yeah, I mean, because in theory that's smart because dogs like peanut butter, right? And they, but
Yep. And Liberty said they don't. Yeah, they actually have bird chasing dogs in Canada. There's a course you can take, and it's actually a certification for goose chasing. Because like my dad worked for Exelon, which is an electrical company. They used to have geese all out in their fields and whatnot. And they couldn't do that with while they worked. So they would hire dogs to come in and chase these geese away. They're specific to chase the geese away, and that might be like any dog can do that. Well, some dogs might jump up and like get the goose or like play with it or eat their poop or whatnot. These dogs are trained to chase geese away, go back to their handler, and then chase them away again. Like I don't have a dog that's trained in that, but I think it's cool to watch. So I mean, I know one goose handler that I don't know if she did her certification again this year, but when she was telling me about that, I kind of laughed, and she's like, "No, I'm dead serious. Just like there's bed bug dogs and things like that too." Now, I don't have a bed bug dog. I don't want a bed bug dog because I don't have to keep bed bugs as a training aid inside my house. So if I'm going to ever do a bed bug
Wow.
dog, yeah, I don't ever want to do a bed bug dog certification. But if I do, those bed bugs are going to be stored in a training facility, not my house, because I'm not going to do that. So no, no, no.
Oh Lord. Well, I worked in hotels and like for a while it was really bad, like up like in the New York area, and we had a traveler and he's like, brought one to me and I thought, oh my gosh. But what is the purpose for the bed bugs? Just a wild question off topic.
Just because like if someone finds one in their house that's dead, they'll bring the dogs in to see if there are any live ones. Because I know I don't know how
Oh,
small bed bugs are. I mean, I've heard they're tiny, but I mean, if let's say someone bites all over their legs, or they suspect there's bed bugs, because they'll hide during the day, or they'll hide in the wood, or they'll hide somewhere. You bring the dogs, and the dogs are going to know if they're in the woodwork or whatnot. So that's kind of why. So a lot of Terminator, not Exterminator, Terminator. A lot of terminating,
bug
oh my God,
terminators.
a lot of exterminators will start working with bed bug dogs, so they can get them to come in and help make their job easier. So, and then they spray it
Oh,
down. So,
neat. I see it in hotels. I see that being like a very, cool thing to bring into places because like you never know where people are traveling from and like you don't want to get them because you have to heat the whole area. It's a whole deal.
yep.
Um, shut a room down for the night and all that kind of stuff. So, um, it's not, and then of course, if you're the front desk agent at that time, which I was, I didn't want them bringing that to me. So,
Yeah. KJ said Paris before the Olympics would have been a great place for bed bug dogs. Yeah.
KJ.
Nice.
Liberty, I'm surprised because I've seen you around for a while and you know a lot about dogs. I mean, you could look up bed bug dogs. They have dogs that are doing termites too. Like they have dogs they're training. I just bought a book. Oh God, I mentioned a book, lady. I brought a book talking about dogs detecting pipe leaks and whatnot, and they're doing dogs for that. There's dogs at UPenn that detect cancer. So like, it's more than just narcotics,
Wow.
firearms, explosives, cadaver tracking. They're training dogs to do a lot of stuff. So yeah.
Blood sugar dogs too. I know that some dogs can detect that as well. I mean, other than just like an emotional support animal that they've trained for that too. But I mean, like even like medical, like you were saying, cancer.
Mm,
They do that with blood
diabetes.
diabetes. Yeah, they can detect whatever when you're getting low or when it's too high or
Yeah,
what have.
Liberty, look up bed bug dogs. I'm sure that you'll find stuff like Precision's Explosives, which is where I buy all my training aids from. They actually have the bed bug training aids that are like TADs and odor prints. So they have those there. Now those I'd have because those aren't actually live bugs running around. So I mean, I don't need those in my house. Like I'll use an odor print, but I'm not gonna store bed bugs in my house. I don't need that. So yeah. I mean,
Yeah, you're
if
not
there's
releasing bed bugs. I don't blame you.
Cece, I wouldn't. I guess technically I could because they're looking for different things, but I would never do that because if I'm running a dog, I want to be able to focus on what my dog's doing, because they're detecting different things cadaver dogs are looking for, human remains, and whatnot, scent dogs, and you don't want to distract the, the scent specific or ground disturbance. You don't want to disturb them. So I had both Gator and Ara with me, but I only took them out one at a time. So, it's hard walking two dogs in general on a leash that are just pets walking them. It's hard to work them at the same time. I would never do it. I mean, maybe a Superman out there would, but I couldn't do it.
Well, and I was just going to say they are actually assessing the situation, right? KJ Mack, when they're sniffing your eye, they're assessing it. She had a typo, but she says they're obsessed with everyone's left eye, but really they are assessing the left eye. That's funny. Well, and dogs are just so intuitive and they have a lot more senses and heightened senses than we do, so.
Yeah, that's 100% true. But yeah, going back to the Sebastian case and whatnot. I don't know. I firmly trust and believe in Max and Rex. So there's that. I don't know. I firmly believe Max. There's no reason as to why, and I will say that like Seth and Tony have never doubted me with this stuff. I've told them my truth about things. And like in the beginning, when that fake handler came in, Steph and whatnot, that was weird. But I will say Tony and Seth have never doubted me as far as like my stuff goes, because without hesitation, I sent Seth all my stuff. I'm like, here's my credentials and stuff. He sent it to Chris and Katie, and they did what they did. So I thoroughly believe that Max and Rex hold the key to everything with the certification. I mean, with this Sebastian case. So I don't know. It's just. And maybe Jen when we'll talk offline, and Jen, I can talk a bit about it because I'm going to get going to work soon. But maybe Jen can, I gave her my cousin's address and she can track and whatnot. I just think
I'll check that out, and I'll text you. Yeah, I'll check that out, then I'll text you. But I was going to ask you something. What was I going to ask you? It came and then it went. That happens to me all the time. Why? It was something about.
So someone's a dual purpose. Yeah. So a dual purpose canine. So yes, is there a purpose that can go together? You can't have a canine being both an explosives and a narcotics dog. You can't have that, because if you do, let's say if Marley was certified on both, if she indicates on a bag and she's trained in both, how am I going to know if it's an explosive or if that's a narcotic? You know what I mean? You can't do that. You also can't have a dog that likes to paw at things excessively. That can't be an explosives dog for obvious reasons, because obviously you can't have a tracking canine you can't have a cadaver dog being a live search dog too. Also, there's just like different rules that go into that for different reasons. But absolutely 100%, you can never have a explosives and narcotics dual purpose dog. So Gator does tracking and narcotics, and he's patrol too, but tracking patrol are kind of like, but so he's doing those. So you can have a tracking, like Marley can do tracking and explosives, for example. Gator narcotics tracking, and he does patrol work. He's technically considered a multi-purpose canine, but it's just easier to say dual purpose because it's just easier to say it that way. Patrol and tracking kind of always go hand in hand, in my opinion. And I say patrol because bite work doesn't sound like it's not fun to say that. Departments are getting rid of their patrol canines for the most part because they guess biting criminals is a bad thing. But I have my thoughts on that. But in California, if your canine's actively apprehending someone, you have 5 seconds to get your dog off that person, which I think is ridiculous. Like if my dog's like way ahead of me, how am I going to possibly get there unless I'm the Flash? How am I going to get there that fast? So it's just, I don't see that happening. I'm not Superman. I'm not the Flash. I'm not Quicksilver. I'm not going to get there in 5 seconds, more than likely. I don't like sending my dog out. Like we call it a send
Right.
it.
Right.
And when you send your dog, that means like, and usually what I'll do is I give like at least 5 warnings before I ever have to do that. Like I'll say, I'm going to let my dog out. I'm going to set my dog. And like I'll get adamantly louder and louder with each verbal warning I do. So just to be like, I'm gonna let the dog go. And like usually when people see the dog coming out, they'll automatically, if they're trying to hide or do something, they'll be like, okay, I'm done. But you have those few people that are just like, oh, well, I could take a dog. It's like you've clearly never been chased by a dog because they have 4 legs, you have 2, and they have a mouth with a lot more teeth than you do. So yeah. And I've said this before, you'll probably never see this on my body cam footage. You'll never hear me give my dogs a verbal out. And the reason why is not because I like my dog biting somebody. It's because if I'm to walk up to, let's say Gator's got somebody down the ground, and I walk up and like I keep telling him out, out, or let go, let go, let go, and he's not letting go, a criminal defense attorney is going to say, oh, she doesn't have control of her dog. What I do is I walk right up to him, I grab him by his collar, I lift him up. It's called, choking out the dog. You're not really choking them, but you're lifting up their collar and putting pressure on that front part of their throat. So they just let go right away. And almost every single time I do that to Gator, it's not mean. He just knows that I'm telling him let go by lifting him up. He automatically lets go because you're taking away that drive right there by doing that. Or some handlers have a break stick, is what we call it. It's like this little thing you stick in the dog's mouth, they then let go. But I don't like doing that because that's an extra step, and it's just like a criminal defense attorney could be like, "Why do you need an object to let your dog make him let go?" So I just walk up and I lift him up, and he just right away knows I gotta let go. So that's why you won't hear cops giving a verbal out in some cases because they say it like 5 or 6 times. That's not going to look good in court, and this is why patrol dogs are like getting banned in places.
Yeah, it's a big thing because, with us, when we're just speculating online, we don't always have to consider, like the court of public opinion, we don't have to consider those things, but you do in terms of how to maintain the integrity of the case in order for it to go to trial.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, that's something that we don't think of.
I know. It's a lot, and that's one thing. That's why certifications and training logs are important. Because I have to literally, bring my book every single time, and I show the judge, and I show the prosecutor, and I show everyone. These are the dog's training hours. Well, now we have an app. It's called Pack Track, which is what I showed before with the Sebastian stuff, where I showed where Gator's one area was. I bring that to court, and it shows how many hours he has logged for this, how many times a week, where did I train. Like it shows everything. So some people think it's maybe ridiculous, but I do it as much as I possibly can. So.
Well, and Holly made a great point. It's kind of like sending out a signal, like an officer is going to discharge their weapon because, the dogs are, a force to be reckoned with, right? The criminals run when the dogs come, I mean, they don't like the dogs.
They're considered a lethal force. Yeah. So if you're sending out your canine, yeah, it's considered a lethal force. Because I mean, not that police dogs often, unalive somebody, but I mean, pepper spray or a taser and whatnot, they're called less than lethal. Because I can't say they're non-lethal, they're less than lethal, which the probability of you dying from being pepper sprayed in the face or, being tased are very, very low. But a canine, if this is why we always have them like bite the arm or the leg and target that area specifically, because you don't need a canine accidentally biting someone's head because you don't need that. So that's why canines know to go for the outer extremity. But yeah, that's a good point. It's exactly like that. Assuming the risk when you're doing stuff like that. So that's why I give so many warnings before I ever have to send and I don't like doing that, not because the court stuff, but also because I don't want something to happen to him. He's vested now, but I don't know if this person has, a KNIFE on them or something else. I don't know what they have because, God forbid they do. And there was that dog, Canine Rome. I don't know if you guys saw that wasn't vested. Went after this guy was I think he was actually 10th Mountain Division, a veteran. Was holding people hostage, family hostage, and it was a domestic situation. They sent the dog, and he stabbed the dog, and the dog wound up surviving, but they had to amputate his one back leg. His name's Canine Rome, Roam. You can look him up. He survived, but it was really, really sad. It was horrible.
Shout out to Canine Rome, man. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah, he's a good boy. He was in his handler. He survived though. They didn't think he was gonna make it, but he did. And the department doesn't have the funding to vest their canines, which is a big issue nowadays. The police departments don't have funding to vest their canines, which is why a lot of 501c3s will raise money and donate. That's how Gator got his vest. Gator's vest was donated. Ara just got officially vested finally, so she's going to have her vest too from the same. No, Gator was from Maryland Police Canine Foundation. Ours is coming from Spike's Canine. So yeah, Angel of Light Canine, ROAM, like you roam the streets. But if you look him up, you can see his story and see his pictures. He's really, really cute. He's a good boy. So
Yeah, I mean, what a guy to go in there and do that, and to fight the bad guys. I mean, that's wonderful.
he's a good boy. It's just really sad, but I do have to get going because I have to get ready for my shift soon. But thank you so much for having me up here, and so for the people in the
Jules,
chat.
could you answer one more question? I'm so sorry. I know you.
You're
I
fine.
mean, we're just so happy to have you. You can tell you love what you do. That's cool when you love your work and you make more of a difference, in my opinion, says women's warrior. And then also, which one, Jen?
Can you tell me what you love to do? That's cool. I've got it up on the screen.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you can tell. Oh, no, I read that one. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Sorry. No, and also, Jules, we just want to say thank you for being here. And Women's Warrior was also, that's the one. Do the vests cost a lot? Do they cost, I mean,
They can be anywhere from $3,500 to $10,000 depending on the brand, and some of them are knife proof. Some of them are like they can stop like a pistol, or some are it depends on what you want for the canine. I know Gator's was like $7,500. His is like a metal tier, so his can stop knives and they can stop pistol rounds. I don't know about 5.56 or whatnot. I don't want to have to find out, but I know it can stop knives and pistols. So for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah,
well,
anywhere from 3,500 to 10K. They're expensive. But yeah,
funding.
Funding's a big problem. That's why a lot of 501c3s will raise money for them. So
sure. So we got to get better resources that way. And those are always the things that we can focus on for the future in order to make things better, and more streamline, or however. So that's great, Jules. Thank you. And God bless the 501cs that do that kind of thing for the law enforcement officers, because I don't think they get paid enough, or they don't have enough resources. A lot of times it's one thing that we have to consider.
Yeah, exactly. And so I know Max and Rex are vested. I know they got their vest finally. It took them time, but they finally got it. So I was just like, oh, that's good, because I mean, those handlers actually work their dogs a lot. I mean, there's Sumner County doesn't talk about their canines that often or post about them that often, but those handlers really work those dogs a lot. And those dogs that's why I don't discredit Max at all. I think Max is really trying to say something, and I think people just don't listen. So I'm just like, poor thing. I wish he could talk and tell us, like physically, like give that dog the collar from the movie Up and let him talk to us. That'd be perfect. But
amen. I'm thinking Max. I'm just wondering, because I have seen it before where there's where someone, like for instance, this guy that recently went missing, and then he was found behind a church. He was hiding from the cops, and he did mislead the cops by putting a scent into the pond, and they drained the pond thinking that he could be in there, and he wasn't in there. But the dog went to it just like that. He went to the pond, dove in the pond, and just knew that the boy was in the pond, but he wasn't. So I don't know. It's very clear
that
there
fell
was a
in
scent
there
in the pond.
Yeah. Yep, I agree.
Clear. But is it a true scent? And where did he go? If Sebastian was in that retention pond and now he's not, where did he go? Did it flood and he went into the big pipe, and we're just waiting to find him by walking the creek?
Well, from what I was told, from what I was told by the handler and from Agent Simmons at TBI, it wasn't like he ran to the pond, looked at it, and just jumped right in. He had his head down to the ground, and he was actively tracking. He fell into the pond, is what it was told to me. So by the handler and Agent Simmons from TBI. Chris made it sound like he just decided to swan dive in for fun, and that's not at all how it was. He had his head
Yeah,
down
that's
because
what
again,
we're imagining. We're imagining the dog just did a swan dive
no,
into the
no, no,
pond.
no, 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 no. He didn't. He wasn't auditioning for like the Olympic team. He literally had his head down and he was actively tracking. And you got to think his nose is down. He's tracking, tracking, tracking. He fell into the pond. He didn't jump in. So that's why if you listen to the audio, the handler says he went right into the pond. He doesn't say he jumped in. He says Max picked track back up, and he's talking. He's like he went right into the pond. So he had his head down. So if a vehicle was there, and Max is go, 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 and he's like got his head down tracking, he just falls in. It makes perfect sense. That's why I asked Seth. I said, "Is there enough room for a car to park next to there?" And he told me there was. And physically seeing it myself, and I'm sure you've seen it, Jed. There, a car
Yeah.
could park there, and at the time could have parked there too. So he didn't jump in like wee. He literally had his head down and was running. You can hear the handler out of breath. I don't want to say his name,
Yeah.
but you can hear him running out of breath, and then all of a sudden Max is in the pond because he had his head down. He was running. So as cool as it would have been to see a dog swan dive, no, he literally fell into the pond because he was so driven by that odor and that he'd go, 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 and he just went right in. Like he rolled into that pond. So yeah.
I appreciate you, Jules. Thank you so much for hanging out and and giving us your expertise. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I will be in touch. I'll be as soon as I get off live, I'll text you.
Yeah. All right. I will talk to you guys later. Thank you.
Thank you, honey. You have a good
All right.
day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye, honey.
Bye.
All right.
Yeah, so that what good information. I mean, we really got down to the meat and potatoes of everything with the dogs. I mean, because that was a big, I mean, I remember clipping pieces from different interviews where they talked about the dogs because I was
And
like,
that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he's free falling. Ears are going up. He's just,
see the cats off the diving board at the Olympics. That's what I'm picturing. Even though it's a dog in a pond, I'm still picturing them going right through the air. Like that was hilarious. That I mean, and that's the reality, right? Because we do get those visuals and we're like, oh, they, especially when someone says Max jumped into the pond, but now we're, understanding that he was actually tracking a scent, which he would be doing, right? That makes a lot of sense. And he tracked directly into it rather than jumping in. Um, and it's all up to whoever's perception is telling the story too, because if Chris tells us that he thinks they jumped in, well, maybe he thinks they jumped in. Maybe because Bobby said that too, that her
Yeah.
son, hey, he jumped in, but it's like, no, he was tracking into the area, right? Like he would be sniffing, sniffing, sniffing,
Right.
and then there he is. Hey, Cinderella. So ground disturbance. Yeah. Well, um, and they even said he's not sense specific. So even when Don B was talking about, the dogs and
Right.
how and it does also make sense more too that, it's not in the way where I'm trying to think because Don B's like, send me the clip, right? He says, send me the clip where they're saying that it was a scent specific. But I said, but Ken Widener actually said he was not scent specific. And then Jules even pointed that out to me later on. And I was like, I'll be darned that he is saying that. So it's important to recognize there is no clip where anybody said he was a scent specific dog. Actually, to the contrary, he said non-sense or not scent specific. So I mean, and we really have to remember what the experts are saying and not what we're speculating on or not the eyewitness statements, because again, the eyewitness statements can be from their perspective, you know, not from a reality standpoint or not from a dog handler that knows what their dog is doing and is interpreting that to us. Because that goes hand in hand too. Because a lot of people will say, well, the dog's only as good as their handler, but also the relationship between the dog and the handler is important too, because they're telling us what they know their dog is doing is a change in behavior, and only they would know that if they know their dogs.
Yeah.
And the same thing goes for when we talk to Chris and Katie, and we're talking to Seth. Even they know their son the best. and what his behaviors are typically, what his routine is typically. So, again, that's why we're interested to hear what they have to say so we can understand Sebastian even better
Right.
and what he would do. So, if the dogs trek to a retaining pond, wouldn't the water break its scent? Not necessarily.
Mm-mm.
No, because they're trained to even find bones in the water. I've seen them find old bones in water.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
just without having Jules up here, but and please correct us in the chat if it, but really, I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Well, and we also have to understand the position that people are in too. I mean, maybe they know more than we do and they don't want us tracking to certain areas or talking about certain areas because they have knowledge of what those areas are.
Yeah.
You
So
know.
if they're not tracking his scent, what are we thinking? If they're not tracking Sebastian's scent, what are we thinking about him jumping in there? Or not jumping in there? Let's
Or
not say
tracking
that.
to there.
Tracking to the pond.
Yeah. But that's what we were
If he's
thinking.
not tracking Sebastian's scent, what would lead him to go to the pond? What is he going to the
What
pond
is he going for?
What's he going there for?
Right. That's a very good question.
Yeah. What is he going there for, Liberty? Right. They weren't tracking Sebastian's scent. So for the dog to go into the pond, he was only tracking the last person.
You can ask a question, Dusty. We have a live link too. If you guys want to join, I mean, I don't know how much longer we'll be on, but if anybody does want to join in, feel free.
Liberty, feel free.
So,
Yeah, he walked that path of the last person.
see, and that's why I was asking about shoes, but I didn't want to get too down a rabbit hole. But in the same way, could that have changed but I mean, it wouldn't have. They would have had to wear either brand new shoes or the shoes that they've only worn once or twice.
Mhm.
But then, because like Jules said, say you I just bought a brand new pair of shoes to come down here. So like I've only worn them yesterday. So, I mean, if you were to put them on and wear them today, we would have equal scent if you were, walking around like we were yesterday and stuff like that. But in the
Just
same,
being specific,
it's still not going to follow a scent.
it's not. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, so that's what it comes down to. And I mean, that's valuable information for us to recognize.
Right.
Because otherwise we're going down the wrong rabbit hole, right? It's okay to go down a rabbit hole, just make sure you're going down the right ones. Because sometimes at the bottom you do find stuff. And I just posted the link again too. So
Yeah, and that's specific dogs trailing Sebastian did not go. That is the most important to
Mhm.
understand, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the most to understand.
Remember when Katie nudged Chris in the interview when Chris was saying where Seth lived? Did they search Seth's landfill? I'm wondering if they put something in the trash that would go to Seth's landfill. Dusty Garbage Girl, that's a good question. And again, we've been talking about landfills and the trash being a big part of a focus, just right now with the research and just going, putting our heads together. They've tried to make that connection with Seth, and I do remember the nudge in the interview. That was in with Holly Thompson.
Yeah.
So,
And we have to keep in mind, right? We have to keep in mind, they said there is no evidence that Sebastian left the house. That is what they're saying. No evidence that he left the house. So is there evidence that he made it home? There's an audio. But could that audio be manipulated? Could that audio be manipulated? That is an AI question.
right. Well,
That's
because
AI.
I mean, up until this point, when he mentions the radar detector, I didn't know those recorded anything. I mean, I remember the old ones that you put on the dash and, it tells you when but I mean, even the GPS on the way over here was telling me there's a cop up ahead. I mean, it can't tell me that it's behind me or anything like that, but it tells me up ahead there was and then, sure enough, there was an officer sitting there and, whatever, he was radaring.
Yeah,
So, but
exactly, little redding, a radar detector. If we're we're dealing with people from the military with the tech, and it's all about the tech.
comms, yeah, communications.
Communication.
What were you saying, Jen?
I hate when she does this to me.
It
Communication.
freaks me out when she does that, but
It's
that's
the
what I'm saying.
communication. I mean, like we're high fiving over here. It's the communications.
Yeah.
They are an expert with communications. Period.
And then we think about what they were searching for in the landfill if they weren't searching for someone, and very tech savvy, you know. Yeah. If you have specialized training in that, I mean, you're going to, and then think about our military is one of the highest standards for tech. I mean, that's how we accomplish so much and, why we're the powerhouse we are, in my opinion. And then other countries are always trying to keep up, or we're trying to keep up with them. And, Liberty says the fact that there was no scent trail of Sebastian is the air in the air is your answer. Excuse me. Let me say that again. The fact that there was no scent trail of Sebastian in the air is your answer, right? Because, and then also coming back to if he did in fact take the trash out, you know, I mean, that's it. That's what it comes down to, because the dog would have tracked from one spot to the other, I would believe. Um, and a grainy video, Katie's statements about the way that Sebastian ran back from taking the trash to the end of the driveway, and the mannerisms that Sebastian would. Only his mom would know that, but why was she telling us that?
I agree, Liberty. Totally.
Liberty says he didn't take the trash out. I mean, we have to consider that as a major issue when we don't have the scent.
He didn't leave the house, so that means he may not have made it home. So where did she go from home? What'd she do? Push him out of the car? He's walking around somewhere. We just haven't found him. No. No.
Because they looked, excuse me, they looked and looked, right? Like the police did have the fixed wing, they had the horses, they had everything, like the whole area, and then they searched it again. Then they brought in, military to search, to go door to door. I mean, those efforts, in my opinion, have been exhausted, but we can't discount that maybe something was overlooked, but it's a small percentage, in my opinion, with the resources that were used. I mean, it would have to be a very small
Yeah.
And I don't know if Chris tries to rile us up by saying he's in the woods or what.
There were excellent dogs on the scene. If Sebastian made it home, we would know it. We would know, I think. My opinion.
I agree.
Yeah.
The truth is there. It just needs to be made public. But I understand for prosecution purposes, we will not know until much later.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, and they have to keep the integrity of the investigation as well, because they can't show their cards like Jen was saying, and you can't show your poker face either. It's not like you get a good card and you say, "Oh, yippee!" No, you have to sit there and be, stoic. Your face has to be like, nope, you don't know what I have, right? Because it does transfer into, our brain will just automatically make a facial expression. That's why micro expressions are important. D Green doesn't think he took the trash out either. I'm not good at polls, but that would be a good poll. Dusty Garbage Girl says, I honestly think there was a handoff between the roadhouse and home. I think the 3 a.m. car was to remove evidence, and I think the evidence went, here, to a completely different landfill, say Clarksville. Well, we've definitely been considering that.
It's a good question about the cloud.
Hey, Brenda Calvert says, wouldn't most cameras send footage to a cloud? So even if they got rid of cameras, couldn't LE subpoena the footage? I believe so. I
Oh, yeah.
believe so. And nothing is ever really erased off of the,
Cloud.
the cloud. Because I mean, it's just there. It's floating in the
Floating in the
it's,
ether.
it's somewhere. That's why it's so difficult to commit the perfect crime, right? Because you have to cover your ass on all fronts. Also, with us always being on camera, with us always being on our tech. I mean, those are all trails, not necessarily it's a digital trail, not a paper trail. So that's another thing. I asked Jen, I said, you've been to the neighborhood. Do you think that Sebastian could have left out of the neighborhood undetected by any cameras? I mean, because that's my big thing too, where I think, okay, what Craddock says, there's no evidence that he left the house, and I can't see any evidence that he left the house if there's nothing of him on camera. Like me and Jen were saying, he didn't like levitate out of the house, he
Yes.
didn't fly over the
not
houses.
Houdini.
He's not Houdini, he didn't poof. I mean, come on, and then I mean, Sebastian's of average height.
And if we're going to put focus on the dogs, there is no evidence that he ever left the home. How is there no? So either he's in the home or he never made it home.
One of the two. I mean, there's only two, once we narrow everything down, Jen, once we narrow it all down, I mean, that's what it comes to, right? Like, so it's not as hard. Well, and then, Josh from the lab would say Occam's razor, it's not as complicated as it seems, really.
Exactly.
It's like pretty much, and also statistically, we have to look at the numbers too. I mean, because it is upsetting. It is upsetting. Hey, Carla. Or Lori's landfill. Well, Lori is somebody that I can't quite understand what all she was doing that weekend or how she got there before Seth. When she lives in Illinois, if she headed back, she had to have been staying either, I heard maybe she got, she's like me, she'd travel in her RV or she would stay in a hotel or, something like that. So, I mean, hey, Rusty Pipes. So, I mean, I was when we look at hindsight's theory, a little light bulb went off and I thought, well, how easy would it have been or how probable could it have been that somebody was staying out at the Fairfield right by the Texas Roadhouse? Because I'll be honest, I think the Texas Roadhouse is um, mysterious to me, and maybe it won't be once I have a better perspective on it, but something odd was going on. Not necessarily because they didn't want us to see the footage, because I understand even with Devlin, Detective Castle said she wouldn't show the footage, but she said there is footage, right? And then that also the same goes for what Jessica was told by Backwoods Search and Rescue, that Devlin was definitely caught on the camera systems, right? So because people were speculating that maybe he wasn't because of proof of life. And I will say that that is important, especially if we see, you know, um, the last time we know of Sebastian was at the Texas Roadhouse, in my opinion, because now the next step would be, did he take the trash out or not?
Right.
Katie's saying yes, but we don't know. We just don't
I
know.
believe Seth. I believe that if Seth knew that his son was taking out the trash, he would say, "That was my son." He said, "I don't know if he did or not because it's grainy and he has not been able to hear the audio going to the house." So, hello, like there are things about this case that they are keeping to the vest. And Katie was the last to see her son. Where is Sebastian, Katie? You have the answers.
Exactly.
You have the answers.
She does. And why wouldn't you excuse me, be forthcoming
Yeah.
with that information? Like, why wouldn't you Like if it was me and people thought that I actually did something or that I was responsible or that I was at least the very last one in care, I'm the responsible adult in the situation, the mom, I would be telling all of you guys, look at my receipts.
Right.
Like how Seth has, look at my time card, look at this, or just because that way people can get their brains working in a different direction
Right.
to be helpful and productive, but she's hiding something. It's
We can tell we're mothers. We're
yes.
mothers, and even the
Yes.
mothers. I mean, even the fathers can tell. Like, it's just
And how did Katie know about what he was wearing before he went missing? Because we were talking about that too, and we're like, he would,
know.
yeah, he wouldn't get tucked in. He's 15, he's an older kid,
Right.
he's not a baby.
How does she know what he was wearing?
She doesn't, she can't know.
She can't know.
No, because
She's in on the phone with her boo boo. Mr. We're gonna talk on the phone. We're let me just focus on this grown ass man. I've got to stop.
I know what you're saying though.
I mean,
I do.
if
Yeah.
if Katie knew what he was wearing, that she saw him after he went to bed, after he went to his room. She never says, I went in there, I opened up the door and I said, boy, get to bed.
Yeah.
One interview she says, I told him good night.
Right. But then she also,
And then in another interview she says, good night, Baba, good night, puppies, I love you. Which one is correct?
right. What happened? What actually happened? I mean, because that's the thing. We've never gotten a straight story.
You've actually got, we listened to that clip last night. Remember? Because we were like,
Mhm.
where is the other story? So each time she tells it,
It's different.
it's different.
The same thing with the
And
10 o'clock thud.
Remember,
Yes.
he was getting mad, and he's like, no, just you should play it. We should play that part.
And that's Mob Crew that cleaned the audio, and it's very clean. More, way better than I could have done. Because Katie gets that softer tone and you can't barely hear her. But then Jen was like, I think maybe Chris pushed her off to the side because then you couldn't barely hear,
Was pissed off about Melissa and Cassie.
right.
Yeah.
And so that was a whole nother layer to it. Oh, sorry, hold on.
Yeah, add it to the stage and we'll look. Yeah, because there's different every time she, there's in the beginning. But this audio.
Okay, you want me to play? I'll play it right from Chris.
Okay.
Because I don't think he'll mind if.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's fine. Or you could upload that audio to the stage.
Oh, I thought it's only like 5-minute increments or something.
Yeah, we won't listen to all of it.
Which part you want me to play?
Just where she is talking about what she said before he went to bed.
Okay. I gotcha.
I personally don't think that the lights have any significance. Okay. I'm just saying what I personally believe. That doesn't mean that we have to be on the same page. You don't have to get mad at me. We can disagree, but I don't personally think that the lights have anything to do. I don't think he made it home. But I am open to being wrong, and that's why
Me too.
I want to organize a search, because if people think that he did go into the manholes, if they do, well, then let's walk it. Let's walk it. That's all we got to do is walk it. But what
Right.
if he did not make it home? Then what? Then what is the scenario? If we take the lights out, we forget about the lights. What if he didn't make it home? Then what? Where is he at?
Where is it? Well,
what's the end game here?
and that's what's most important too, is just figuring that out, because even if we figure out how he left or how he got taken out or how he, left the house, right? Because I'm not saying that I believe he did walk away by himself or anything, or, into the whatever woods, but we still, then where is he? What happened next? And we're still stuck how did he get out? Which is valid.
She didn't see him. She
She
did not
didn't see him.
him.
She didn't see him.
Does she know if he changed clothes? Is she telepathically, in his room, knowing if he changed clothes? She doesn't say that she heard a thud at first, and then she comes out and says that she heard a thud. Where
Right. And the thud always changes too. We noticed that as well. Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? Is what he said. She said to Nancy Grace. She said, what kind of noise was it? She said, just a thud. And then she says, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he says, no, ma'am. Right. But that was never said to Smiley. What was said to Smiley was there was a noise, and that you can understand why I wouldn't want to go into my 15-year-old son's room to check on him. So I didn't check on him. I just said, it's time to go to bed.
Yeah.
Right. Which she's so adamant in this phone call in telling, and telling, Heather Cohen that no, I told him this specifically. I said, um, yeah, and not one credible sighting in 19 months.
Not one.
Not one single,
Not one credible sighting since he went missing. Not one.
not one single sighting that was credible. Yes, grandfather Mountain Lead was very close to Sebastian. I mean, like, but still,
It was a no-go.
it was a no-go.
Where is
And
he
that,
at?
I mean,
How is he hiding for this long?
I don't see who would keep him for this long. Who would keep him away from. That's why I think awareness everywhere is such a good idea,
Yeah.
because what if he is. But like when I was in Missouri, I was calling a school and I just pretended like I was a Tennessee mom, and I said, I'm trying to find a place to, for my autistic son, and I, some of the things, and they're like, oh no ma'am, we don't take, kids from out of state. So that was a big thing for me. I'm like, well, okay, there you go. So you would also have to consider that it would have to be a very underhanded, underground situation where they, not typically, or not necessarily a trafficking situation, but it's a situation where somebody would be taking Sebastian and saying, I'm going to take this burden on myself and help you guys hide him for this long, 19 months, no credible.
Yeah. The only thing that I think, we talked about this last night. The only way, if he did make it home, and something happened to him, the only way that he could have gotten out of that house is in her car. That is it.
Boom, Jen. I mean,
It's
how
it.
else? How else? Because I mean, the only mode of transportation, it's not like we saw him riding a bike down the road. He wasn't walking down the road. Like, that's what I mean. Just looking at the area on a map, even, I'm like, where would he have been able to get out of the neighborhood, like undetected at all?
It's not possible. It's just not. If they have no proof that he left that home, then he either didn't make it home, or when he did, it was in Katie's car. She knows, she holds the key. If you're on the phone with your boo-boo, okay, like Katie was for hours,
Right.
a grandma,
Right.
on the phone for hours, okay, some people have that type of relationship. Okay, let's just assume that that's normal for them. They're on the phone for however long, hours long. Why would she never even go into his room? Give him a kiss, talk to him. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just a different type of mom than Katie. Maybe she had been around him the whole day. She's studying, she's on the phone, she's not. I don't know. I call BS on that.
I have a big I mean, well, and then Katie being upset about the Texas Roadhouse footage. I mean, she didn't want us all to see the actual interactions that were happening. The sliding the menu over,
Taking the picture of him while he's eating.
Taking the picture.
Like, why are you sending a picture of your 15-year-old what he's eating? That's weird to me.
To Chris, the stepdad, that just seems like that's like a parent ganging up with another parent kind of a thing. Like, I'm going to tell your dad. Like, not that I'm saying Chris is his dad. I'm just saying.
What's he eating? This is what he's eating. I mean,
Right.
it could have been something as simple as that. Oh, what's he eating? Well, here's a picture of what he's eating.
They said a couple things. Like one thing I heard was that it was because he had eaten salad dressing and he doesn't usually eat salad dressing. I heard that also how much food he ate. But see, that again, that's a discipline, right? I'm seeing how much food you ate, and if you didn't eat the sufficient amount, too much or too little, I mean, I guess you're. I mean,
I didn't grow up in a military family either. So,
well,
maybe military families, they're just a little bit more different, you know?
that's true. They're stricter. They're more strict. I mean, like they're just there's a certain way that you do things, and there's certain rules, and that's but that's a structure, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's when people misconstrue and take it to another level,
Yeah.
in my opinion, because you can see some really do get off on the power and control, and um, that's where you know that's where it goes haywire. But I agree. I think some of the major mistakes that were made, the shoes, the clothes, how do you know what he's worn to bed? And then, um, I mean, there's probably a lot more. And the control freaks. Right, right, Brenda. Right. As a military family, my kitchen is open at all times for my kids, especially my special nephew child, just my experience. Yeah, I'm like that too. Well, it bothered me too. Jen and I talked about rummaging for snacks. Um, and that was another thing with the roll. People were like, well, why didn't she let him have another roll? And those are the things that are in this case have been a common theme, like food. And that's what I was talking about with Chuchi and I making that spreadsheet that we were talking about. That's like the one category that I would focus in on is the food control, because we also heard about cameras in the home. Now we're hearing, was there a camera in the refrigerator or on the refrigerator, like was speculated on in the beginning? Some rumors have truth to them, some are half truth, and some of them are complete crap.
Yeah.
He said, she said, and Jen and I were a little
Yeah.
perplexed about that, just with everything, with the trip and stuff too, because we're like, this is crap. We don't need to do the he said, she said. You got to make phone calls, or just, and politely, guys, politely. If you're going to email someone, politely email them. If you're going to pass out flyers, politely pass them out, right? Because you do have to be a little bit of a people person and say, hey, did you know that this child Sebastian's missing? Talk to them for a second.
Right.
Some people don't want to take the flyer. That's a different, but don't be mad at them because they don't want to. It's
Right.
just their personal preference. So I mean, that's a big one too, because awareness is important, but we don't want to wear out our welcome, and then we also don't want to be hateful,
Right.
you know. So anybody that does go this weekend, or if you do decide to pass out some flyers, please, do it with Sebastian's best interest and heart at mind, and just, you know, be polite, smile at people, be kind to people,
Right. Exactly. I mean, the fact is that she is the last person to be with him. She was the last person to see him. So if we are focusing on anybody else other than Katie, we are distracting. We're distracting. She
Big
holds the
time.
answer. She holds the key.
Yes,
She
yes.
knows. There may not have been anybody else involved. She knows where her son is at, in my opinion.
Allegedly.
Please.
But I mean, and that's just process of elimination. That's not like, well, I pick you, to be mad at. And then also, how does she know, how does she not know it's one of three shirts, or which shirt specifically? Because if we're doing laundry, especially just for one kid, we know we're moms, right? We know which underwears they have, what the designs are. We get down to that, right?
Yeah.
Even down to that, or their socks, right? Especially because they have, different designs on socks.
Right.
Or boys might just wear the regular tube socks. I have to remember because I'm a girl mom.
But how does she
But
not know? You got a closet.
right.
You go in there and you go, okay, this shirt is missing. You're the one that's buying his clothes. You know what he's wearing. And he only, I think I don't remember how many pairs of shoes. I want to say 5, but it could be 4. I don't know. But he had only a certain pairs of shoes.
Right.
He only had certain clothes.
And boots he got
And
bought
I could be
recently.
mistaken. I may be mistaken by saying this. Please don't take this to the bank, but I could be mistaken that the pants that she said that he was actually wearing were at Seth's house. So how could he couldn't be wearing those pants?
Oh yeah, the
Could be
stripes with
wrong.
the
Yeah, I could be
stripes.
wrong. I'd have to double check and ask, but
It goes back to in the beginning, they said all black. Sebastian's wearing all black. He's wearing black sweatpants and a black sweatshirt.
mhm.
So, not necessarily a hoodie, but a sweatshirt. But then they changed it to like the Adidas style stripes down the pants, down the
Yep.
sides,
Yep.
and a long sleeve black shirt with one of 3 depictions, either Star Wars, Minecraft, or Halloween. And that was talked about for what? I mean, even on Web Sleuths, when they were on there, that's what was being talked about because it was never 100%. So to find out later that, if those pants were in fact the wrong pants were at
Right.
Seth's, well then there you go.
Right.
Because obviously boys I'm sure are going to have maybe a little bit less clothes than girls. We'll just say, because girls are, we got all the pretties. But in the same way, mom does the laundry, mom should, and you should just want to, I mean, if you thought your child was last seen wearing something, wouldn't you want it to be specific?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be looking through the closet like a mad woman.
Yeah.
I'd be like, where's her
If you
da da
don't
da
know,
shirt,
yeah, if you
right?
don't
Like,
know, say you don't know. If you don't know, say you don't know. Just be honest. You didn't, if you saw him or you didn't.
100%, because she couldn't have known.
Yeah. So he
She
didn't
couldn't
take a
have known.
shower. She didn't say that he took a shower. She didn't say that he brushed his teeth.
Medications.
Didn't say anything about medications. He went and took the trash out 15 minutes after they got home. She made sure to say that. She made sure to let us know that he was wearing all black. She just doesn't know what picture was. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But she knows what he was wearing at the Texas Roadhouse the night before. But she didn't give us the picture she even took. We didn't even see the picture that she's taken of Sebastian. That would be a full-on, picture, even though he's eating, but that would be a good picture to get of the last time. Because even when missing and exploited children comes to do their little cards that I don't know if they still give them out, but I mean, I still have my daughter's because it has her picture on it.
Yeah.
And it's a little missing exploited, picture when they're little, the school was doing them. That's because that way, if something was to happen, you can give that card to the officers and say, this is the most recent school picture of my daughter or my son, or,
Right. Right.
whoever you're carrying, if it's adopted person or somebody,
Yeah.
but the most recent picture is very important.
It is.
And we don't see that.
There is a lot of weird stuff. It's just weird. It's just weird to me. And I don't, we have great hearts. I mean, I know you well enough to know that you've got a great heart. I mean, you
Jen, same
last night about,
I just couldn't believe that.
yeah, it just broke your heart. But
Yeah.
there's things that when we look at missing kids cases, especially, and we're looking at the mother, and we're looking at the mother for we want to see her show emotion. We want to believe in her. We don't want to believe that she would have done anything harmful.
No.
We want to believe that, but we have to have that evidence as well. And when we're not seeing it over and over again, it hurts our heart. And we don't want to say, okay, we think that you could have, but show us, prove to us that what we're thinking and feeling and the vibe that we're getting is wrong. Please
Right.
show us something different. Please show us something different. And you could think, well, she doesn't have to. Everybody grieves differently. Everybody, okay.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Well, everybody can grieve differently, but when you birth a child and they are your only child, I mean, I say that, and I've got 2 kids that, I mean, I would freak out. I mean, they're grown.
I know, me too.
I would freak out, honey, and the fact is that I just don't see the emotion from a mother that has lost her child that is missing. I don't see the emotion that I would like to see. And I guess
It's just not
that
there.
hurts my heart because I want to believe that she didn't have anything to do with it, but everything is giving me red flags and giving me the heebie-jeebies that like
What about
something
the
is not right
doors and
with you.
windows? They told us all that all of their doors and windows were completely locked and nothing was you
Right.
know, amiss outside the house, like window wise, nothing was broken. There was no screens cut. There was, nothing like that. So this is the information that we have, and
Mhm.
deducting it from reason, using
Right.
reasonable deduction, and reasoning, then we realize, okay, well then Katie's the last person, right? So we need
Right.
answers from her, whatever happened. We just
And
need the answers.
anything other than her is a distraction.
I agree.
It's a distraction. There's been no arrests. She was asked to take a poly more than once. There's a reason for that.
Yeah,
There's a
I
reason for
mean,
that.
going back and getting evidence a year later is a big
A year
deal.
later.
That's a big deal.
That's a year later. And I wonder why Chris allowed that to come out now. And it's on him and on his household. That's bizarre if we're going to believe
It
that what he's
is.
saying is true.
I was shocked as shit, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe he did it. I was like, what are you doing?
Like, I feel like he flipped the script on his own self, his own household, and his wife. Where did that come from? I don't know. It's just
I
so
know, and
weird.
why is it so hard for people to see that and understand, instead of, oh, well, Nerdy says this, no, but it's not about what Nerdy said. He's just relaying information from Chris. So again, the source is Chris, and Chris, again, like you said, is directly doing this,
Yeah. So I've seen her outside, like, I've seen her. I've seen her in court
laughing.
laughing, making jokes. I would be looking like a widow. I mean,
Oh
looking like the
gosh.
roughest mother ever with my kid missing. Like, oh my God.
I agree.
How Seth is when you're around him, it's different. Well, he definitely has you can feel it, you can see it. Like he is
Yeah.
distressed.
Yeah.
I mean, who tells an astrologer when you first meet them, if you're guilty, your birth time?
Right.
Nobody. And so
Right.
it's stupid. Right. So
Well, and I've even had to tell Jessica stuff like that. Like, you don't have to tell these people everything, but then again, she feels the need to in order to find her son, because it doesn't really matter if she's on the hot seat, because she just wants to find her son. And even Heather Cohen did say that to Chris and Katie in the phone call.
Mhm.
She goes, Seth really doesn't know. Because Chris said something rude to the effect, well, he's just being stupid and he's being a jerk. Well, no, that's not what he's doing. He really genuinely doesn't know. And so he's offering up any information.
And giving him the heebie-jeebie. I mean, it's obvious that y'all are not missing your child like I am, like he is. He's
Right.
like, I'm missing Sebastian. He's not here. He left from your house, Katie. Where is he?
Where is he?
Where is he? And
Absolutely.
it would appear that she's living her best life. She's going on vacations. They're going to Disney World. They're doing this. Okay, well, life, Chris said after a week, life goes on. But would life go on if his daughter were missing? No.
No.
No. Would his mother be going on vacation to Puerto Rico and to Alaska? No. 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 Don't tell me any different. No, I
But
won't
even
believe it.
before they left, I saw like no pictures of Sebastian when they did take a Disney trip. Why wasn't he not included?
Right.
I mean, that bothers me too.
Right. Right.
And then trying to spin it with the phone. That's another thing that's a big thing too. And a bunch of BS. I mean,
Spin what phone? What do you mean?
well, with the phone stuff, he was trying to say there was like people are now saying there's burner phones
with
and
Nerdy.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. What's that about?
Distraction, girl. Like it just feels like I mean, I'm glad that this information came out, if true, but we were talking about this last night too. It's like he said, she said, he said, she said, but what is really true here? What's true is that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers left either on his own or something happened with him and his mom. She was the last one to be with him. Anything else is a distraction. Why is there any type of flip? I mean, he has flipped the script here
Completely.
completely.
Yeah, and I think that's why so many people are pausing, and then Nerdy has a whole different subset of group of people that view him and watch him, and he's got 10,000 people.
You know who he was.
I didn't either. And that's the thing. Nobody's got that other, and that audience knows nothing about Sebastian. So this is the first narrative that they would even hear about Sebastian's case is concerning to me on why Chris would also, not target. I'm not saying he's targeting Nerdy, but I'm just saying that that's why he's disclosing this information to him is
Mhm.
maybe to get a new story out that no one's heard.
Right.
And if it's the first time you've heard about Sebastian, you're just taking in the information like anybody else would.
Right.
So I mean, but for us, we look at it and we're saying, wait a minute, no, because the dog started here. Wait a minute, no, because there wasn't no burner phone that called Seth.
There's no evidence that Sebastian left the home, so
There's
either he left out of that car, but I think that they have searched the car. I don't know. I don't know if they've done any, I don't know.
I don't know. I would imagine they would have just
I would think so.
because
I would think
of
so.
what they've done, even with the Faro cameras, even preserving the area like they did. Now, I think that was like day 5. Um, yeah, and she's I mean, honestly, if I was law enforcement, which I'm not, but if I was, she would be my only prime
Suspect.
suspect.
That's the reason why she is the only one that they were really concerned about taking a poly.
Sure, and that's why
Well, you didn't take one. And okay, let's just be real. They're not admissible in court for a reason.
right. And nobody was asked to take one. It was more except for Katie.
Except for Katie.
Just let's put it out there. That's what Chris, Katie, and Seth were saying in the beginning. That's what Seth had kept saying. And then, subsequently, obviously, Katie was being looked at, and maybe Chris didn't want to throw his wife under the bus. I get that. I'm not faulting the man for that at all.
If he trusted Katie, what would be the reason why he would want a camera in his daughter's room? If he really did trust Katie, I mean, what are you thinking? I mean, just
Boom,
I know
Jen.
we're
I mean,
speculating here.
we're just speculating, and
It's
that's but I mean, honestly, if Nate lost my daughter, I put a camera on him too. No, I'm just kidding. But, or if I've lost our kid, maybe I would think that. I mean, I would. I mean, I would understand why he wouldn't trust me around my another child alone. Not that he doesn't love me anymore, not that he doesn't care for me or nothing like that has anything to do with it. It's just, I mean, because as a parent, you would feel the need to protect your child no matter what.
right.
So even though I was mind blown when I heard about the camera in Faith's room, that could be one reason for it. That maybe he's scared that something, and I'm not trying to say that he is. I'm just saying, why would you put a camera in the little girl's room? Unless you were scared to death. I mean, that's why we do that with babies, because we were afraid they might hurt themselves or they might stop breathing in the middle of the night, or you know what I mean? Like that's baby monitors, and we want to hear them when they need us.
Right.
But
I don't know, girl. I don't know why they would have done that. I mean, why would they have put a camera in her room? If that's true, if that's even true. But I mean, Chris is putting this information out and he knows that law enforcement is going to be,
right.
knowing that he's putting this information out. Law enforcement is definitely, they're listening to all this.
What about Katie changing her phone number?
I don't know. I think, if I took your phone, I mean, her son is missing, so it's not like he's,
Right.
if she wants to be so connected to Chris, then she's going to hurry up and get a phone so Christy can call,
Right. because they got to be attached all the time, talking whatever. He's
I
got to
mean-
know everything that's going down, everything, that's, I mean,
It's suffocating. I'm suffocated just thinking about that.
me
I love
too.
you, Jeff, but God dang, no.
Well, I mean,
No.
me and Nate haven't been on the phone 24. I mean, I text and let him know I'm okay, I'm here, and but I mean, other than that, the
only
focus
reason why I
is
could
somewhere
think-
else.
Yeah, the only reason why I could think that she would change her number is to talk to him while they have her phone
Mm,
because she has no phone. They
right.
took the phone. So what is she going to use to call and text and all of that stuff? She's
And
going to
if
have to get a
she's
new phone.
studying, why is she talking how are you studying and talking to Chris? How are you retaining the information that you're reading and also talking to somebody on the phone? I'd be quiet with you on the phone with me and I'd be sitting there quiet, we'd just be on the phone. Because I would be
It's all
reading and
weird.
retaining information.
To me, it's just weird. It's very weird. There's so many things about this case that it's hard. You know how I am now, especially, after being on the phone with me and being around me. If there's something that doesn't make sense, it's hard for me to move past that. I've got
Sure.
it's got to make sense first. Just like when you said that chick was working with that night, and I was like, there's no way in hell. And then I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I found the evidence of it, and she is. Okay, so I'm sorry.
Well,
You know?
but there was a lot of insinuations and not an exact answer on it either, like a definitive. Because when you were looking through the transcripts, I'm like, well, maybe I was just assuming it too, because again, people were in the chat, oh my gosh, she's got an NDA, da, 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 and it was all about the NDA,
Right.
NDA, and so, and I'm going, so what though?
Yeah.
It's just a non-disclosure agreement. That's what it stands for. So you're not going to disclose certain information that you've agreed not to. That's it.
I'm just still very surprised if true that Chris, I'm very surprised of the information that he told. I'm glad that it came out if it's true, but I'm very surprised that he did because that is saying to us, the public, they've been back. They've
Yeah.
gotten phones and
Yeah.
they've gotten cameras. And we don't know for what because the probable cause, all of that is sealed.
That's the big one. And that's the thing though. I mean, that's one thing that can be looked at as a good or a bad or a neutral, really, because I mean, what are they going to do? Tell us all everything that they know? That's not smart.
Right.
Again, poker face, keep your hand, your poker face and poker hand, don't show your cards. And, I mean, that's one thing that I do feel like, the
Yeah.
public, we as a public have gotten a little bit, off the understanding of that because it's not like they're doing it like nana nana nana, we have the information and you don't, but they're trying to really like protect the integrity of everything. And if people are already talking so much, could you imagine if something did leak out, which things have,
Mhm.
and then it's open to our public speculation and interpretation.
Let me tell you this. If my child went missing, well, I'm not Katie, but I can imagine it in my head. If I'm putting myself in her shoes, what am I gonna do? If I don't see my kid, I'm gonna be on the phone with their dad, not their stepdad, but their dad.
Right.
Have you talked to him? What's going on? I'm gonna call the stepdad. I'm gonna call, whoever his friends are or whatever. I'm most definitely going to get my butt in that car and I'm going to go straight to the school and I'm going to go inside that school. Okay, if the school isn't open, I'm going to be running around, looking around, seeing if he walked, what's going on. I'm going to get out of my car.
Right.
There's just so many things that I feel like that I would do. Of course, I'm not in that situation. It's going down. She's tripping, she can't think, whatever. But what about going through the neighborhood, seeing if he's anywhere at the neighborhood, anywhere in the neighbors, walking around to the construction. I mean,
Well, it bothers me too that she had the windows rolled up because
That's what we saw, yeah.
it is because I mean you would just think, I mean obviously if she's on the phone with Chris at that point, which she said she was, so she is focusing on the conversation with Chris, right?
right.
So I get that part, but I mean even so you put your window down and be hollering out, I mean, because you would be in a frantic state if you are in fact now looking in the neighborhood. You discover
Right.
him missing and you're like
Right.
walking around, Sebastian, where are you, bud?
Right.
Whatever in the morning. And then I mean, sure, if you're out there, then panic is gonna kind of start setting in, like, oh shit, where is he? Like what?
Right.
Did he go to school with the animals? Because they do have a great program up there for
Right.
the animals and stuff.
The school wasn't open, so I
School
can
wasn't
understand why
open?
she didn't. She didn't go.
She didn't go
She
inside.
didn't go inside. I can understand that.
Yeah.
If the school wasn't open, and he never walked to school. He was always on the bus unless she took him.
Right.
He never walked to school. She says that he's not an eloper. So why would she think that he would have left home without shoes? And it's just there are so many inconsistent things that, everything about this case, it gets flip-flopped, and my focus is on Katie.
Yeah.
It's not on Seth, it's not on Chris. Do
Same.
I like, you don't have to like any of them, but let's be real. Let's those are the facts. She is the last to see her son. Where is Sebastian Katie?
I know.
Her having to take the polygraph test. Nobody else was needed. It was her. If Chris is at work, and they have proven that Chris was at work, because we're not the detectives, they are. If Seth was at work and they prove that Seth is at work, then them taking a polygraph is irrelevant.
Why would they waste that resource?
Irrelevant.
Yeah, they're burning
They're
the
making
resource.
money.
Yeah.
They're wanting to look to see. And if they gave her another one, which Chris makes like she had multiple, if they gave her another lie detector test and they're asking her other questions, not the same questions that was in the first one.
Well, and what do you think about Chris and him admitting to an anomaly about lying to the police is crazy too, because now he's admitting that he had an anomaly, which he told us that he passed with flying colors. But now he's telling Nerdy's audience, he's telling Nerdy, and then Nerdy's telling his audience that there was an anomaly.
Hey, which one is true? So you either pass with flying colors or you don't, buddy.
Because the flying colors is an A plus, 100%,
Yeah.
score.
Yeah.
If you pass with a 95, that's still a pass. It's still a great score. That's still an A, but it's not.
The reason why I
100.
hate that because it's not because I just lied to police. It's when I was younger. It was in the past. No, stop it.
I did give him
Just
that excuse
stop.
once, and everybody was like, "What? No way! You can't be saying it. You can't be serious." I'm like, "No, but I mean, honestly, that type of a question, that's why they set the baseline, because it is hard to tell whether they're getting nervous about something that they thought of way back in the past, or
Mhm.
if it's something that's pertaining to the case specifically.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Why would Sebastian?
He never walked to school.
Why would Sebastian even go to school without shoes? He didn't have shoes on. Sebastian didn't leave. He didn't leave in the middle of the night. I don't care. I don't care what any of these creators out there are saying. He didn't leave in the middle of the night without shoes. Point blank, period. It didn't
No.
happen. It didn't happen.
Mm-mm.
It did not happen. When people try to get you to veer off what you really know, your mind is weak at that point. Don't let it happen. He
Sure.
did not walk out of that house in the middle of the night, pitch black, with no shoes on. It did not happen.
Mm-mm.
If he wanted to
No.
go and play flashlight tag and hang out and do stuff in the middle of the night, he's going to have shoes on. Oh, well, let me just put Chris's shoes on, not mine. No.
And Sebastian
Chris
didn't like to
shoes
be
missing.
well.
I mean,
And then with Sebastian not liking to be dirty, does he really want to put his feet where someone else's feet have been?
no, that's hell to the nose.
Okay.
Like we have to have common sense, and
Right.
that's a thing. That's a problem on the YouTube streets is the common sense.
Sure.
Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers did not leave that house in the middle of the night with no shoes on. Didn't happen.
No.
He's not going to go and play flashlight tag with the little old dinky ass flashlight that didn't even work. He's not going to do that.
How could he tag someone? That's such a good point. How do you actually tag? Because that's how you don't physically tag them. You tag them with the flashlight.
Right.
The flashlight wouldn't go that far, so he would know that. I mean, the kid plays Dungeons and Dragons. He's a smart
He's a
kid.
smart
He's a
kid.
smart
He
kid.
plays chess.
Right. And if he's trying to show out with the boys and he's playing flashlight tag, he's gonna come out there with the flashlight now.
I can tell you one
Okay,
thing.
not a little one.
I can tell you one thing. Seth Rogers is a very intelligent man. If he got the heebie-jeebies on day one, he's feeling it.
I would too, though,
He's
if Chris
he's
said,
like,
what if this
something is
goes
not right
south?
here. Yeah.
Yeah, I would too. I would have had a reaction.
Yeah.
And the police would have had to hold me back. You know, it'd be like, ma'am, we're gonna need you to call me.
It's his kid. You know,
Yeah.
it's not mine, it's not yours. It's his kid. And he's saying, hey, I didn't get to hear the audio. I would know if that's Sebastian's voice or not. I would know if they were, he didn't get to hear the audio of them going home. He hasn't heard that. And if that wasn't a big deal, why can't Seth hear that? Why can't he just hear the audio? You know?
I mean, I, as a mom, and again, guys, tumultuous, very horrible divorce, I would still give my ex-husband that. If it would, because I would feel like I owed at least him that. Like, here, please don't think I did anything to our son or our daughter. Please don't think I did that. Even though I know we don't get along and I understand we have history and I understand it's hurt, very painful. I get it. But then why not just at least throw him a friggin' bone? Because at one point you loved each other and you cared about each other, right? And you made a beautiful person. I mean, I wouldn't have my daughter if it wasn't for
Right.
her dad, right? I mean, just at the end of the day, no matter what I think of him,
Mm-hmm.
that was my choice at one point now, wasn't it? And
Yeah.
and Seth is intelligent and he's got a good heart. He's a good guy, I mean, in my opinion. And so I can see why Katie would have, been with Seth. So why can't she just go back to that point and say, look, I know this is our son, and here's at least this for you. Just, I know that you don't think good of me right now, but here's this at least.
Yeah.
And that would be a bridge, right? A little
Right.
bit of a, hey, at least you're trying. I mean, and I don't know what their conversations have been or in the beginning when they were trying to work together, so to speak, but at least,
Well, we were able to hear, there was if I'm not mistaken, Seth let us hear a recording of him calling and leaving a message. And you
yes,
could hear Katie in the background.
yes. The school closed. I
Yeah,
mean,
so it doesn't,
yeah,
it wouldn't appear with that phone call that there was so much hate. She is in the background, he's calling,
yeah. It's like a
yeah,
co-parenting
he's at he
situation.
goes to his dad's house every other weekend.
Yeah,
That's how my kids were. Me and my ex-husband are very close.
yeah,
They went every other weekend to
yeah.
his house.
Well, and it's good to have a good relationship, and sometimes it's not going to be always agreeing because you do have two households,
Yeah.
right? So,
Mhm.
but I mean, even if it's not amicable, because I don't have, so I'm just thinking if I was in the position, I would just be like, I mean, hey, we both know how each other feels because we both don't know where the kids are, well, or our kid is. Well, then that's a that's the issue in and of itself.
Yeah.
Is that would raise a red flag if he didn't want to share that with me. I'd be like, are you trying to hurt me? Or are you trying to torture me? Are you trying, I mean, I'm
Right.
already dying. I don't know where my kid is. So
Yeah.
what are you trying to do to me?
Right.
Is what I would be thinking. It would not be good.
And Seth told us about the incident with the ants.
Hmm.
There's no way that Sebastian
Big
is
one.
going to go outside of that home without shoes. Why did he have his shoes? Okay, so here's the thing too that I get mixed up about. I mean, I just really it floors me to think about and it hurts my heart too. The shoes that Sebastian had on at the Texas Roadhouse,
Hmm.
they should have been at his home if he made it home.
Right.
If his shoes are at his home, where is Sebastian?
Right.
So either they bought more shoes for him and sent him somewhere, or we're looking at a very bad outcome.
Right. Right. And
I
that's
mean, what do y'all think? What do you think?
I mean, I think that's
Shoes
the
off.
most valid point,
Yeah.
right? Because just, I mean, we know that he didn't have very many pairs, like you said. I think it was his old tennis shoes, new tennis shoes Katie got for him, and then the one Seth got for him at the boot barn. He had boots. Those were all there, and then a pair of slides were in his room, like house shoes, to wear around.
Right.
Other than that, I don't know of any other shoes unless Sebastian like hid some, but then like I said, he would have been seen in the neighborhood wearing
Yeah.
them, right? He would have put them, he would have laced
He's
them,
gonna hide them.
I mean, see, and he was so watched by them. Like every move, and then he didn't have the social media access there.
And that's the reason why he wouldn't take his phone unless he wanted to take his he would know numbers by heart. He would know numbers by heart. It wasn't like he could get online.
Right.
Okay, so I can understand not taking the phone. He's 15. He's going through puberty, he's going through a lot of changes anyway.
Sure.
And a 15-year-old, you can't even get online. That sucks. So,
I know.
okay, so let's say, okay, forget no money, no shoes, no nothing.
Not even a switch to
I mean,
keep
he
him
took his
busy.
glasses so he could see, just no shoes.
And he needed them to see far away, not up close. Or did he
Right.
have bifocal? Maybe, I don't know. But
Yeah,
either way. I mean, he still took the glasses.
he took his glasses, just no shoes. He wanted to see, but he wanted to see, I guess, what he's stepping on. No, it's not happening. That's not happening. I'm not buying it.
He had to wear the glasses because he needed to make sure his bare feet wouldn't have stepped on anything that he didn't want to step on. No, it doesn't make
It's not
sense.
happening.
And then we
No.
hear about a grass allergy, which I did look. It's not in February. It's not like the grass is bad, but he still wouldn't want to take the chance. The fire ants. There's no way.
Leave that house
No way in hell. No
without
way.
shoes. There's no way.
Mm-mm.
They either bought some for him or he
How many times have we run away and our friends brought us some shoes because we decided
away without shoes.
no shoes on?
You know, away without shoes. I mean, Sebastian's not.
No.
He's not
Mm-mm.
stupid. He's not. There is he was a very intelligent boy. There is no, or he is an intelligent boy. He is very
Yeah,
intelligent.
He is very intelligent.
He
and
can
he
play
wouldn't have.
chess. He could.
How about the water shoes when he was in the pink flamingo? He was even wearing shoes in the pool,
Yeah,
which I've never seen anybody wear water shoes in the pool.
there you go.
I've seen him wear them down by the lake,
That's a good
in the river.
That's a good assessment, Lady Freedom.
Yeah,
Very good.
because I do not. I mean, I like to go barefoot, and so I do like to go barefoot. But I will also wear water shoes if I'm going in the lake or the river because of rocks and stuff like
Yeah.
that to protect my feet. But as soon as I get in the water, I take them off.
Right.
Because I don't like shoes on. But see, I'm opposite from Sebastian, so his behaviors are very important to recognize and know what he would do specifically, not
Yeah.
what we all would do, or
Right.
I can't stand to wear shoes in the pool. Well, he liked to wear shoes in the pool.
Right.
So why would he go out barefoot in the middle of the night?
He's not going to.
No.
He's
And then
not going
finding
to.
out that he was home by himself for a little bit after school, why wouldn't he have left before Katie got home in the daylight to at least navigate part of his trip in the
Yeah.
daylight?
Well, he could have been lured out, and he could have. No, he wasn't lured out. You're not going to run away. You're not going to be lured out without shoes on. Get a grip. Get some common sense. Some
There
of
would
these
have been a
creators is
digital
just-
footprint of him getting
Exactly.
lured too. Like the police would already know that. They
They
would have
know.
their suspect.
That there was no evidence that he left the home.
None.
None. There's
None.
no evidence that he left the home.
And that's where we're
So he's not in the
to.
wall. He's not in the wall. He's not up under the house.
Yeah, and I mean, if Katie was not involved, then she wouldn't have, pushed Seth aside. She would be working with him.
Yeah.
In my opinion, she would be like, "Hey, this is our baby. This is our son. This, I know he's not a baby, but
Right.
I mean, they're always your babies,
Yeah.
if they're 45 years old, you just remember, when they're little and you're like, oh, and look at how big they are now.
Yeah.
I can't believe they're doing this or what. But yeah, I agree. And only a guilty mom would have even given Chris a say in anything or allowed him to,
She's in the background. Have you noticed that? But he's on the phone. He's doing the talking, and then she.
I have to turn her up, and then save the video and then turn her up and save it again because she's so low and in the background, not on the call necessarily. And then again, Chris wasn't there, in my opinion, if we're just saying for all intents and purposes, like of what we're talking about, right? Chris was in Memphis, Seth was at work, so there's still just Katie right there.
Katie's the key. Katie is
Yeah.
the key. And anything outside of that, if you go to Seth and you start bashing Seth, you start going to Chris, that's a distraction. We
Right.
got to focus. We got to
Right.
focus.
Yeah.
Katie, where's your son?
Right.
Where is he? He did not leave and run out the house.
Right.
And the only reason why he would have ran out the house with no shoes on, if he was in trouble, if she was trying to, do something, there would still be camera footage. There would
big
still be a
time.
footprint.
Big
There would
time.
still be,
Big time.
it's not, it's,
You would have had all of it.
yeah. Yeah.
All of those things would have been there and everything would have fit in if it was the truth. But when it doesn't, there's some kind of a hole or a lapse of time or whatever, then those are key indicators too. Like when Katie talks about, hey, I just got home from the Texas Roadhouse, Sebastian goes and takes the trash to the end of the driveway. And then there's a whole lapse in time until Sebastian says, good night, mama, and good night, puppies. That's
Right.
a good, hour and a half at the very least, hour and 45. How long does it take for me to walk down to the end of my driveway?
Right.
They have a longer driveway than some people, but still, it's going to take him a couple of minutes. He's going to go out there, push the can down, make sure it's in where it needs to be, and then he comes back. That's only going to take him 5 or 6 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he likes to, him haw around out there. I don't know. Sometimes boys do, or maybe he
Right.
was looking up at the moon, or maybe he was looking at the stars or something. You don't know what his mannerisms are or how fast he does it. Katie does.
I think that she, we talked about this last night, and there's certain things that I see, and whether you believe it or not, there's certain things that I think about this case, and that is that Katie grew up one way. She has had the experience of a life that is different from her growing up, from her childhood. And there are certain things that Chris and his family are able to offer her. And I would never, ever choose a man over my child.
No.
I'm not saying that she did. I'm just saying that I would never do that. Me personally, I would never do that. Me personally, Jeff would never, ever be able to dictate if I were to work with the kid's dad, if they went missing. Never.
But I see that in Chris. I see that he was always in the middle of their conversations, whether Katie placed him there or wanted him there or not, which I think she did, or she wouldn't have, I mean, I don't think Katie's as meek as she puts herself out to be, especially in the beginning. I think she's a little bit tougher than that to say, hey.
Personally think that Katie could take Chris out. I think she could take him. I think she could take him down, arm wrestling, wrestling or whatever. I think she could body slam him.
Right.
I really do. I think that we've got to look. I'm a redhead. My daughter's a redhead. We've got redheads. I mean, we are red. We are fire.
Right.
We are fire girl.
Right.
And Katie, oh, she's so sweet. She's just so sweet. No,
I see different.
Yeah. I could be wrong. It's
No.
just my opinion, allegedly.
Yeah.
I think that she would take Chris down. I think that this is all a show. She gives Chris the mic. She gives him so much.
She does.
She gives him so much attention too.
I know. And yeah, it's exhausting to think about how much attention, in my opinion, too, because when you got other things going, especially if you're going to school and you're doing all this stuff, that's a lot to give. And that's why that ultimatum bothers me, because you won't, as a person, you can only be pulled in so many directions. And if
ultimatum true, we don't even know
that's
true. Did he say it's me or him? We have heard rumors that neighbors have said that, but we don't know. But we do wonder, was there an ultimatum? Why did he only come home once or twice in the month? Why is he staying away from home when he could come home?
Especially when Sebastian's not
and they're
there.
up each other's butt so much.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he go home?
You would think he would be home Friday night and leaving out Sunday night, because, it's a 3.5 hour trip. So
It's really not that far. I
it's
mean, I make
not
it all
that
the time.
far.
I make drives all the time.
Right.
Why would you
Right.
not go home? Why would you not go home?
I think it was more of a blame Sebastian for the problems that they were having internally, even so.
And then,
Even though it wasn't, because narcissists will do that. They will, instead of saying, take accountability and saying, hey, I own that we're not having a great time in our marriage. Let's work on it. Let's get some couples therapy. They're not going to do that. They're going to triangulate. They're going to look at the other person in the household and say, it's you, not me.
yeah,
Right. Instead
Yeah.
of like looking internally and saying, hey, I could be a better guy by being around more, or Katie and I could do a date weekend when Sebastian's with his dad. That's a perfect time for us to have alone time. But yet they weren't doing that. And then also, like you said, I mean, to your point, I mean, there was a major disconnect somewhere within there. And that's where I'm thinking that he was wanting him, or excuse me, Chris might have been wanting Katie to choose him or me. Right. And
Yeah.
Katie, and Katie being, yeah, she MMA fighter.
This girl was not. She was not. She was in military, doing military stuff.
I think she's afraid to talk without Chris.
We've heard rumors about the swinging.
Yeah.
We've heard rumors about other women coming out and saying this. I mean, we don't know if Sebastian didn't find out that there was something going on, something else that was going. We just don't know what the law enforcement know. We just don't.
Well, and I will say in Chris's defense, which I don't like, defend Chris a whole lot, but I will say in his defense, that lady that had come into Justin's chat and then she came into my chat talking about how they met online, her statements were inconsistent.
Yeah.
And Hey Jude and I figured that out because we were comparing what she said in Justin's
that's
and
right.
what she.
Yeah, you told me that.
Yeah. So I mean, just so everybody's clear on that, I don't know that lady is a legitimate source or not. You know, but he might have been looking outside of the marriage, or they might have had an open situation, and that's their prerogative. I mean, that's their life, that, but where it intersects with Sebastian is, was there anybody willing to help Katie with the situation if Chris wasn't there? And then
Yeah.
maybe Chris doesn't know anything about it, and that's why he's so pissed.
Yeah.
I mean, not to, but hey, we got to look at it from every angle.
I just think that people like to focus on Chris or focus on Seth, and I think that is where we're really going wrong here. Let's focus on her.
Right.
She was a badass. I don't know if she could do it now. I mean, but I'm sure she was a badass in the military.
Yeah, once you learn that fighting style, you know it.
If you're a fighter, you're a fighter. I
Yeah.
don't think that really goes away. If you know some MMA moves and and you get mad and you got a hot temper, I don't know, Kate. I've never talked to the woman.
Yeah. I knew an MMA fighter, and he was actually teaching a friend of mine's daughter, and I was watching them. They do a lot of grappling with each other on the, it's very intense. And, it's like a wrestling style of fighting too. I mean, it's mixed martial arts.
Yeah, I would much rather watch MMA than boxing myself.
Right. I mean, it's
would.
interesting. It's cool. I
would,
like
yeah.
both. I mean, I've watched
Yeah,
both.
I do
So,
too.
and with that, it's like, that fighting style, it's like riding a bike a little bit. I mean, yeah, you're not going to have the stamina that you did once when you were younger doing it. Sure.
Right.
But you're still going to have that way. And then also knowing techniques that other people don't.
I just don't think she's as timid as people have made her
No.
out to be. I don't think.
No.
I'm wrong. I could be totally wrong. I just don't think she's as timid.
I thought she was in the beginning.
And soft spoken in the background and all that. I just don't. I don't know. I'm not buying it. In my opinion.
I think you're right. I think she does push Chris because, and then again, she doesn't get mad at him when he fluffs up the situation.
On that video that we were listening to, that I'd like to share that.
Yes. Got it.
She said, "Well, it's just going to be a shit starter. It's just going to be a shit starting show or something like that." And he said, "No, because she said, I don't want to do it.
Right.
I don't want to say again whatever, about, she didn't want to say what she had said to Sebastian when he was going to bed while they were on the phone. She didn't want to say it again. And this is, we're talking about a conversation that Heather Cohen was recording with Chris and Katie. And she basically says, I told him to go to bed. I told him good night.
Yes, I told him. Yep.
She doesn't say all that other stuff. Good night, puppies. Good night, mama. Good night, Baba. All that. None of that.
Right.
Mm-mm.
Well, and she also told Caitlin Miller that she let Sebastian stay up a little later than usual. So I guess maybe his bedtime was 8 and she let him stay to 9.
At 15?
At 15, I know. 8 o'clock is that was like when my daughter was littler, yeah. I mean, no, and then 15, it was like, forget it. Like she's probably gonna be on her phone too late and then tired in the morning, and I'm dragging her butt up to get up for
Wondering if they
school.
got into an argument. I'm just wondering if they got into an argument. Things went south. Either that or he didn't make it home, honey. He just did not make it home. His shoes are there. What'd she do? Take his shoes off? Push him out the door? I mean, push him out the car door.
I
It's
know, I know. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, that's a great point for if,
She didn't. Yeah,
he didn't make it home. Well, then what about his shoes? Because he would have had the same shoes he had on at the Texas Roadhouse. 100%.
100.
There you go. I
Boom.
mean, that's as easy as it gets. I mean, putting it that way, I mean, hello, like, yeah, what did she steal his shoes and kick him out the car? Well, then he wouldn't have made it far with no shoes.
We
Still,
would have had a credible sighting of
somebody would have called and said there's a little boy, walking by himself. He looks like, disoriented, or maybe he looks, he's not wearing any shoes. Somebody might have stopped and said, hey, are you okay?
Right.
But still, that would have had to have transpired where she kicks him out of the car with no shoes on and brings the shoes back to the house and puts them by the door where they were, where Seth said they were in the morning. Um, well, and with Chris and the Memphis girls at the bar and stuff, I joked with people before, maybe I'll go undercover and talk to the bartenders at some bars where he went. But that's a joke.
Well,
But I mean, I'm
thinking
just
that
saying,
I don't hate to bring her up, but that's the reason why he was so all about Terry Lynn. And then, you do wonder, and I'm not, hey, if Katie likes girls, if they want to, get, that's their personal business. I don't
Most
care what they do in the
definitely.
bedroom. I really don't care what they do in the bedroom. But I definitely do know that she was the last person to see her son. Chris is
That's
in
right.
Memphis. Seth is in Nashville. He's locked down. He's at work. Whether he went back and forth or not, she is the last person. She's the key.
True.
Anything else is a distraction. Katie, 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 Katie. Where's your son? What happened? Where did he go? Did y'all get into an argument? Did you send him off? Where is he at? Katie.
Right. Because they were talking about sending him
They did.
somewhere, to a school. But my biggest thing too, which really always gets me, is when I watch Sebastian in the Texas Roadhouse video, he's like perfectly behaved. I'm like, if we could ever watch a video, I mean, it's not like he knew he was being on camera and we would be examining this later. He had no idea.
Yeah, Seth
He
said
was being
yesterday.
so good and
Seth said
so
yesterday he would love this. There's not a lot of people,
Mm.
at the Pig Fest. But last night he was like, he would love this. It's not a lot of people. There's some music, and I'm thinking Sebastian would be dancing because we saw him dancing on the video.
Oh my
He would be
gosh.
dancing, having a good old time, not caring about what other people were thinking or nothing.
No, and that's the best thing about Sebastian, in my opinion, watching that Katie shared.
Lucky for you, don't cry.
It does. It gets me. Like, that was the one thing that was just like so because you're right. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Sebastian would have liked to have been here for this.
Yeah. He
And
would love that. And she's taking another child to and other children and being, happy go lucky at Disney World. You've got a kid that's missing, Katie. And that bothers me. It bothers me that she doesn't appear to, well,
and Disney's
behind
big in
closed
Star
doors.
Wars. He loves Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like, how do you go to a place where he loved it and just, I mean, Seth was kind of assessing the situation. Yeah, I bet you Sebastian would have liked this just because there wasn't a lot, and everything. But knowing that you're going to a place that's going to have all these memories of things that Sebastian would have really liked to have done or did,
Yeah.
I don't know how she did it like that. I mean, I get putting some things aside for the other kids, because I watched Jessica do that with her little one. She's got to still maintain him, AJ, and then she's got Devlin missing. So I get that there's a balance, but in the same way,
If she doesn't appear to have a missing child, she doesn't have a missing child.
well, it
She
goes
doesn't.
back to
To
Peter
her-
Hyatt.
To her, if she doesn't have a missing child, if she is not behaving that she has a missing child, then he's not missing to her.
Right. She knows where it is. She's
Yeah.
not looking because she already knows.
Right.
She's not concerned because she knows.
That's my opinion.
I feel that way too, because you
know?
can see the concern in Seth where he doesn't really know. And so he's trying to figure it out. And that's the big difference.
Right. And people are like, well, he should be boots on the, he should be. Do you really want to see that? Okay. I don't blame Katie for not being in the creeks. I don't blame Katie for not being in the woods. I don't blame Katie and Chris. Who would want to find? It would be better if somebody else found.
100%. They need
Sebastian,
resources.
yeah.
They need to be having
Blame
resources.
them for that. But I do wish that I could see more care, more concern.
Same here.
After a week, they've checked the landfill. After a week, and you're ready to move on, and you're going to follow his ass. Don't blame it on YouTubers. It wasn't even, people weren't even going after Katie's behavior a week later,
Right.
10 days later. It took us a minute.
I didn't even know they did the Duchess interview. The first one I saw was of the Holly Thompson interview, and there was a lot of red flags in there for me. Then watching back with what was said on Duchess again, a whole nother ball game, a lot more information. Thank you, Nano. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Cece. Yeah. Girl mom, good to see you, girl mom. I'm just saying hi to everybody.
I don't know. I think that, yeah, I think that, there's a lot. I think that there's a lot that's going to come out. It's going to get more intense. I'm telling you. Mark my word. Mark it on your calendar. And it's going
I believe it. I believe it. I mean, oh my
How it's
gosh.
going to work itself out remains to be seen. But there's a lot of intensity that is going to be coming more and more. And this is what we're talking about. This is what we're going to be talking about the whole month of October and November. We're going to be talking about the things that happened in Sebastian's past with the SO.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking about the landfill. We're going to be talking about the ponds. We're going to be talking about the trash. We're going to be talking about that stuff. We're going to be talking about the things that were bought. I'm going to be, because something could have been bought that weekend, not just by Katie, not by Chris, not by Mama Socks. It could be bought by somebody else.
Right.
There could have been some things that were, we just don't know what all took place that weekend, what all they bought, what all was talked about. Where, let's say, we don't know. So what if they were talking about places that they wanted to send Sebastian and they couldn't agree upon the places to send Sebastian? Could they have just said, I'm just going to make an executive decision and I'm doing this? But why not just say that? Why bring him in as a missing person? So that doesn't even make sense to me, because what would be the end game for that?
Well, and they have to sustain wherever he's staying at with money. I mean, they'd have to be paying someone to care for Sebastian, whether it's a school.
Right.
That's, because even though
it doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't.
So
no.
The two things that I'm thinking about, one is organizing the search, the water search, the creek search, walking it all to the Cumberland. And the other thing is homeless camps. Those are the only two things that it would even make sense, that could even come about. Either something really bad happened And we may not ever, we may not know what she did. I don't, if that were the case.
Yeah.
But Chris had made comments allegedly about Sebastian being homeless. And I have seen time and time again where autistic young teens then become, they're found years later as an adult and they're at a homeless camp. They don't even want to go back home. Sebastian wouldn't
So
run away
true.
without shoes. He wouldn't want to run away without shoes. That's the whole thing.
Well, and what were they talking about at the table where Katie was really telling him something in a stern, motherly way? Like I felt that as a mom looking at her telling him something, and Sebastian was not receptive to whatever was being said. And he kind of retracts back and he's kind of picking at his nails and starts biting him and stuff. Some conversation happened right there and it wasn't a long well, I don't know. We haven't seen everything,
Right.
but
We didn't see it all.
that piece is important to like what was being talked about, what was being said, because whatever was being talked about, it wasn't in a like positive way. It wasn't just conversational. It was something where Katie was telling Sebastian why, putting her arm up, putting her palm up. And
Did you ever see him smile in that Texas Roadhouse video? Did you ever see him smile?
No, but he did politely ask to use the game. He points at the game. Mom, can I use the game? No. She slides the menu over. They're talking a little bit here and there, but mostly not. And then there's that part of the conversation
Yeah.
where it's like what was being talked about that wasn't neutral or positive. It was more negative than anything because of her gestures, this at him, pointing towards him is like when it just reminds me of my mom saying, Patricia,
Yeah.
Patricia,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like, so there had to have been something that was being, but what did he do? Because he did everything he was supposed to do. He was polite. He looked at the waitress, polite, smiled at her,
Yeah.
right? And then every interaction was positive besides that one with Katie. And then he even got up, used the bathroom without any assistance, without anything, and come back to the table, very attentive of his mom, very polite.
Right.
It's not like I mean, the whole interaction was just like, wow.
It was weird. It was weird to me. I mean, I'm associated with me and my kids' relationship, and me and my kids are really close. We're
Right.
really close, and it's completely different. And I don't know. I wonder those shoes that he had on at the house. No Sebastian. No evidence that he left the home. No dogs, there's no dogs that led to Sebastian. There's nothing to say. I mean, he's not in the walls. He's not under the house, in the attic, in the cross.
I was going to say there's a little attic door. We looked at that.
Yeah. Why would, and I can guarantee you one thing. I don't know any mother at all that would leave the very house. Why
no,
would
ma'am.
she ever leave? Do you love Christopher that much that you put a note on the door, put some food out, and like a little dog? Hey, I know you know how the keypad to get back in, but hey, here's some little food, like a little dog. Let me go and do my thing.
Right.
I'm just scared.
Because what if he did
I'm
come back?
scared, and I'm scared of little bullhorn Betty. I'm just so scared. A little girl. I mean, bullhorn Betty is shorter than me.
I know.
You're talking about an MMA fighter. This fire engine. Katie, are you really scared?
Well, see,
You're
that's
really
why I did want to look up
really
the
scared
age
bullhorn
difference.
Betty.
Because look at little Olivia. She was being meek with Olivia. And look at Olivia. She's just very soft spoken and sweet and just younger. Like she's 27, I think. I looked up Olivia's stuff because I do. I love her. She's great.
Time and effort. You're going to put time and effort into this little woman.
Yeah.
But what about that time and effort and, and putting it into finding Sebastian? Like I said, if it's my opinion, if you have something that is lost, you're going to go look for it.
Right.
You're going to go look for it. If you lost your keys, you're going to tear this house up looking for it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're going to look.
You're going to look all over. As a matter of fact,
Saying go and look as far as going out to the creeks. Okay. I'm not saying look. I'm talking about, please, guys, if you see him, I'm talking about all the time coming out and telling us and begging us and pleading to us, crying to us. Please, y'all, look for him.
please. Yeah.
He could be anywhere. Please. This is his, doing videos. I mean, doing something.
Right.
Nothing, man. Nothing.
Well, and the only thing that I can say about Chris and Katie, which is different than another parent that has a missing child, is that they were militarily trained for search and rescue. Like Chris was talking about the tsunami and him. I mean, that's very intense. And obviously you're disconnected from that situation. So, yeah, you wouldn't want to find your stepson or your son out there,
Right.
of course, but in the same way, they do have that, again, that specialized training that you would think that would like kick into gear. And so that's why I'm always kind of like, but I also understand, I mean, that's the reason why you don't do heart surgery on your family. If you're a heart surgeon, another surgeon will come in and do that because you're too connected. So
Right.
I mean, it's yeah,
It's weird. It's weird.
very much.
I've been on here
Probably
for 9
us.
hours. Oh, okay. Here it is. Okay, so this is what we were talking about. This is what we were talking about. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. This is what we were talking
Oh,
about.
there.
Okay, so
every single thing from day one to where we are at now.
Well, I mean, I've gotten most of my information from, I know that, I know about y'all going to BJ's. I know about y'all going to Strike and Spare, and I know y'all picked up Melissa's daughter.
Okay, well, hold on. See, this is where your information is wrong.
Okay.
I did not
Okay.
pick up Melissa's daughter.
First, let me correct you.
I thought that was on an interview. Didn't y'all say?
No, hold on. Let's change.
Ma'am.
I need you to change your words.
Well, I mean, that's why we're talking, so we can clear things, like figure things out.
Once again, y'all didn't do shit.
Stop letting them increase your rates. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found this huge.
Chris was in Memphis.
Oh, Chris was in Memphis, right? Okay, so sorry.
Don't say y'all. Thank you.
Okay, my bad. So
Katie and Sebastian went to BJ's.
right.
Prior to going to BJ's,
After picking up our niece,
I said prior to going to BJ's,
which was not Melissa's.
they went and picked up a niece. That name is not going to be disclosed because it has no
Has been through.
business. And I promise you, you don't want to go to that house.
That child is going through enough with this mess. But no, it was not Melissa's daughter that I picked up.
Okay.
What you do need to know is,
BJ's.
all you need to know is that two sisters, Katie, Sebastian, and children went to BJ's. That is on a video footage.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Law
Yeah.
enforcement can confirm that.
Right.
She needs to be picked up.
Names don't need to be extracted, don't need to be out.
Yeah, I mean, minors' names don't need to be thrown out anyway.
Exactly.
No,
Sister doesn't need any more harassment either.
I haven't said anything about Melissa at all. I haven't even mentioned her.
Well, Melissa,
His other sister.
once again, my two sisters, Melissa and Cassie, were there. That's on video footage.
Yeah.
That has all been vetted. That has been proven. Proof of life, all that bullshit. Everything
Right, yeah.
From word beginning to has been told.
Yeah.
Wasn't there at all.
Now, they go to BJ's. They leave BJ's.
Sebastian and I leave BJ's. Your sisters went their own way. I don't know what they did.
They left BJ's. I did not insinuate a name. I didn't say who.
And it was just me and Bubba that left together.
So you and Sebastian leave BJ's.
Okay, so can because I don't have actual times. Can I get a timeline on that?
I don't remember the exact.
I'll give you on or about time. I can't give you an exact time.
So
I used my Live 360 to give exact timestamps to the law enforcement.
It was before noon.
gotcha. Okay. Before noon at BJ's.
Yes.
Okay.
Law enforcement has the literal, like, to the second.
We have been told we are not to give out exact times. And that
Gotcha.
came directly from law enforcement. We're not breaking that.
But like I
Okay.
said, they literally used my 360 and like
They got the
knew
timestamps.
that route I took.
Yes.
They knew how fast I went.
Yep.
They knew if I did any stops, which I didn't. They know, like, they literally know every detail because we have upgraded 360. So they literally. And I have a thing in my car with a camera.
Yeah, the dash cam.
It's not a dash cam.
Oh,
That's
okay.
where everybody's wrong.
Okay.
And I'm not going to tell people what it is, but all they need is in this vehicle, there was something that recorded a video and audio.
But law enforcement had multiple sources to confirm every move I made that day.
Okay.
Up to and including voice and video.
Okay.
We went home after BJ's for a little while.
And unloaded the groceries.
Yeah, we didn't get a whole lot, but yeah.
Okay.
And after they were at the house, they wound up eventually leaving there, and they go to Strike and Sperry.
Because we were going to go bowling.
Because the plan was to go bowling, but because there was a bowling tournament going on,
Yeah.
they didn't get to bowl. They had to play video games.
There was too long of a wait list, and it was a school night, so I promised to take him bowling another day, and instead we played video
But the
games.
school night, it was Sunday night, weekend night going into the school. They don't. No, it is not. It's considered a weekend. Don't take away.
He had to go to bed to get up for school the next day.
Okay, that's still not school night.
Semantics.
Semantics is a large play in this deal.
It means a night that you have to go to bed to get up for school.
And doing something, you can say that. If she puts some shit out there like that, everybody's going to think, oh, well, it was a school night. So was it Sunday?
Sunday night.
But I'm telling you how these dumbasses think. I'm explaining to you. It's all it fucking takes.
All right. So after BJ's, went home to unload groceries, then went to Strike and Spare. We played in the arcade for a while
All that's
because,
been vetted by video.
yeah.
They watched our every move the whole time we were there.
Nobody spoke to Sebastian as far as an adult. They can't see anywhere in the videos that they were followed. That is something that you're going to speculate on. Has been eliminated.
Yeah, I did talk to them about that, and they said that the cameras were shit. That they weren't really able to see a whole lot of anything at the Strike and Spare.
Strike and Spare's kind of getting up there in age.
But they went all the way back to BJ's, all at Fun Jazz.
But we went straight from Strike and Spare to
Texas Roadhouse.
and they confirmed again the video there. They even showed Seth a clip of it after his little "I haven't seen proof of life" comment, even though he had.
Yeah.
Which did he tell you about that?
About what?
That his little comment, he hadn't seen proof of life since Friday or
Insinuating that
Thursday or Friday when I last saw or heard from my son.
Yeah, I'd heard about that comment. I mean, he hasn't said it to me, but I'd heard about the comment.
But see, this is where, like, truth be told, this is where everything needs to come out.
he already knew that there was proof of life.
He knew there was proof of life prior to that. He started some shit. It caused a fucking stir. It caused a meeting. They showed him a video, Texas Roadhouse. When they walked out of Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah.
He has seen a video of Sebastian at the fucking house Sunday night, taking the fucking trash out.
Right.
Audio from inside my car.
Yeah. So, okay, so you guys got.
Do you see the frustration where we have with your client?
Yeah, I do. But it's nice to have like a conversation with you instead of having to get everything, everywhere else. Definitely.
And we went home straight from Texas Roadhouse. And we were home for approximately 15 minutes before he took the trash out. And he is on video, and the FBI was able to clear it up and confirm that it's him. Even though you can tell it's him from a mile away because of how he runs. It's just, you can tell from his mannerisms. The second you look at it, it's him running, but still.
So he took the trash about 15 minutes. And that was about what time was that?
Don't know exactly off the top of our head.
Well, I know you told him to go to bed at about 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how much time was between the trash and going to bed?
A couple hours.
Okay. And then you guys were on the phone from about 9 to 12?
Sure.
Was that FaceTime or just a phone conversation?
It doesn't matter. We were on the phone.
Okay.
Those details don't have any bearing in this. It's just
Yeah.
the phone call was made, whether it was a FaceTime, a Zoom call,
The only
whether it was just a
reason,
voice chat.
yeah, the only reason that I am curious about that is just to whether it was possible that he had heard any of that conversation.
No. Once again, our conversations are not where children can hear them.
Well, I mean,
That's interesting. So I wonder what their conversation was.
Oh, shoot. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
That's interesting because I wonder what that conversation was.
Yeah.
That they couldn't have in front of the children. Sebastian being the child.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting also. And then, Katie saying approximately 15 minutes after they arrived home from the Texas Roadhouse, that's where Sebastian takes the trash out. But, it's definitely looking like all of the lies are starting, or the inconsistencies in the story, holes in the story, are when they arrive back home from the Texas Roadhouse.
Right. And that's where I wanted everybody to hear is what she says. This is the main reason why we're listening to this, guys, is because I want y'all to hear what she says that she told Sebastian.
Right.
When they're saying goodnight, this is what she says.
Right. Exactly. And then another thing too is, Katie uses this mess, right? Because of this mess, there's all this drama on Cassie and Melissa.
This mess is your son being missing, honey. This mess is your son being missing.
Absolutely.
Okay? Yeah, and proof of life and all that bullshit. You know what?
Mhm.
Let me tell you something, dude. If it was your daughter and the shoes was turned, you wouldn't be Mr. Cocky right now. Oh, hell no. Hell to the no.
No,
I'm
you
gonna shut up because I'm gonna get pissed. I'm getting mad.
No, you're right though. You're absolutely right, Jen. And that's the thing, who says that? All of the, proof of life and all of that BS, like that's valid though, because if Seth was where he said he was, right? And that's just assuming not the polygraphs, nothing like that. That's what he would want to see. He's like, the last time I spoke with my son was this day.
Right.
And I would like to see the day that he went missing. The last time we know for sure that he was there is a proof of life. And on the way down here, or on the way up here, rather, I was listening to 48 Hours, and they mentioned proof of life in 48 Hours. And I watched I was listening to about 7 or 8 episodes, and almost every one of those episodes, randomly chosen, they talked about proof of life.
Yeah.
So that's definitely something that, even in law enforcement terms and things like that, that's the last proof of life is important.
It is, especially for the parent.
Especially for the parent.
But yeah, I want to hear her tell this one. I want to hear her say what she said to Sebastian.
It's coming up.
Yeah. Okay.
it's not like there was anything said that was like,
would have upset him.
yeah, no, I mean, it's not like we were arguing or anything. I mean, we spend time on the phone daily because we live separately the majority of the time when he's on travel. So we talk.
Yeah. Okay. So there's about 9 o'clock. You told him to go to bed. You were on the phone from about 9 to 12. It was about 11 p.m. when you heard the noise from his bedroom.
No.
No. That's not right. Hello?
Yeah, we're still here. No, what you said was not right.
Well, can you correct me?
Somewhere between 9 and 12. There was a sound heard, and Mom told him, Sebastian, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to bed. He said, yes, ma'am.
All right. And then nothing until you went to wake him up, right?
No, nothing until she went to wake him up.
And that was about 6 a.m.
So, and tell her what you just said, so that way, for the record, make it clear.
Yeah, but that's how shit gets started.
No, because she said that what I told you about hearing the noise, her saying go to bed, and he said yes, ma'am. Apparently that's wrong. So correct it.
I told him I don't care what you're doing, knock it off and go to sleep.
Did he answer?
He says, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once again, right back to what I fucking said.
Okay. Okay.
So where's the puppies? Night, Bubba. Night, puppies. Love you. Where's all that? It's just what that's what we want to hear, right? We want to hear consistency. The story isn't going to change.
Right.
What you said, what he said, none of that's going to change. It's going to remain the same.
And why did she tell Nancy Grace, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? No, ma'am. I mean, absolutely, Jen.
Yeah.
It's like you're right, and that's why we have our red flags going off, or our, spidey senses or whatever. It just doesn't. It's not sitting well with us because we understand that we've heard her say, about the puppies. Liberty says, "Yeah, exactly. Where are all the puppies?" Robini says, "Just a thud."
So if the story is continuously changing, I mean, I'm just trying to brainstorm here.
Right.
If it's changing, it's not changing until after she gets home. The story has changed after she gets home. Nobody else was there. Chris wasn't there. Seth wasn't there. It was her and Sebastian, assuming that they made it home. But that's where all the inconsistencies are,
Right.
is when they made it home. His shoes are there.
Yep.
So the only way that he could have come out of that home is in her car. How else would he have left the home?
I mean, he's not caught on camera.
No,
His scent was never picked up around the area, especially bare feet is going to have
they're saying that
a
the
greater
lights,
scent.
they're saying they said that the lights hold no evidentiary value.
Nothing
It can
whatsoever.
change at some point in time, but right now it doesn't.
It doesn't. And I mean, I've considered that too because we really don't know.
Is she going to involve anybody else? If she flipped her lid, flipped her wig on Sebastian, then is she going to tell anybody else what she did? Or is she going to try to cover it up the best way that she can with her background?
100%.
I don't know. I just still think that the focus should be on her and anything else is just a distraction.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. And I mean, I understand that, maybe Chris is trying to cover and, at this point after the fact, or maybe he might not even know. And like you said, that could be very true too, where it's like she's covering it up and people can't understand because she's the only one that knows.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm like, because then, yeah, I mean, it had to have,
See?
well, it had to have happened too. I mean, in the morning, she had 38 minutes before she contacted law enforcement, or Chris did, rather. Sorry, they were on the three-way call. 6:38 a.m. is what's been said. So that's 38 minutes later from discovering that he's missing. She is driving around the neighborhood, but that would be so risky.
Yeah.
It would be so risky in such a small amount of time. Now, where she has a long amount of time is from the time she gets home till 6 a.m. is a large portion of time,
Right.
and the truth
Exactly.
doesn't change.
No, the truth isn't going to change.
No, it's going to stay consistent. I mean, there may be a little bit of deviating, but nothing to the extent that we've seen.
Yeah.
Like not completely changing, like you said, the story of, mama puppies and, the thud, the noise, the this, the that.
Didn't come after. The noise didn't come until after. That those first interviews, there was nothing about a thud, and then we found out a thud. And see, I think that's
Noise first. The first one was the noise in Chronicles of Olivia.
No, I'm talking about the first with Duchess.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Duchess.
No.
If we go back and we listen to Duchess, and then we listen, to the other ones, it's like like you said, the truth is going to remain the same.
It's just going to stay the
It's
same.
going to stay the same. The truth is it's going to stay the same, and she knows the truth. And I think that that's where we need to focus is on the truth and getting the truth. And I think that that's what the law enforcement want. That's what we the people want. We want to know, where is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers? Seth wants his son. He wants to find his son any means possible. Where is Sebastian? How can he better find Sebastian? And does he need to be in the woods? Does Katie, if they didn't have anything, let's say Katie didn't have anything to do with it. Do they need? No, they don't. They don't.
No.
What we do need is we do need to get people together. And I'm hoping, maybe that's what's going to be the intensity in November. Is
Right.
getting people
Getting
together and
everybody
searching.
together.
Maybe that's going to be the intensity. Maybe we might find something. I don't know. Chris is leading us to search the waterways down to the Cumberland. It's what it sounds like to me.
And
I'm just trying to find Sebastian.
well, and initially I was thinking in the beginning that water was a big thing until I realized that Sebastian doesn't like to be in those types of bodies of water.
Right.
Without shoe. I mean, obviously he's in a pool with shoes. We didn't know that until
Well, and look, he knows how
later.
to swim. He's not gonna drown in a pond.
No,
He's not a little kid.
no,
They're riding around playing Eye of the Tiger. He's not a little kid.
right.
The boy is 15.
And again, he wouldn't be tucked into bed, so how would Katie know what he was wearing? Because she wouldn't. That's not normal. I mean, yeah, give a kiss, a hug, and love you, mama, love you, puppies. Okay, that's normal for a 15-year-old, sure.
But that's not what she said.
But that's not what she said. And then also, he went into his bedroom and he could have taken off, he could have wore shorts to bed. He could have wore just his bottoms, just his top, whatever, because however everybody's most comfortable sleeping in certain ways. So that's another thing behaviorally that is important, but we still can't get a straight answer for it. And not that they owe us,
you need to go to sleep. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Right. And then the thud happens, what, an hour later?
Could she have said, "What are you doing in there?" and then found him doing something that pissed her off? Something that, is that when she flipped her wig? I'm just thinking about all these scenarios that it's playing through my head because we have no answers. We are not, I mean, we're going on 2 years.
I never thought it was gonna be this
Oh my
long.
God.
Ever, 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 never, ever. I was like, they're gonna get someone's, once they can figure out, okay, he's not on camera in the neighborhood, then that goes back to Katie, right? But say they did see him in the neighborhood, then that would lead us to believe that he did leave on his own. Now what happened to him? So I mean, but it's like,
If the TBI
wow.
if the TBI says we can account for every car, every vehicle that came in and out of this neighborhood.
True.
We can account for every vehicle. Then are we looking at a neighbor? I mean,
Right. Well, and then Chris himself
Who
knows
was
where all the
Katie talking
cameras
to?
are located and all this, this is weird.
while he was he was only home once a month. What's she doing?
True.
What's she doing? Who's she talking to?
True.
I mean, we just don't know. There's so many unanswered questions.
And I said that too. I'm like going, okay, well, who cares who else Katie's seeing? And that doesn't matter. That's her business. But then again,
it could matter
if
to
Chris
why
is not
he's-
here,
yeah.
then to help out, then who helped? Because there had to
Gotta
been
keep him. Yeah, I mean, Jeff
Or
just
he's-
said Sebastian could have saw something that he shouldn't have. He could have saw something.
Majorly.
There's just so many different scenarios that could have happened. But the fact of the matter is that the story just seems to change after they get home.
Yes, everything's consistent, but then also they're accounted for on the cameras when they're out, but in the house they're not all of a sudden, and that is where it gets all hazy and
Yeah, it's
and
hazy.
the lies are starting in the lapses of time, and because what was Katie doing herself between the hours of 7 p.m. and when she got home, what was she doing? Was she cleaning up? Was she fixing Sebastian's lunch? Was she getting his backpack together? Was she getting herself ready for work? Was she studying and Chris called her and she was studying, when he called her? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what she was doing, and because those are major lapses of time where she's not telling us what she was doing either, just that Sebastian was playing in his room.
Right.
That's it. That's all we know, is that Sebastian came home, took the trash out, and was playing in his room until 9 p.m. But what happened in between of that time too?
Right.
And then the thud.
Right.
And that was something that they added in. Olivia's interview, Smiley's, They talked about it. Nancy Grace, and then also Webb Sluice, I think, talked about it as well.
Yeah.
You know, the thud or the noise, and then also the bang was what Brandon Carter said.
Yeah.
There was a bang in his room. Well, if he's got carpet, how was there a bang? Was it on the wall? Was it
Right.
on the headboard? Any surface, was it on his nightstand table?
Right. Could they have made a mistake? Could one of those cars not be accounted for, and they think it's accounted for, but I mean,
they did the geofencing, and I
They
think
did the
that's how they
geofencing,
concluded
yeah,
that. But that's the
yeah.
only way I could think that they concluded that. Same thing with the Texas Roadhouse. It's all your data is being used and stuff. Like Kiki was telling us that all of the data is collected unless you tell them not to. But
Right.
otherwise, once you go in there, it's the fine print says, hey, we're collecting your data for marketing purposes. Basically, it's not because they're watching us or trying to,
Yeah.
Big Brother or anything like that. It's more or less the marketing and the sales companies that are doing that in order to
Right.
pull people's
Yeah.
data,
Yeah.
advertise to them, find out what they like,
Mhm.
all that kind of stuff. But I mean, that I would think that they would know just based on the geofencing, which is a very smart move on their part. I mean, to do the geofencing would really tell you everything in the area. Everybody's data is coming to that technology.
Yeah.
Whatever it was used. I don't know what type of, Stingray is one of them.
Mhm.
I don't know, but what it does is it pulls it, instead of it going to the tower, it's pulling it all to the Stingray.
Gotcha.
So, I
Yeah.
mean, they would have, and then Chris was pissed about that. But why are you pissed about it if you weren't in the area? And who cares what anybody says? If Joe Blow YouTuber says, well, look at Chris's truck was there and it wasn't, then pipe down, because that doesn't matter.
Like pipe it down.
Right. Doesn't matter.
That's something to drink.
Yeah, yeah. But that doesn't matter to me. At the end of the day, it's like, if you were in Memphis, you were in Memphis. There's nobody can change that. There's no one that can take that from you, is that you were in Memphis. And then the swooping in Katie's defense, I understand that from a human being perspective. Or if the knowledge isn't there, I could understand it even more. Um, you know, That's true, Gina. If you can lie to Nancy Grace, there's not a chance for you. CPS was several years ago per KP, in my opinion. Well, and that's been a big topic of conversation too, Gina, lately. Is that right there? Right there. Because Katie even said that it was years ago, that it was only one time, right? And they tried to push that off, but Chris forgot that he told Smiley, mind you, 15-year-old child doesn't want to get in trouble, blah blah blah, and then Katie's like, or excuse me, Nancy Grace was like, well, Katie, why was he going to get spanked? Why was he being disciplined for what? And then, Katie says for lying about doing work.
Right.
Now, I don't know if that's lying about his room being clean, or schoolwork. But then Chris says that it was something to do with school, but he tells Smiley that he got a belt lick on the bottom for lying about, stuff that was going on at school. Like he could be socially awkward and something happened, and then
Too many inconsistencies. So the geofencing is going to pull the vehicles, right?
right.
Okay. So then I guess the TBI or Sumner County, whoever, would bring those people in for an interview to find out why they were there.
Right.
So we have neighbors. The neighbors. So we would, but the only way that is even possible is if one of the neighbors, like Jeff said, could have seen something, knew something, and that was part of hiding. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I know. And why not turn in the camera footage? I mean, that's always something that I've wondered too.
whose camera? This is the first time I'm hearing about this. Who didn't want to turn in their camera footage?
Well,
Which one?
It was said that Chris Carr's footage wasn't turned in.
The neighbor that's in the back.
And I tried to ask somebody that I knew knew that person, and
But
they
he's the
wouldn't
one that he's the
answer.
one that allegedly said that it was bad.
It's
It was really
bad.
bad. So
I know.
that makes sense to me. I just these rumors.
And again, it's context because, like I said,
these rumors were just, they fly around and people believe them. And it's like, I heard this, I heard that. And then, probably most of what we've heard is not even true.
right.
If we really want to get down and, we saw that with the Pig Fest stuff. We saw that
Absolutely.
with the Pig Fest stuff. We gotta be really mindful about what we're believing
I
with the
agree.
chatter.
And if you look at, someone who is in law enforcement, that was one thing that, again, why would you want to screw up your own what is it? What kind of skin do they have in the game if you're screwing up your own reputation to save somebody else's behind? Usually it's cover your own butt, not
Right.
cover everybody else's butt. Everybody covers their own butt. So, unless there was something that
Yeah, and people are saying that he allegedly had an affair, but I don't that's hard to believe. So he's upset. It's just, I don't know.
I know, because you can't, the only people that know that they have an affair is each other, because somebody said, well, wouldn't you tell your best friend about an affair? But I don't know.
Would we all know?
I might
that he
not.
had an affair? And that's not.
I might not
just
tell
one-
anybody. I might tell nobody.
I'm having a hard time.
Okay.
I'm having a hard time believing that the man that would be crying is the same one that wouldn't give up his. None of that makes any sense. It's got to make sense. I can't move past that shit if it don't make sense.
You're right, Jen. That's where we get stuck, where we're stuck on this. Okay, we're stuck on the fact that
Again, Katie.
inconsistent.
Katie.
Yeah.
Katie was asked to take the polygraph test. Not Seth and not Chris. Katie.
That's who I'd be
Multiple
asking.
times. She's the one going night Bubba or whatever she said, whatever. She's the one that was there with him.
Right. Because Chris wasn't on the phone yet at 9 o'clock when Sebastian went to bed. Good night, mama. Good night, puppies. They didn't get on the phone till 36 minutes later. Everything's threes in this case.
Yeah.
So, that's it. It just, but it's not consistent. No, because what the heck? It does not make sense. Right?
Nope.
And then Katie sat there for what, a half hour till Chris, she's still studying or something, watching TV, sleeping, falling asleep.
Yeah.
Dogs are with her. They're in the pen. They're not.
Yeah.
When Chris isn't home, the dogs sleep with her, not in the pen. But Chris said, put the dogs up and go to bed. That's his exact quote.
So he was okay. So he was working on a truck. He was working on a friend's car, and then he was on the phone with her, and she's studying. And it just seems like there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on that night.
Or they're trying to get people to cooperate where they're at, until they're not.
Exactly. Yeah,
be on camera all day, help out a neighbor with the car, be on the phone. Oh, see, this person saw me. And how about the boss, Chris's boss that came on and was, I get it, guys, construction guys can be a little bit rough sometimes, but he was a little bit too much, in my opinion, when he was telling her, just, well, Sebastian could have been taken by somebody, he could have walked out by himself, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, well, there's no footage of it.
Is he Houdini? He's a ghost. He's just, he's made himself invisible. He's the invisible man.
He's
the invisible boy.
Yeah. The boy who could fly, that old movie. He just gets up on the windowsill and takes off. It's just not rational. It's not even
no sense.
Yeah, it's impossible.
No.
That is one impossibility in the whole case, is that he didn't just
right.
Disappear or levitate or leave the house why is he undetected is the biggest thing.
Gina says that Bobby said that the rumors was the pastor of the neighborhood. So which pastor? Which pastor? I don't know, y'all. I think that it's a bunch of the rumors just fly left and right. And we understand that, I don't know. There's a lot of rumors. Just like the pig fest, there was a rumor that wasn't true, you know?
Brenda says a good point here. Lived a half hour from Memphis, but stayed at Horn Lake. What? Yeah. And Brenda, I think that's a good point. I think that's a valid point, especially when we think about what Silver's on the scene had brought in from when he had conversations with where Chris was staying, whoever he spoke to.
Yeah. Katie was pleading the fifth, right? Is she pleading the fifth? She's lawyering up.
Exactly.
Did Seth get a lawyer? No.
No, not to my knowledge.
Not for that.
Yeah.
He's got a lawyer for
Well, he had to have a lawyer in order
Chris's
to get the
buddy.
CPS reports. You have to have, the parent. It's my understanding that the parent has to request those, and that has to be done through a lawyer. And that's when Seth got a lawyer. I mean, if you have no choice.
Right. But definitely not for the cops, Seth was very open. Come and look, come and bring your dogs. Please, let's find Sebastian. Whatever you can do, please
Just
help
find him.
find Sebastian. Look here, look there, look everywhere. He's like, look at me, look at my family, look at my friends, look at anybody you want to.
Right.
Just find Sebastian. Let's get to the bottom of where my son is.
And that's a person that truly doesn't know.
His actions speak loud.
Oh, very.
Katie's actions speak loud, right? So we've
Very.
got two parents, the mother and the father. One lawyer's up, one runs. I mean, she rushes to the Texas Roadhouse to try to get that video.
Did not want it out, but it had to have been because of she was there, so she knows what happened that night. So she knew that once we saw that footage, there would be even more speculation because of the fact that there was that conversation, in my opinion.
Yeah.
People might get upset, we've talked about it too, like, oh, she wouldn't let him play the game. Okay, so she didn't let him play the game, but that's like a small little detail. That's the bigger picture is that conversation for me, because even though there's no sound, and even though we can't see Katie as much, we can see her gesturing, and then we can see Sebastian's reaction, and that is right on him.
Right.
His reaction was like, whoa, I'm in trouble.
But do you think that she did that? Do you think that she sat right there, right in front of the camera on purpose? To make sure that Sebastian was, I don't know.
That's a good question. I mean, yeah, because and we got to know anywhere we go, we're on camera. We walk into the gas station.
You and I are going to think about that, but she's a tech chick, so she's going to, she's a tech chick.
True.
I don't know. Does she know where these? Is that and was that a typical weekend? Is that a typical weekend for them to go and just go to BJ's, go here, go there, go pick this one up, go that? Is that what they do? Is
And
that a
they're
typical
regulars
weekend?
at Texas Roadhouse, right? I mean, they've gone there before, or that's one place they like to go.
I don't know.
Because I thought there was someone who was a waiter or waitress. They had went the time that the TBI put that picture up, I guess Sebastian and Katie were sitting on the same side because Chris was there, and maybe he was taking the picture, or maybe it was a selfie with Katie, or whatever.
Yeah,
but either way, that wasn't the first time they'd been to the Texas Roadhouse. To the Hendersonville one, in my opinion, or from what I've heard.
Yeah.
But
oh, Little Red saying there's wherever you sit, there's cameras right there. So yeah, she could have been having a mental crisis for all we know.
Well, looking back around, around on her, her shoulder and stuff is actually a really big clue too, in my opinion. Because maybe if they're not having a full on conversation with each other, but they're definitely she was looking around the restaurant in a very strange way. Hateless blessing.
Well, all I know is that she has a criminal defense attorney. Seth does not. She may end up needing that criminal defense attorney.
I agree. I couldn't agree more with what Hatfield and McCoy were saying, Fred and Sheila, just tell us where Sebastian is. Tell better yet, tell your lawyer, right? Like, because that would be the best thing, because all we want to know is where Sebastian is. So whatever had happened,
And
if you're hiding him, if you did something.
Seth. That's the reason why they did not worry about talking to Seth. They wanted to go inside that house. They wanted to fill him out, and they wanted to assess the behavior. They never got that opportunity. That's what they wanted. They were really trying hard.
Very hard.
They were trying to act like that. I feel like, I don't know, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But in my opinion, it seemed like they were trying to be trying to say things maybe about Seth even that could get them in the door. Just, a reverse psychology type of thing, where they could just get in the door, and they didn't have that opportunity. And I think once they came to Tennessee, and once they looked at the area themselves, they were like, no, something's definitely wrong here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, even the Uvalde Foundation pulling out is a
gosh, I
huge,
forgot about
that's a
that.
huge one, right? Or the United Cajun Navy. And now they have their own thing that they said the reason they pulled out. But I mean, in reality, especially if they're not seeing things adding up, they probably are going to step back and say law enforcement needs to handle this, whoever's jurisdiction it is,
Yeah.
in that
Yeah.
way. But thank God for them coming out and looking, at least. I mean,
Yes.
but Uvalde was like, hey, we can't get a straight answer out of the parents, right?
Yeah.
And again, not talking about Seth, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, but in the same way, that's who they were saying, because they were saying, look, his mother is not being honest.
Right.
And they knew that, right? Because they deal with families all the time of helping them when their kids are missing, or when
Right.
something happens like that.
Yeah.
I mean, so in that case, when you can recognize that, and then you do leave it up to law enforcement, because they're the ones that are going to be able to handle something like that, like someone lying or not being truthful.
Right. Right.
Gina says in the very, very beginning, they had everyone convinced Sebastian was hiding under a tarp. I never believed that, in my opinion. Well, this is another thing that Chris had brought up recently with Nerdy, is saying that Sebastian was known to hide under cars.
He's not going to hide under a car in the middle of the night without his shoes. It's just not going to happen.
Well, we would have found him too,
We
right?
would have found
We would have
him.
found him hiding
That's not
then.
happening. That's not
Right.
happening. It's not happening.
And I think that was to send law enforcement in the wrong direction, in my opinion. And if I was them, I'd be peed off. I really would be.
The law enforcement should have done their due diligence instead of
In the beginning.
a runaway, treat it as a runaway or a criminal. I mean, this house, this construction site, everything. Let's treat this as a runaway or don't just assume.
Well, and that's what they did. That's why I like to use Brittany Gosney's case as a kind of a reference. I know it's not the same, but it is a little bit, because the police officers were out there looking for little James, but they also were questioning his mom, because she said, hey, she went down to the station and said, hey, he's missing.
Yeah.
And then they're like, okay, come on, we'll talk to you. And they were talking with her. Well, the more they were talking with her, the more inconsistent statements. She had a mask on, didn't want to take it off. Again, it was during COVID, but in the same way, she was still, trying to hide her face. And the officer said, hey, I don't have COVID. If you don't have it, let's take off the mask so I can see you.
Yeah.
And they're looking for those indicators, like what Susan Constantine was talking about with with your face. If you can only see your eyes, I mean, those are good indicators too, in my
Right.
opinion. But I mean, the bottom two
Right.
is a big one.
Right. And girl, mom, you're right. I mean, if I think back with the Martha Leanne Green case, that's 40 years ago. But even then, the TBI didn't come on the case until 5 days later. They were requested to come on. The TBI, that's if the TBI and if that's true, what Chris told Nerdy Addict, if that is true that the TBI and the Sumner County are on two different wavelengths in regard to what happened to Sebastian, there's a problem here. And until they get on the same page, You know, they got to
Yeah.
get on the same page.
Well, you were telling me that's not uncommon.
It's not uncommon. I mean, I've
Right.
heard that a lot from different detectives and captains and stuff. You know, people that I've talked to before that are in law enforcement.
See, and that's good to know because some people might say that,
Yeah,
like,
TV,
oh,
I was there on day 2. That's correct.
oh, they arrived on day 2. Thank you, girl
Mhm.
mom.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Miss Ann. Miss Ann says if he was under a car, the dogs would have went to the car.
Right.
Go, Miss Ann. That's what I'm talking about. So that's that's
Exactly.
very true.
Exactly.
Very true. And that's the thing. I mean, and you know, thank God for Jules coming up and kind of putting that into perspective for all of us too, like explaining what all these scents are, explaining what the dogs would do, explaining all of that is so important. It is
Yeah.
like, you know, so valuable.
Right.
Girl Mom 2 says Sumner County doesn't think he slipped on a rock for sure, but I think they disagree who did what. I agree with that too, because yeah, why would Eric Craddock, for instance, I'm not
Yeah.
saying he's the entire Sumner County, but I'm just saying,
Right.
for instance, if Eric Craddock thought that, why would he think that, and how would Sebastian get there? Right? He
Right.
didn't fly there, so Craddock, in his detective or his
In my opinion,
expertise,
they are building a case.
they
They
have
have
to
one
be.
chance. The DA has one chance. One
Yes.
chance, one chance.
Yep.
They're building a case, and I think eventually this case is going to be blown wide open, and we're all going to be jaw dropped.
I agree.
I
I agree.
I do. I think that they are building a case, and I don't think it's against Seth. I don't think it's against Chris. I think it's against. Could I be wrong? Of course, it's my opinion.
I know. Well, and that's the thing. I'm not afraid to be wrong in this
Afraid to be-
because here's the thing, and in any of the cases, because we are just trying to figure it out. So every topic that we talk about, it's not to be malicious or blame someone. It's that we're processing through each scenario, which is important. You know, they better be building the case, KJ Mack.
I'm pretty sure that they are. I hope that they are. I'm praying that they are. I really do think and pray that they are building a case, and I think it's going to be. I don't think it's against anybody but the last person that was with Sebastian, the person that lawyered up with a criminal attorney.
And that makes the most sense, doesn't it? Because I
Right.
mean, obviously they're not you know,
Right.
inept or anything. You know, I think that they are building that
I do.
towards, but they have to have, like you said, adequate evidence. They have to consider the things that we don't have to consider.
Yes,
which
we did,
is
girl, mom. We did. We sure did. We met, honey, at the last vigil.
yeah. Girl Mom too. And that's the thing. There's so many good people that are supportive.
They're
Like Girl
yeah, we
Mom
have-
is one of them. I know
Yes.
because she's been in chats and you know,
She has yes.
yeah.
Yeah, we've met her.
Yeah. And you know, and that's the thing.
Mhm.
We need people who have great memories, right? We need people who are critical thinkers. We need people that won't get distracted because it's hard not to.
Right.
I mean, all you have to do is just, you know, fire up one live and listen to somebody say something and it could be like, you know, what the heck? You know, why would they say that? But again, it's a distraction, like you
It is a
said.
distraction. I mean,
Totally.
we've only if Katie can just be if Katie could be cleared, then we can say, okay, she's cleared. Sebastian left on his own without shoes, and he surprised us all.
Right.
We could think that, you know, whatever. Somebody came in the neighborhood, he jetted out without shoes. I don't buy that, but I'm hopeful that regardless that Sebastian is found sooner than later. You know, we're coming up on, 2 years.
I know. And what would motivate Sebastian to go out of his behavior? I think that's a big one too.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, what would motivate him to decide, okay, I'm gonna go out without my shoes on this time?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like did his friend say that, you know, did he have a friend? But see, that's the thing. Law enforcement would know all of that.
Yeah.
Even if Sebastian
Yeah.
texted somebody before he left, say Katie was on the other side of the house and he was texting and they never knew, and he deleted those texts. What is it, Starbright? I think it's called, or whatever technology that they use in
Yeah.
order to process the cell phones and pull data from the cell phones, they could pull up deleted messages in it, I mean,
Yeah.
easily.
And I wonder how long. I just wonder how long since. So they took, if that's the case, if we were to believe Chris and Nerdy, and this information, if they did take cameras, if they did seize devices, how long is that going to take? So let's say that they did it in February. I mean, we're coming up on 9 months. Would it take 9 months? I mean, if we look back at the
Oh.
TBI though, if we look back at the TBI cases, some of these cases that they've been working on, it could be years that they were working on a case that they finally they have this breakthrough that they can bring to trial. Because if you're building a case,
It does take
you have
forever to
have
process it.
it's like a protocol. You have to have so much before you can actually make an arrest and do something, take that person to court, get them on trial, right?
Exactly. And even, like with Girl Mom too, she was talking about a sealed indictment. I mean, if they sealed the warrant, they might have a sealed indictment at one
some point in
point
time.
and the other,
Yeah.
whether they have,
Yeah.
because
I agree. The only motivation to act out of the norm from him, in her opinion, is any anti-psych being off of his sleep meds.
oh,
Having some type of psychological break and not, but even then, where's the scent? Where's the evidence that he left the home? Where's the evidence? So it's
right.
just like when we get past that point and think, okay, that's what it could be, but then we have to remind ourselves, okay, where is the evidence? Where's the evidence? They got the warrant April 2nd. That was for Betty. I think that there was two warrants going on at the time, if I'm not mistaken. There was two warrants going on at the time. One was delivered and it was, for Betty, and then there was another one that Chris states. I mean, Chris state, he told all of us that warrant is just for Betty, blah, going to court, blah, 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 blah. But he had his channels doing the same thing.
Yeah, and he said anything can be a warrant, even a subpoena or whatever. I don't know.
Months and months later, now he's saying something else.
Well, and
Now
a
he's
warrant
saying
is
that
a
this-
warrant, and there has to be probable cause from a
Right.
judge, for a judge to sign it. Like, I highly doubt these judges in the area are signing off on, bogus warrants and stuff, because it's a legal search and seizure at that point, and that's unconstitutional. That's everything,
It's such a bust.
Well, and it's important to stick to the facts and how things are actually, what protocols are in place, because
Right.
and now if they don't follow the protocols and procedures, that's another ball game. But again, assuming they did, then that would have been they would have gotten adequate cause for the warrant, and the judge would have said, here you go. And if not, I highly doubt that the judge would sign off on a warrant. And they're ruining their own case at that point. They're not going to do that. They're not going to take that chance, in my opinion. Girl Mom 2 says the subpoena for court was March 27th. Yeah. And a warrant and a subpoena are different. They're completely different things, right? I mean, there's a reason why they're called different things, is because they are different things, right? Because a warrant is, a request for information, kind of in a nutshell, right? They're trying to go and obtain information or evidence, right? But a subpoena is more of, like, there's again subpoenaing information in, but they're not doing a search or seizure of said information. That's where a warrant comes in. And correct me, in the chat if we have people that are a little bit more knowledgeable than I am, but that's my understanding. Brenda Calvert says, yes, there was a warrant / criminal caught on police dispatch audio. Right. And they did say warrant criminal. They absolutely did, Brenda. Thank you. Yeah, they did. Warrant criminal page. Yeah. Yeah. And and that's the whole thing. But then here's Chris coming out of the woodwork to explain it all to us. Hey, Shauna. You know, and so that in and of itself to me is damage control, right? We don't want the public to know that it's a criminal warrant being served, just like they didn't want us to believe that the investigation was of a criminal nature, but we find out it is because Carter said it himself. Just recently said it.
Yeah. Okay. Chris McDonough said no more than 2 months for the FBI to process tech. Okay. Well, then that answers that question.
I mean, wouldn't it matter? Well, I will say, wouldn't it make a difference on how many tech devices they're actually going through? And it would take them longer if they had more information.
Well, yeah.
So
I mean,
say
I
they
think
had
it's
3
so-
phones to
yeah.
go through, it might take them a little bit longer.
If they had a laptop, if they had 3
Laptop,
cameras, you know, it's
yes.
just, I guess it would depend on everything that they're looking at.
Right.
I don't know.
Right, because they would have to go through all of Seth's data, all of Katie's stuff, all of Chris's stuff. Then that's just phones. Then we have other devices, like you said, Jen, the computers, the PlayStation, you know, and I don't know how that warrant was actually written and for what, obviously, but you know, they do specify. They do specify, um, you know, yeah. Yeah. So, but you know, I mean, and that's the thing too. Um, oh, Liberty says they run it through AI.
Okay.
Well, but and you know, and that can be faster too, because I forget about AI. I do, because I mean it's like kind of new to me too, but I mean that's probably a technology they've been using, you know.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. But they would run them all through AI at the same time.
So that would cut down the
Exactly.
processing time there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pray that he's still with us and given the chance, he will call his dad. Yes, ma'am. What you said, I appreciate you guys being here. I mean, we've been talking, but you know, Lady Freedom and I have just, you know, we wanted to do a good live together, like literally together in the same room and talk about this case and some of the questions, some of the, you know, we've just,
Yeah.
I think that it's good to collaborate and, you know, she and I might not agree on everything, but we can agree to disagree. And I think that that's one of the other things I would, you know, I would definitely want to leave you guys with is you may not agree with somebody, but it doesn't mean that they're wrong, you're right. You know, let's just, if we can just work together.
I like when you question me though, Jen, because then it gets my brain working like, yeah, why do I think that though?
Yeah.
Where is some kind of evidence or proof of that? I think that's important
And
to
I like
ask
for
somebody,
people to
not
question
even,
me. I like for you to question me. Why is this?
yeah,
You know?
why do you think that?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, like, yeah, it makes more sense, but then also you can understand why somebody, okay, so you do have some supporting evidence to that,
Right.
or you have evidence to the contrary. Like if somebody was to send me something that just blew me out of the water, and it was just, I mean, for instance, for example, with Nerdy, he told us what Chris said, but then the next day he gave us the text messages and showed us.
He showed us the receipts.
So boom, right? Like what can we say about that? It's the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah.
So, and I love that. And I love that for somebody to say, well, why do you think that?
Right.
You know, and I love that you don't mind if I ask you that too, Jen, because some people get offended. They're like, well, it's because I believe that. Well, that's okay, but why?
Yeah.
You know, what leads you to believe that?
Oh, girl, AI makes all kind of errors. It is very frustrating. You have to teach AI. I don't know. You know, the law enforcement's going to have a different. They're not going to have a Chat GPT or nothing. You know, the law enforcement's going to, have, but they do make mistakes. Everything is, you know, humans are in error. AI is in error. Dogs can be in error. So we just know one thing and one thing only, and that is the fact that Katie, you're the last one with your son.
Exactly. Well, you know what's a good example too? Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, and hey, little Miss Sharon, hey, Valley Gal. It's funny because I was talking about the shoes, and I'm like 2 shoe sizes, and I was showing Sebastian's feet at his birthday party. Then I showed his feet at the Texas Roadhouse and I says, does this look like two shoe sizes? Well, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom sent me two shoe sizes that were two sizes off, or two shoes that were two sizes off, and you could barely tell the
You could barely
difference.
tell,
You
yeah.
could barely tell. So
And
I'm
see,
like,
that's
shit.
yeah.
You know,
yeah.
then it made me think, and I'm like, okay, well then that's not 100%. And this
Right.
is me, you know, she's showing me, you know, the proof. And I'm like, heck yeah, you know,
Yeah.
because we get nowhere if we just agree, you
Right.
know. But agreeing to disagree is also a
It's a
good
good thing.
good thing.
It's a good thing.
And to say, good, I, you know,
And if you're wrong, I'm sorry. Like, I'm so sorry. You were right, Lady
Yeah.
Freedom. I'm so sorry. I apologize. That did not take much for me to say that to you.
no, and
You know?
I don't feel like
That's
it's
what a
fair
good
not to do that. Just like with Andy
Right.
Gilly, like and his wife and all the good they do, why bash them for doing good?
Right.
That-
Amen, sister.
I feel horrible about that. I
feel-
really
yeah,
do.
I feel bad that he was, but you know, he could have been really nasty and said, "This is what has happened, you know, screw you, blah blah blah." But he was very professional, very nice,
Yes.
you know, very
Yes.
nice, and I think that that's says a lot.
And helping us understand where he's coming from too, because
Right.
that's important.
Yeah.
You know, we can't be closed off to that. If
And
somebody's
we
willing to
can't
tell
like,
us,
if there's rules, if there's
true.
rules, there's rules.
I know.
If there's laws, there's laws.
Jen knows I love anarchy, but
I mean, I just you know, if you have a rule and there's a reason for that rule.
well, and you want to stay in the right. You don't want to like come out of your own character and look like make yourself look bad, and then you have to apologize and you're looking bad. If you could
Right.
just stay in more of a neutral place until you know for sure, then sure. If it's an outrage, it's outrage.
Yeah.
Then you know, because that's where we make changes, and then people get together and say this is wrong. Let's do something, but it doesn't have to be nasty, like you said, and
We just have to do better as humans, you know. We
definitely.
gotta do better.
Yes, and we said that to the YouTube. We all need to do better as YouTubers on fact checking, and then
On
just
fact checking.
you know, even if we think we're bothering people because we're not really, because it's better to get the right information,
Yeah.
or people will be bothered,
Yeah.
which is not right. Please don't do that, guys, especially not representing Sebastian. That's the worst thing we can do. It really is, you know. So you and I go back and forth. Me and Lil Red go back and forth. It is so funny. If you guys could read our text messages, we do. We really do. And it helps us understand and see the truth. I get it, Little Red, and I love having conversations like that. Like if we just sat there and agreed the whole time, it would not be productive either.
So I can you know, the law enforcement, it's not just that they don't talk to Seth. The law enforcement, when I talk to families of the missing, they say the same thing. Law enforcement aren't talking to us. It's not because law enforcement thinks that you're guilty. It's because law enforcement is building a case. They're building it, they're doing their job. They're building a case. I could be wrong. Maybe they're not building a case. Maybe they've just got favoritism. Maybe they're just corrupt. You know, it could be all of that. I mean, I do think about the Grant Solomon case out of Sumner County, but at the same time, the same people are not handling Sebastian's case, other than the judge. Other than the judge, but the DA is the one that is, you know, that's who we look to. That's who we look for, is the DA to, this is what I need. Bring me this. This is the only way that we can make this happen. The DA knows what,
And we got a new DA
and we
now
have a new
too.
DA.
But he was kind of assistant DA, right?
He was
And then
the
he bumped
assistant
up.
DA, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was an assistant DA and now he is the DA.
So
took
he's not
over.
brand new. He understands
He definitely understands the
everything.
case, yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then I know the old DA was saying he was going to make sure that everything was good, right? So maybe his predecessor, maybe he's
And before Whitley left, there was allegedly, according to Chris and Nerdy, they went in there and they seized assets, you know, devices.
Right.
So, well, we'll see. We'll see where that goes. But we don't know what our plans are tomorrow. But just stay tuned because Lady Freedom is here and we're gonna be doing some boots on the ground. So
Yeah, and I'm trying to plan maybe a lunch something, but I just don't want my biggest thing is I just don't, and that would be Sunday, guys. I just don't want to stir anymore. You know what I mean? I just want it to be something that we're just trying to find Sebastian. We want to bring awareness, but now that we know that people are aware and that they do care, I think, that is an important thing to remember. So I don't want to, descend on anything. Now, if there was an injustice, I know Jen well enough now. I know we would all be banding together to make sure that that didn't happen. But now that we know that that's not exactly what it was or what it is, I think it's just important to, continue on with moving forward on the case.
right.
Putting our heads together, collaborating, maybe even doing open panels, Jen. That would be fun to have an open
Yeah.
panel with, and you guys don't have to show yourselves or anything. Just come up here with your avatar. If you want to have a Sebastian awareness ribbon on your avatar, like our friend Bo does, or your dogs, Holly S has her cute little dogs on there, your cat, whatever. Come up here and talk with us and let's put our heads together. But moving forward, let's be kind to each other and just realize that we all do care about Sebastian. And whether we believe Katie, whether we believe Seth, whether we believe Chris, whatever,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Sebastian's still missing. So let's focus on that.
Yeah, let's focus. Let's just focus on the last person that's with him, and let's just focus on bringing awareness, even in your state, wherever you live.
Yeah.
Take a flyer, ask dollar store, hey, will you hang this up? That is, take your flyer, go to a homeless camp. Hey, I just want to bring awareness. That's boots on the ground too.
Well, and that's why,
That's boots on the ground too, guys, because you just never know. You could be the one and you didn't even know it.
exactly.
All those weeks and months that you could have done that and you didn't, and then there you are, and you've been the one. You were the one because it's for me and the work that I do, it's fated. Whoever is meant to find Sebastian, that's the person that's going to find him. And it could be
Absolutely.
you. It could be you. Could be me. Could be anybody.
Well, and even when Terry Lynn did her big search and I couldn't come for it, she inspired me to do flyers in Missouri, and I did, and it was a great experience. I talked with people. Jen was saying that last night we were talking. It's like, go out and talk to people and hand out the flyers and film yourself doing that if you're a YouTuber or come, do it and then let us know what you think. Let us know what people have said in your community.
Yeah.
Let us know how many people didn't know about or did know about Sebastian.
We could do that
Good.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
We don't have to be, we could go to Dickerson Road. Film
Absolutely.
hey, because that was one thing that they said about Tabitha Tudors. She's been missing for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
That she could have been, Raffic. She could have went to the, she could have been on the streets of Dickerson Road right there. Well, did anybody ever go and hand out flyers on Dickerson Road? No, they didn't.
And that's what's really important.
But that information
there.
didn't even come out until later. That's what they thought that could have happened. So,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like there is so many ways that we could
Yeah.
do our own due diligence. Okay, so you may believe that this happened and he's close to his house or he's here or he's there. But what if he is in your neck of the woods? What
He
if you
could
do
be.
live in Boston? Go to the homeless camps, video yourself. Show
And
us what
Sebastian's
you're doing.
resilient. We know he's resilient.
Yeah.
We know he is. So that's,
I don't think
hope.
that Sebastian would have went on his own. I think he would have been taken somewhere and said, "Good luck. Don't call us.
Sure.
Don't call us. We'll call you." But I still don't think that that's. I'm hopeful that that's something that is possible.
With him remembering phone numbers, I would wonder
the problem.
if, see, that's
Yeah.
like with Devlin, like, it's like, I know
But
he would have
does he-
called somebody.
But would he have been?
But-
He could have been told something about Seth. We just don't know what we don't know.
No, I'm just kidding. No, but that's true though. And honestly, I think,
Sticking up for some. I mean, I don't know that they're corrupt.
no, I don't either.
is that if it was my child, I'd be just like Steph and I'd be pissed off. You didn't do what you should have done.
Absolutely.
Let me have your badge. You didn't do this. You're the one that's over the case. Why didn't you do X, Y, and Z? A, B, C? Why didn't you do this stuff?
Right.
It's common sense.
Well, and when there's emotions involved too, one thing could rub
Exactly.
you
He's
the
the
wrong
father.
way.
I mean,
Well, yeah, and I mean it's the same thing with you know, when I talk with Jessica too. I mean, she's like, you know, one of the detectives had said something and she was just like, what the heck? And you know, I don't understand that, but I mean, from her perspective, she's his mom and she's
Right.
worried as hell and she doesn't know what, you know, she gets nervous when her other son's getting off the bus.
right.
One time he was late getting off the bus and I just so happened to be on the phone with her and you know, she's like, "Am I weird because I'm freaking out?" I'm like, "No, that's natural.
Yeah.
That is so normal."
Yeah. What did Ellie do to make you believe they were doing what they're supposed to do? Nothing. I mean, nothing. I'm just hopeful. I'm just hopeful that they are working a case because I'm looking at
Well,
it. I'm looking at it from all angles. I'm looking at it from all angles without the chatter, and I'm trying to be unbiased and look at it from all angles. And I'm hopeful that they are working the case, that they are building a case, and I'm hopeful that Sebastian is going to be found. I know that in the month of November, you can bank on it. You can take what I'm telling you to the bank. I'm that confident. It's
yeah.
only getting more intense, and it's only going to get more intense. And the things that are going to be discussed, we are revisiting the past. I mean, my thumbnail says it all.
Well, and I'll say this, Robini, the one thing that gives me more hope is what Jules had talked about with the carpet fibers, what Jules had talked about with some of the efforts that were made that weren't really like we could say, oh yeah, I heard this was done, but she verified it for us. So that makes me feel better. Not completely confident, but feels better. And then also the fact that they were still moving and shaking and you know, at the year mark
Yeah.
gathering more evidence going back. So, you know, and again, not to, you know, just be a big, you know, diehard Craddock supporter or either one, but the fact of the matter is he said that he was going to get a fresh set of eyes. So maybe that's why they took different devices. Maybe that, you know, so I mean, he did tell Seth, have a meeting with Seth in December, right? Yeah, Robbie, we know that, you know. Um, Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, and that's the thing. There was a meeting, you're right, Robini, in December, and Seth had some renewed faith in law enforcement, and then he lost it. But then again, I think it made and Jen, you can correct me if I'm wrong, or Seth can. But
I agree, Liberty. Yeah.
I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, he feels like he nothing is being done, so he's going to do something about it.
Yeah.
And I commend him for that because that's what I would do.
Well, Beanie, I think that you're not understanding, and I want to make sure that we are all on the same page. And maybe you are understanding. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. We are trying to promote positivity and facts, what has been said to all of us, to all of us, to the public. And if we are to take the information that we have heard, evidently, law enforcement went to their house in February and you didn't know.
We had no idea until now,
You
did we?
didn't know.
I mean, we knew
So
about the criminal.
evidently, if that
We
is
heard
true,
it, but
if that's true, evidently they are doing something, right? Right.
right.
So in order to find Sebastian, in order to know what happened to Sebastian, evidently they went to their house and they seized cameras and devices. That shows me that in February of 2025, or whenever it was,
Somewhere around, I guess, you know, around, yeah.
that they evidently have not just forgotten about Sebastian. They aren't just not doing nothing. They're doing something. And so we have to take all of this into consideration. And if I was the parent, which I'm not, but if I was the parent, I would want the law enforcement telling me everything. I would want them to
Same.
tell me all their steps. I'd want them talking to me. There is no handbook for having being a parent of a missing kid. There's no handbook. This is Seth's first rodeo, and we are seeing his raw emotions.
Very well said, Jen. Very well said.
I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page.
It's different when you're in it and when you're on the outside looking in as well. I mean,
They may have not found it, but they may have. We don't know. We don't know because we are the public, and they're not coming out and telling us everything that they know. Damn, if they're going to build a case, they're going to build a case without us knowing everything that they're doing. I am very surprised that if that is true, that
Chris, no.
I didn't mean that. That Chris, because I was, I was drinking, I was drinking my water, and I was like, oh my God, Chris Proudfoot is the one that put that information out. I wonder if the law enforcement is happy about that.
I can't imagine they'd be happy about any of it because.
Well, nothing came of it yet, honey. Nothing came of it yet. How long does it take a law enforcement to build a case? Sometimes years. This is not my first rodeo. I've mapped 400 people. I've been doing this for years. I've talked to a lot of people, a lot of law enforcement. It's sometimes it's just not a slam dunk.
Well, and I'm brand new to it, and even talking with Detective Castle put things into perspective for me too. Because I mean, I could think to myself, "Oh, here we go with law enforcement again, telling me it's open and active investigation," and it does hurt, to hear that because I do want more information. But I also know that if they're assuring me that they're doing everything they can, then they probably are. But then again, it's not 100%. We have to keep on our toes, guys. We can't let them forget.
And what are we really going to accomplish by talking mad shit about the law enforcement? And then what if they come out and solve this case? We just going to retract all that we said?
Well, that's what I'm afraid of, Liberty.
Retract. Oh, sorry.
I mean, I am afraid of that. I'm afraid that they could say that it's an ongoing investigation for however long I mean, that's why it's so important for us to put our heads together and try to help out and see if we can put things together and find Sebastian.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, nobody's better than the other person. No, one brain could work differently than another brain altogether. And if we put our heads together, that's how we find out what could have happened. That's how we figure it out, I guess I should say.
And we don't all have to agree. I mean, you don't have to agree with anything that I'm saying. You can take it with a grain of salt, we're just discussing. We're just discussing the facts. And the fact is that Chris said, too nerdy, that they came and seized a bunch of stuff.
Well,
so they should have ran it through AI, and I don't know that it would be that quick. I don't know that it would be that quick.
Well, and going back to what Jules said about budgeting and different, funding and stuff like that, what if they don't have what if they just simply don't have that technology?
Well, they would source that out. I mean, I think that if they truly want to find Sebastian, and it does appear because they did move upon that household to seize things. They did move upon the house without Katie even knowing, and asked her to go down to the station. So it's not like they're, I think that sometimes it just might take a little bit more. And if the DA is saying, I need this, this, and that, they're trying to get this, and that.
Right. In order to build the case. And
that's the reason why she got an attorney, a criminal attorney. That's not her and Chris's attorney, it's her attorney.
Because Chris doesn't need an attorney, apparently. Well, maybe for some of the stuff he says, but I mean, other than that. But again, I can understand self-preservation. I can understand sticking up for your spouse, but in the same way, I mean, doesn't make it right. I just think it's part of what comes with it.
Seth has a whole FBI agent that he has talked to. So, I'm just saying, he's got He's got a contact at the FBI. So if the FBI doesn't know anything, then the FBI would say, "Oh, Mr. Rogers, you need to call you need to call Sumner County." They're not saying that.
Right.
They're not
Well,
saying that. Okay, so
and I do agree that they need to accept help. And I do think in the beginning they did operate off of one assumption rather than looking at the whole picture,
yeah.
you know.
And just because you may not agree with any, with what I'm saying, or you don't have to get upset.
No, please don't
Please
think
don't get
that please don't
upset
think
if
that our
if
views
you
have changed drastically, because they haven't, but we have to consider, right? We can't just, um because it clouds our judgment.
see. This is the thing. I know y'all are gung ho with the new trust. What are you talking about, new trust?
No, Mimi
This
Ma,
is
that's
my
not it.
channel. This is my channel, me mama. Me mom. Me mom.
Mimi,
This is my channel. Do you think that Seth may agree with me on everything that I'm saying here today? Do you think that he's going to get mad at me? No.
mm-mm.
So I would hope that we can all discuss and have conversations and not get upset with each other. I don't have a new trust. I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence, and I'm an observer.
Big time. Me too.
I say this every day on my channel when I'm an observer. My membership, we are watchers. We are observers. I'm not trying to fix, manage, control the narrative.
Mm-mm.
All I know is that Katie was the last to see her son, and allegedly by Chris and Nerdy, there has been movement that we didn't know about in February. So there's been action. And I like to hear that. I like to see that.
Yes.
There's no new trust here. I just want to be, there's no new trust. I'm on the fence. I've been telling my followers, and if you're not subscribed here, that's why you may not know, but I've been telling mine from the get that there is, I think, y'all, I keep saying it, I think, oh my God, I think that there's action, there's things going on. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. We're gonna know. We're gonna end up knowing. It may be months from now, it may be months from now, but we're gonna know. We're gonna come back. They're working the case. They're working the case. And I tell Seth that. I think that they're working the case. He may not agree with me, but he's not getting mad at me.
Right. And we're not
He's not
upset
getting
for
mad at me. If he doesn't want to hear from anybody, he doesn't want to hear psychics and mediums. He doesn't want to hear anybody say that his son is deceased, but is
Right.
he going to get mad at that person? No.
And
You
we're
know,
not mad at you guys if you feel the certain way still too. I mean, and that's the thing. We need to keep considering everything. We can't just say, "Oh,
we don't know what's gone to the DA. We don't know. We just don't know. We really don't know what has gone to the DA. If there is any evidence in this case, it's with the DA. And the DA is saying, I need this, this, and that. Everything is falling on the DA. We're talking about the law enforcement agencies. We talk about, Sumner County. We talk about the FBI. We talk about the TBI. But everything is falling on the DA. The pressure and the weight is on him.
yes."
He gets one chance. One chance. Not two, but one.
And how would we like it if they got off on everything because we did jump the gun?
Right.
I mean, how pissed would we all be? How pissed would law enforcement be? Everybody's hard work would be down the drain. It would just be, they would win.
I think human nature.
Whoever did this.
Yeah, I think for human nature, it is for us to blame somebody.
Mhm.
My kid isn't here. Where is he?
Where is he?
You didn't do this in the beginning. Did they? Yes, there is definitely things that they should have done. And this case could have been solved had they done that.
And you guys, some of them, you guys might not have been here when we did kind of drive that point home that, look, operating only on one assumption isn't a good thing. And that's where they dropped the ball. But moving forward, hopefully they've been able to gather more information. And the fact that they've gone back after a year is a big thing.
The DA didn't step down. The DA retired like he's ancient. He retired. Well, the FBI, I mean, it's almost like the FBI use AI, and that's another problem because AI, it seems for me anyway, is it's got a lot to learn.
Oh boy. And also, you guys know how I feel about, the recent developments with the FBI and everything that came out.
Yeah.
Well, and their job is justice. That's right. Their job is justice. And it without finding Sebastian, right? Because Sebastian's going to tell us when he's found, no matter
Right.
what happened.
Yeah. And I can understand why Seth would be upset with Craddock because look, he came in and Seth feels like he dropped the ball. It's not my kid, but I would probably feel like Seth
I would.
and I would be pissed. You dropped the ball and I want answers. I want, however, are you going to be wanting to talk to Seth after that? I'm trying to think of it both sides,
Sure. And no, I think personally too, you know, I was disappointed. I wish that Craddock would have been a little bit more welcoming to Seth, understanding of Seth, and I agree with Trishy here. He's got to be the one to put the pressure, right? It's just like I could call the United Cajun Navy and say, "Hey, could you help with this case?"
Hold on, I gotta say this. Hold on. Jennifer Coffindaffer was very clear. FBI had very little involvement. How does she know? Does she know? Are they showing her their hand? No. Come on, man. Jennifer Coffindaffer. I mean, I know that some of y'all may, I'm just not even going to go there.
Well, I don't want to say anything bad about Jennifer Coffindaffer, but I will say that there was a lot of stuff going on in her chat in terms of people that were directly involved with finding Sebastian's pants, and she had no idea. So let's just put it that way. Sometimes we don't, there's things that we don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, or we think we know something, but then something new comes into play.
Yeah.
So, and that's the problem here is because the big issue that I have is that there's a lot of chatter that's going on, and I think Jen would agree with this. There's so much chatter going on, and if you get sucked into it, then it's hard to see what's really going on or the facts that are going on. Yes, there has been very many odd and conspiracy type situations and scenarios in Sebastian's case. Am I happy with law enforcement? Not really, but to know that they actually are still doing something after a year, I mean, that makes me feel a little bit better. Sure.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, because Chris went out and lied about the criminal warrant that was actually served. Obviously, now we know that because of what he told Nerdy. Maybe that's why Seth was feeling some type of way about it. But now knowing that, he might feel completely different. And guys, I haven't had a chance to even discuss that with Seth.
Right.
Jen and I have been theorizing on our own.
Yeah.
You
And
know.
y'all, look, I mean, yeah, it's because we're in the same room. Look, there is nothing that's changed. There's nothing that's different. The only thing that is different is that Lady Freedom and I are in the same room. There's no new trust. We can still hate on the law enforcement, okay? Y'all just chill out. We can still hate on them, okay? They should have. I was there, like I was literally there, outside of Sumner County. Jeff and I were there, okay? It's not like I'm bowing down to Sumner County. So look.
And nobody likes snuggle struggle comment, guys. We don't like it. Neither of us like it, but come on.
People in the ground when I have no evidence to back it up, other than they dropped the ball when Sebastian went missing. That's 100, 110. Seth has every right to be upset, and I'm going to support Seth if he wants to go down there and he wants to pick it. I'm going to do that.
You did
because, and I damn
you did, and so did Jeff.
And
I was
so
so proud
Jeff.
of you guys. I'm really for real.
I mean, Jeff is 100. I mean, he's right there with Seth. If Seth, Jeff and Seth agree on a lot of things. And I may tell Seth, I think that they're working the case. Well, this, and that. Okay, well, I'm right there with you, buddy. Let's go.
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
it's not like I have any type of new trust.
If Seth wasn't
There's
upset with law
evidence.
enforcement, I'd be side-eyeing
Yeah.
him hard. I'd be like, oh, okay,
There's
you know what I'm saying?
evidence. There's evidence that's just come out. It's just
Yes.
come out. It's
Yes.
just come out that they seized stuff. So when they were there, let's just say hypothetically, they're at the Proudfoot house. They're seizing all this shit, and we got all kinds of creators talking mad shit about them as they're doing that.
I was one of them.
I'll follow you.
You know, I mean,
And I'm probably still going to.
well, of
Until
course, we're not
Sebastian's
happy,
found.
right? We're just not happy until he's found.
Let's give credit where credit is due. If that is true, then hell to the yeah. They
Right.
went into that house and they took stuff, and hopefully it'll lead to where Sebastian's at, what happened to him, and there will be an arrest.
Exactly. Well, and that's why I love Voices of Truth, because they do go where the evidence takes them, and that's where I like to go. That's where Jen likes to go. That's what we're trying to figure out now. You know, we have to come to some sort of logical explanation for all of this, but yet we're never given the correct story to begin with, right? In the beginning we heard Chris and Katie coming out with their nonsense. Then we hear, you know, Seth coming out telling us something completely different.
Right.
And then
Right.
then we're, of course, all of us are like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
You know?
Look, they think we're all crazy. The law enforcement is thinking we're all crazy at this point. I mean, protecting the integrity of the investigation would mean talking to nobody. I mean,
Ray, True Colors,
like, we gotta use some common sense here too.
that was another thing. Michelle After Dark made a video. People in her comments are saying that neighbor boys need to be looked at, saying Sebastian went out to play the flashlight tag.
Yeah, we've already talked about we've already went through that scenario.
But I
Very
mean,
True
I want to
Colors.
go over there and look at Ward. I want to go look at Ward and just see it, you know.
I mean, that's what she said
About
too,
it.
right? She said,
Yeah.
Michelle After Dark,
Yeah.
or whatever her name is, she said that you could get from Ward Lane all the way up. And I'm going to show you tomorrow.
I want to see
That's
it.
not true.
I want
That's
to
not
see
true.
it.
That is not true. She is all about SF, and Sebastian went out of the house without shoes. Okay, you can believe that.
Right.
We don't. I don't.
I don't.
We can agree. We can agree to disagree on that.
Right.
And if it comes out that that's what happened, I'm going to be
Right. I mean, but we still don't know.
Why would he go
Any
like
of
that?
us could be jaw dropped for that. Anybody. I mean, for all we
Dude,
know,
why
all
would
of
he-
us might be.
Why would he go up? And not only that, no cameras caught him. Oh, well, SF, he's got the video that all these other agencies have looked at, but only SF can find that. Please. I mean, maybe so. Maybe so. But she is all about SF and the Proudfoots, and he walked off, or she is painting a narrative. She is
Well, and
painting
if
a
you look
narrative,
at
okay,
a
that one of
map,
the kids did something nefarious to Sebastian. That is what she is saying, that they know. That's basically what she is saying.
that's terrible.
It's terrible, especially without any proof.
Especially because we know that everybody
is
has
the
said
case,
that Sebastian doesn't play
Let me
outside
know
with
what you
anyone.
heard. Let me ask you this. If that is the case, why are we not hearing that the law enforcement went upon their house, seized their shit?
Oh,
If that is the case,
we
why
can
are
just
we not
end the
hearing
live
that?
right
I
now.
mean,
No, I'm just kidding, but I'm
I hear it.
serious.
I hear it. I mean,
I get you, Jen. You're
There's
right.
a lot of chatter, and that's another thing
You're
that
right.
I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt. The state of Tennessee has a major problem with we the people and all the chatter and all the. I guarantee you, half what we think we know, they are so far ahead of us. They're not seizing shit from Bobby's house.
Right. I mean,
They ain't going to Seth's house. They're not going to Memphis. They ain't going to Mississippi, honey.
that was my thing. I mean, Jen, I even
They're
said
going
that
to Katie's
they're not,
house.
you know, what's good for one, we're going to do
Yeah.
to the other, because that's not where the investigation is leading them. That's why when people were saying, well, did Seth get a warrant served on him too then? No, because it's not created equally at that
Right.
point.
Right.
You know, hey, Jennifer Gentry, thanks for being here.
You know, and I'm not saying that there wasn't lights, you know, me and Lady Freedom, we have had
For
talks
shit.
and
I've gone bonkers over the lights
about
over and
lights.
over.
I'm not mad at Lady Freedom because she believes that there was something going on. She thinks that there was something going on, and I'm not mad at her for thinking that. We're
Thank
sitting
you.
here together.
Yeah.
We're loving on it. You know, we're having a whole life together, guys.
Yeah.
We may not agree on some things,
Sure.
but we have one goal, and that's to find Sebastian, and that's the common goal that's going to find Sebastian. Coming together
Where
with your
is he?
differences, you know, with your difference of opinion. All I know is that Katie was the last one to see her son.
And why are we
They're-
going against each other in law enforcement when we all don't have anything to do with it and she knows?
Yeah.
That's what gets me. Why are we going after Pigfest people? Why are we going after the community? Why are we going after each other? If she's the one that knows, go after Katie and don't go after Katie.
No,
What
no,
I'm,
no,
what I'm
no.
saying is
Definitely
that
not.
focus on her
Because I mean,
rather than
we don't have proof about Katie, you know, and everything has got to go through the court of law. And so I respect the DA.
absolutely.
I respect the DA for making sure that when he does take it, he takes it all the way. All the way.
And they have every bit of information to put away
You say we
whoever
want justice
did
for
this.
Sebastian. What does it really mean that we really want justice for Sebastian? That means that any type of evidence that they can collect, please don't tell nobody.
Yeah, really.
Please don't tell nobody.
I
Like
mean,
that lights video with Nick
people
Barris.
only
I mean, that was
found
the
out
dumbest shit.
through the scanner that there
Yeah.
was a criminal warrant served only because somebody keen enough was listening in and heard 1008, and that's it.
That's it.
And then people heard about it. But they're still trying to keep it closed because they don't want people to know what was seized. They don't. I
Yeah.
wish we knew.
Yeah. Ray Charles knows.
I'm right there with
Ray
Charles knows.
He can see everything that's going on here. So if Ray Charles can see what's going on here,
Yeah,
we should be able
absolutely.
to as well. I mean, they're
Absolutely.
the law enforcement, their actions thus far have told me everything I need to know. And it doesn't have anything to do with Bobby and jumping in the pond.
Not a dang thing.
Or maybe it does with the pond. I don't know. It's just what they've shown me doesn't have anything to do with Bobby. Now, have things happened with Bobby? Well, I think that we would have heard it by now. Those neighbors would have said somebody. I mean, shit, they probably would have called Justin Clutch the Pearls. I mean, you know,
I think they would have called somebody.
Dolly, somebody.
Yes. And
I mean,
it's the same thing in Devlin's case. I mean, people are reaching out that I would never expect to reach out to me. And that's good. And sometimes people will tell creators more than they'll tell law enforcement.
Yeah.
And then it's up to us to make sure law enforcement knows about it, especially if it's something pertinent or, I mean, even if we don't think it's pertinent though, right? But don't bombard them and be hateful,
Right.
please.
Yeah. And I mean, look, and we also have to understand this too. Seth is being quiet and he isn't going on, live and doing this and doing that because sometimes you just need to move in silence. You need to make moves in silence. And like I said before, there's no handbook, there's no correct handbook. There's no, when you got a sick child and that child is terminal, you have someone that comes to you, but there's still no book on how to process those emotions of losing a child, having a sick terminal child.
Everybody's different too.
Everybody's different.
That book might not help somebody that it
And-
helped before. Somebody might need something different.
He has to
to help.
process things, just like you were saying today. You've got to process. You said, Lady Freedom today. She said, "I really need a process." She really didn't. She was contemplating on whether even go live today because she said, "I really need a process." All this new information that I'm learning now that I'm here.
Yeah.
Now that she's here, it's like, hold on, and it has nothing to do with the law enforcement.
No, it's that is like the least
No,
of what,
it's just-
because I've always gone back and forth. Like, are they doing it? Are they not? Are they
Snuggle
doing it?
struggle. I mean,
Right.
what's your
Well,
problem?
snug strugs, I say.
You
Of
know,
course, but I mean, but that's only one facet of the case, right? We don't think Craddock is the best for the job. He ran unopposed. Obviously, that's all going to come into play, but the
well,
focus,
focusing on that isn't going to help us find Sebastian.
no.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's it.
Right.
I mean, I get it. Trust me, I did a whole video. I mean, we've talked about it at length, but I think, again, just being oppositional, it's one thing to be truthful and it's another thing to be hateful. Yes, if somebody doesn't like the truth being told, that's completely different than somebody just being hateful.
Right.
Right. So if you say, write a letter or talk to somebody and you're just speaking the facts or, what you think to be the truth to the best of your knowledge, and I mean, that's okay rather than being hateful and saying, well, and blaming somebody else, because at the end of the day, I don't think that Craddock would put his ass on the line for the profits. Do you, John?
Well, I mean, was he
Why
not the
would he?
okay, let me ask you something. Was he the sheriff in February when they went
Sure
to that,
wasn't.
that property?
Oh, then he was. Yes, I thought you were asking the
Yeah.
beginning, but no, Sonny, and then
Okay, so Craddock in February of 2025, he was the sheriff. They're the lead. He's the lead, right?
he's the lead. I mean,
Okay, so why would they go to their house? If he's friends with them, he's buddy. There's a lot of corruption, and they're school buddies, and they're this and they're that, and they're kissing and hugging and sharing love and all that stuff. You know, why would he agree? Why would there be, if that's the case? I mean, if that's even true, because it's still a rumor. The law enforcement hasn't come out and told us, so it's a
True.
rumor still right now. If we were to believe that Chris is being honest with Nerdy and that this really happened, they went to his house, they took cameras, one of them happened to be out of Faith's room. And, if that's the case, then Craddock was the sheriff then.
he was.
Okay.
And that's the beginning
So
of the
why
new
would he do that?
information that we're still processing through,
We're
because
trying to process this.
yes, that happened
this-
right before I left,
If
right?
it
I mean,
But this Nerdy came out right before you left. You're trying to get things together. You got all kinds of shit going on. You're talking about Devlin. You're being bombarded with a lot of information. Then you come here, and me and you are still trying to process this information.
well, because I want people to understand that the feeling there was not a feeling of like, oh, here's Seth and his group of people that came for the dinner. It was like a welcoming environment, and we got positive feedback. So how can I be negative about a positive feedback?
Right, and they can change their mind. I mean,
Yeah, and that's that's the thing. I mean, we really don't know, like Jen said, if this warrant business is a real thing or not.
can
We
we
don't.
agree? Can we agree that it's a good thing if that's true that they went to their house
I think so.
and seized devices? They didn't go to Bobby's. They
Not
didn't
to
go to Seth's.
Bobby's, not to Seth.
They didn't go to Mississippi. They didn't go to they didn't go to Bowersox. They didn't go to Melissa's. They didn't go to Cassie's. They didn't go this one. They didn't go that. They went to their house.
They didn't go to the Texas Roadhouse.
They did.
They didn't go to Fairfield.
No. And who would have signed off on it? The lead, Sheriff Craddock. And it's hard to admit that. It's hard to admit.
I don't think it is. I'm surprised
I mean,
because of everything that we talked
out of
about.
my mouth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
I'm smacking him seal.
Oh, I know.
I'm not closing out
the crime scene.
the crime scene. If it were to have been a crime scene, you wouldn't know it. You got Tom, Dick, and Harry all in it.
Right.
But then they have all these dogs. Have all these dogs. These dogs come and they say, we don't know. There's no proof that he left the house. Okay, so does that mean that he's in the wall? What does that mean exactly? That means that they spent so much money, girl.
This is gonna be horrible, guys. It's a trigger warning, but I'm here to tell you. Guys, little Harmony Montgomery was put into the ceiling tiles at the house that they were staying at, right?
But they didn't have dogs there.
But they had to take her down because she was leaking out, guys. He wouldn't be in a wall or in any place like that, because it's so bad that and they've searched it.
Yeah.
If they took carpet fibers up, that really makes me feel better about the whole situation. And I mean,
and now
just knowing
that
that
there was a scent that went all the way down, he's leading us. I feel like he's leading us. The scent, he's telling Nerdy, it went all the way down to the Cumberland River. the dog about jumped in. I mean, now we're hearing it's
All that stuff
all
is
that
crazy.
again. It's just, I don't know.
And Chris coming out and saying it is something to alarm everybody. I mean, it's to
It's
be
alarming.
considered. Like, he's the one telling us this, but he's not actually telling it himself. He's asking Nerdy to, you don't get with a creator and you're a parent unless you want them to put information out. Like with Jessica, she'll send me a text message and say, put this out.
Yeah.
Like Devlin's actual chore list.
Yeah.
She wanted that baby out. She's
Yeah.
like, here, Lady Freedom, put it out.
Right.
Right? Otherwise, you don't get involved with a creator. So at this point in time, with us knowing that, yes, they were acting. So they did tell Seth that they were acting and they did act.
Yeah.
They did act, but they didn't talk to him sooner than that. So
they're definitely not, I can promise you this. I can promise you this. They aren't going to go to that property and spend all kinds of resources doing something just to act like they're doing it. That's not happening. That's not going to happen. They ain't going to do it. CP and that Nerdy guy are working together. Possibly so. Possibly so. I don't know. This is all it's a lot to take in, considering everything that Chris has said before. He passed that lie detector test with flying colors. Flying colors. Ooh, they were flying. He was so honest. But yet, now we're hearing something different. So the inconsistencies, it's not just us that would be taking notice. I mean, we're taking notice here. We're all taking notes. We're jotting them down on our calendar. This is what happened today. Some crazy shit. Well, so is the law enforcement. The law enforcement don't want to get, they don't want to give us a time or whatever. Dude, you just told us all kinds of stuff. You just gave us the tea about what happened at your house. I don't know. It's just all weird. That's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Weird to me. Yeah. And allegedly it's sealed. Allegedly it's sealed. They put those cameras in after Sebastian went missing. So, did somebody come up on their house? Did they seize laptops? What all was seized? What all did they take? Have they given it back yet? You got your phone back yet, Katie, or not? You got your phone back? Or you got the cameras back? What's that? Nerdy didn't get that information. He didn't get if it was back yet. This was months ago. Do they still have it? And if he did get that out of Chris, we don't know. Yeah, and I mean, it's hard to believe anything. That's what I'm saying. If it's true, we just don't know. But I think that I have one confirmation that kind of makes me think, oh, yeah, it's definitely true. And that's the fact that Nina knew that there was a camera in there. Well, she had found out. How about that? She found out after the fact that there was a camera installed in her daughter's room. So if she's confirmed that, then
well, and the camera in Faith's room
how
is
does she
big.
know?
Well,
How
yeah,
did Nerdy know? So I think that that's true. I think it's true.
and we know that Chris likes to tell on himself. Let's be honest,
He knows.
And what evidence would they hold after a year? Abuse to Faith, says Robini, and I agree with that too. I don't know what they could have been gathering a year later.
Yeah.
Right? Like what could have been on the cameras, specifically the cameras a year later that they're trying to gather. What were they getting? We don't know. It's sealed.
Yeah, it's sealed.
It's sealed.
Thank God.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine? Oh my gosh.
I mean, and I'm glad, that they are doing what they need to do to get this.
But here's the thing, Chris is telling us something, Jen, and I agree with you. I agree. He's telling us a lot, and
I'm very surprised.
and some of it, like Trishy says, I agree with you, Trishy. It's hard to believe anything that he says, right? Because even I was like, okay, the whole story that they've made up from the beginning's been out the window. I can't even believe any of that stuff. and then the lies start after Katie gets home from the Texas Roadhouse. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I'm not speaking on anything specific, but for example, Lady Freedom went to the Pig Fest expecting to advocate and raise awareness. She showed up and realized there was no awareness to raise. Well, and it's it's more than that, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, because like I wanted to go live with you guys from the Pig Fest and I wanted you guys to see everything, but then when I looked around and there's like all these little kids running around and families eating their dinner and like I just felt weird filming it, right? Because like it just didn't seem right to me. And then also finding out that once, people were calling and finding out that it's not what Cluminati was saying. Sorry, but not I'm not sorry. I will throw you right under the bus for that because I listened to a couple of different lives that were posted by Clue and Cletus saying that they didn't want Sebastian there for money reasons and that's not how you get money. You don't run things like that. If you have to do it for one, you have to do it for all. That's not true. Andy Gilly was prepared to have us sit with the tent and everything like that, but once you realize that that was all manufactured and fabricated, then you just kind of feel like a jerk and you're like, I'm not going to film these people while they're eating their food and trying to have a good time and there's music in the background. You guys aren't going to be able to hear what me and Jen are saying. This is more productive having Jules on the panel. Coming down here and raising awareness in other areas that there isn't awareness. I think everybody locally knows and involved in the Pig Fest that Sebastian's missing and there was a big hoopla about it, right? Like it's big, everything was big about it or
Yeah,
whatever.
and we had a lot of people talking to us about Sebastian because we were wearing his shirt. And because we were wearing his shirt, you could see even the people that didn't say anything to us, you could see it on their face, the sadness, the people that served our food went to school with Sebastian. Don't cry, Lady Freedom.
Y'all are making me
Y'all
cry.
are getting Lady Freedom crying here. Or I am.
Guys, that whole
I
feeling,
know.
like I would have loved to have shared that feeling with you guys, but the problem is that you don't put a camera in someone's face when they're a schoolmate of Sebastian and they're, saying, hey, do you want some broccoli? Do you want this and that?
I went to school with him,
you don't
I was there when his dad came and there was we just
it was a good
it's a
vibe,
different
guys.
type of feeling when you are there. When you are there, it's just a different type of feeling. And that's you can't really, you don't want to it just does you don't feel like going live, that's for sure.
No. There was too much going on that was like, I'm just when things show me don't do it or the universe speaks to me or whatever, it's like you don't do it, right? You get the feeling
Yeah.
and also there was just like
It's hard for him to go to that. It's hard for him to go to that county. It's hard for him to go to Hendersonville, and then he's very sad.
Exactly. And just because something's one way doesn't mean we can't turn it around, guys. And that's what I wanted to do to begin with. It wasn't to like be mean to anybody in the community at all. I mean, this community is in pain, like Jen said. I mean, it was very apparent.
He's definitely a different type of person, if we're just, if we're in our safe place and we're just talking or whatever, that's one thing. But when you get, when you're seeing Seth in that type of setting, he's a totally different person. It's totally different.
Oh,
And look, it's
absolutely.
been a long time.
Absolutely.
It's a long time. He's tired. And we are tired. We want this to, we want justice. We want it now. We want it yesterday.
Right.
But we can't want it more than Seth. We just can't.
No.
And that's what you see when you come here is you're seeing that rawness.
Yeah, and I feel it. And even, IML, Clue is just putting stuff out there, guys, and perpetuating it like, oh, I bought a sponsorship when after it got closed out. And believe me, I focused on that a little bit too, but then at the end of the day, when you get there and you realize that it's like none of these people had anything to do with that. It's all this shit bullshit online. Sorry. But it is. It's
Well-
ridiculous.
Well, the festival, this is an ongoing. This is going until Sunday. So we went Thursday night. We went the first night.
Yeah.
We had dinner. That was what we, you know, that's what we wanted. That's why we went there. It's just have dinner.
And to represent Sebastian and let them know that we're not bad people either. We want to be friendly with them. We want to be
thinking about doing a booth. You got
yeah, we thought
lights.
about
You know, you
Yeah.
were thinking about doing a booth and everything, but
yeah.
once we got there and Lady Freedom saw the vibe and the situation, you know, you would have had to set a tent like out in the grassy area, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and who's going to see you? And then, you know, did you really want to? The vibe was not about that. And it's, what are they going to do? Take the flyer into the dinner, or to, you know, go get a drink, or what, you know, because go
I know.
take their, you know, put it in their purse, throw it on the ground, put it in the trash. You know, do you think that people in Hendersonville know who Sebastian is? Of course they do.
And we were wearing him on our shirts
People in
too.
Gallatin know.
Yeah.
People in Madison know. People in Nashville know. People in Nolansville know. People in Antioch know.
The Boot Barn lady knew, but she did.
Houston County know. People, you know what I'm saying? We know, but
Yeah. When Nerdy interviewed the Boot Barn lady, she didn't know that Sebastian has this famous picture of him at the Boot Barn with Seth, and he took a picture of the shoes and stuff.
yeah.
No, she didn't know. She did not know that, but you know what? She did know that Sebastian's missing.
Mhm.
That's huge right there, you know.
I think so too.
I mean, and we have to keep going,
Yeah.
like moving forward. Don't get stuck in this crap, and don't get stuck, you know, momming it up knows, you know. She knows about how it can get out of control.
And it seems like, especially on the YouTube stream, drama sells.
It's
If I was shit talking right now,
we would
I
have
don't
a
have
billion
all kind of
people.
people
We would
in
have
here.
a billion people if we made a scene. If we made a scene at Pigfest, we would have had a billion people. Trust me, I know how to make a scene too, Jen.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to do that when people are. But it's
But I
not.
would
It's
never do
not
that.
when you're gonna do that, and there's little kids and families. It's now. Seth doesn't want. Oh my gosh, Seth was. He's like, you guys better be representing us well, and everything.
Yeah,
But
he wanted
Seth is worried about that because guess what? He cares about Sebastian, and he wants his son to be represented in a good way, and he
Yeah.
wanted to be there
Yeah,
to have food, eat with everybody,
yeah.
and everything go well. I think it went so well. Like, I think we made a big impact just being there with Seth,
We did. We really did.
you know?
Yeah.
And Jennifer too,
Yeah. Yes.
our buddy.
She is a
So
sweetheart.
yeah,
And girl,
yeah.
she can sing.
I know I wanted her to sing, but then I was like, you know, I didn't want to put her on the spot. But I saw her, you know, before. So
Yeah, Jennifer Gentry, she's a sweetheart. She is a sweetheart.
and we did have fun. It was nice, but like I said, it was sad for Seth because like Jen was saying earlier, um, you know, Seth just wants his son found, and that's so apparent, guys. I mean, if I didn't feel that way, it'd be different. So, you know, I mean, Robini says, do you think Ellie heard about the contractor and the family that builds secret rooms? Maybe they hope to see Sebastian in the house or see him moved. You know, I mean, I know, and I remember us talking about that as well. So that's right, Jennifer, no drama. And that's it. It was a good situation. No drama. Mama Nut Up's my no drama llama. We've talked about that too. Hey, Bliss Blessings. Thank you for the green hearts. But no, I don't know about, because that's one of Chris's sisters, but see, I don't know that for sure. Like I mean, I've heard that, and it's not that I don't believe, you know, what I heard, but I also don't know. And I would think that they would have checked into that with that close relation, you know, to the Foot Clan. I'll just say that. Um, Yeah, exactly. Girl Mom 2 says they are a great community and people care especially about children. Well, and that was the thing. I was like, well, if they, and I did say that, Girl Mom. I said, well, if they do care about kids as much as it seems like, and like all these charities seem like really great charities. And I was saying that when we were looking over the website in the very beginning of all of this. But I said, why wouldn't they want Sebastian there? And then come to find out, that's why it didn't make any sense because it wasn't true.
Right.
All of that crap that Clue was saying and all of that nasty stuff is not true. She paid $1,000. We could have paid $1,000. They weren't trying to tell us not to. As a matter of fact, they were going to let us put a booth in the front.
Oh yeah.
And we just decided, because that wasn't right for Andy and his wife to get
Yeah.
any type of
No,
anything.
and I'm gonna keep it classy.
Anything.
When I first started going into your chat, I was doing super chats because, and I normally don't do that. I normally don't do super chats. But I'm like, man, Lady Freedom, you're keeping it classy. I mean, you do throw in your little jabs and stuff. It's cute and I love it. And it gives me a little, go out. But at the same time, it's not like if I'm like, take for example, I'm an older woman. If I got my grandbaby around and I want to hear you and I want to listen to you, I want her to be able to listen too. I don't have to go in another room and be without my granddaughter just to listen to you, and I'm definitely not going to do that.
That's
Okay.
such a good point,
Yeah,
Jen. That's
ain't no
such a good
way.
point. That's why I don't just fire up a cigarette on camera. If I'm on camera and
Yeah,
if I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, I'll turn my thing off because I don't want little kids to see me smoking,
yeah.
type of a thing. So I mean, it's the same thing. And then I hate when I get to, swearing, but then sometimes it's funny.
So, for me, my morals, values, integrity, that goes a long way.
Yeah.
And
does.
I think that when we represent Sebastian, because we don't know if Sebastian is with us on wherever he's at, he's watching us. That's the way I feel. He sees things, he knows what's going on. And there could be things that are upsetting him, whether he's with us in the physical form or not. And why not represent him in a great light?
I agree.
I would hate to think that I can tell you one thing, my kids, oh my gosh, if my daughter or my son saw Jeff making fun of Larry, holy shit, that would be crazy. There is no way, y'all, I'm telling you, that I would allow ever Jeff to make fun of my kid's dad. He wouldn't even think of doing it, number one. I would never be with a man that thought that that was okay. That is not cool. And my kids aren't missing. Had my kid's missing and you're gonna act like that? Y'all, I don't even know what I would do to Jeff. I don't even know. I don't even know. That hurt my heart. It hurt my heart for Sebastian. He says, well, I just did it to be funny. That's not funny. And I'm talking about morals, values, integrity, and that is what Sebastian deserves. And if I'm not going to be about it, then I definitely sure as I'm not going to talk to other people and expect them to. I've got to be about it first, and if I can't have integrity, morals and values for Sebastian, then I'm do as I say, not as I do. Okay. Sebastian deserves much better than he has gotten thus far by a lot of people. A lot of people. I think people need to start taking accountability. And I want to as well. If I'm not representing him, I want to be told that. If you catch me out of line, let me know so I can get back on the right lane. I want to be representing Sebastian in a good light. And I don't want to shit talk his mom and dad and his stepdad. I just really don't. But the fact of the matter is his mother was the last one to be with him. So I have to stay on that track. If I weave off of that track, I always come back to the same man. Why? Why why does anybody focus on anybody else? She's the last one. That's where all the things start getting shady and weird, is after they get home. So either he did make it home. Okay, if he did make it home, where did he go? He didn't just go poof. Law enforcement have went to their home. Chris said in February or this year, they went there. They seized devices, they seized cameras, so you know what I'm saying? We just gotta, I think that we've, the drama is just, at some point in time, people gotta grow up. And we have to, maintain ourselves and stick with the facts, not let our emotions get the best of us, because we can't find Sebastian that way. And we're definitely not going to be representing him in a good light. Love you, babe. Jeff's going to get us Mexican. We're going to have to eat, y'all. I appreciate you guys being on here. I mean, Lady Freedom coming here, it's almost like her coming here, us just talking. And especially, us just talking out loud with you guys. I mean, that's why I invited, people to come out. Put the link there. If anybody wanted to come up, they could, because we're just talking. She just got here, so we're going to talk it out. And as we're talking it out even more, because we've been on the phone too, and believe me, we don't agree on everything, but the things that we do, our common ground, that's where we meet. That's where we meet people, is the common ground. And the fact is that we can all meet on the fact that Katie was the last one with them. We can all meet on that fact. Katie was the last one with Sebastian. And we have to give some type of credit that now we know. Allegedly, the law enforcement seized devices. Yay. We wouldn't have known that had Chris not come out and said that. Chris gave us all kind of tea. I just wonder, does the law enforcement, what they think about that? It'd be nice to know. Be nice to know what they think. Hey, Craddock, what you think? What do you think about that? Oh my God. I bet they're not all that happy. I wonder if Katie's happy about that. If the Power Sox are happy about that. That I let that information come out. I wonder if they're happy about that. I wonder if he's happy about it in hindsight. Like, oops. Rose. One. Oh, that's it. Anyways, guys, I hope you guys have a good rest of the night. I really do. Thanks for hanging out with us for hours upon hours.
Yes, thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. And we're going to keep talking about this stuff. I think it's important to talk about it, right, Jen? I
Yeah.
do. I do. And thank you all for being here. And guys, the facts matter. So I think we need to just keep re-examining. And we started out going over Katie and Chris's statements, and then this came out. So this is a whole new
Yeah.
set of information, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so I think moving forward, let's keep going. Let's keep sticking together. Let's keep advocating to find
And
Sebastian.
talking it out, because I think talking it out and us coming, don't leave the chat if you're mad. If you hear something different, let's keep talking it out.
Yes.
Let's just keep talking it out, and eventually, maybe, just maybe, I don't think we're gonna find Sebastian talking it out, but at least it'll make us feel better.
Well,
because we're invested, girl.
it's being proactive
invested.
instead of not doing something. We're doing something.
Doing something.
But we don't want to go in the wrong direction because then we're wasting our time. And we kind of have been going in the wrong direction on some of it.
Yeah, I've
Honestly.
already got hot spots for us to check the waterway. I've already got hot spots for us to check different homeless sites.
That is
And I
great.
think that would be,
That is great.
if we could just be productive, if we really want to have justice for Sebastian, we really want to try to find Sebastian. We want, we want to do, I wish I could be there. I wish I could, you know what? You don't have to be here. Just take a flyer to your homeless camp and talk to him about it. You know what? Video it.
Exactly.
Send it to me. Let's get a camaraderie of doing something, putting, don't just talk about it, be about it.
Don't just talk about it, be about it. And
be
don't
what you want to see in the world. If we could just be what we want to see in the world, let's do it.
And don't listen to the crap, please, guys. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna. Well, we're wrapping. Okay, so all right. I love you guys. I will see you guys next time.
All right, guys. We are going to jump off here. We've been on here forever. We got to eat. We got to do stuff, and we could talk about this all night. We're probably going to.
Oh yes,
We're going to talk about it. We're going to keep talking about it until Lady Freedom. Even after she leaves, we're still going to be talking about it, right? Because we are invested. We're invested, and we're not going to stop talking about Sebastian, looking for Sebastian, doing what we can to bring positivity to his name. And I think that that's, even if his stepdad can't have respect, that's on him. At the end of the day, what you do, what you don't do, that's on you. Right? Making fun of Seth was a no-go for me. That's a no-go. I don't give a that was a no-go. Do better for Sebastian is all I can say. And with that said, I'm definitely going to end this stream with Sebastian's anthem. I hope you guys enjoy it. Until next time, guys, peace out.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise